still doesn't mean that any of it would actually work. You didn't bring the book with you, did you? Nona asked. Of course not. You told me to hide it. I memorized what I thought was most important, though I should have stuffed it under my habit. It's good and thick. Could probably stop an arrow. Nona glanced at Jolie once more, now closer to them and feigning indifference, then returned to her place behind wheel. On the Rutland road leading into Verity, they joined an almost continuous line of wagons, carts, ragged soldiers, worn travellers, whole villages afoot, driving the flocks before them. Despite the crowding, a sizable space opened up around the convent cart and its iron casket. People moved out of the way, whether there was room or not, and lingered behind with troubled expressions. A battalion from the 7th Army, under General Jalsis, was stationed in and around a large commandeered farmhouse close to the road. Possibly the plan had been to oversee the safety of incoming refugees, though the place looked more like a field hospital now, treating casualties from ongoing skirmishes out across the nearby fields. Abbess Wheel began the battle hymn again, and the sisters joined in. Many of those on the road took up the song, and it seemed to lift them. For a moment, Nona felt a pang of sadness at the thought that Clara would have liked this part. She was always proud of her voice. Their friendship had fallen into pieces, and now the world seemed to be doing the same thing. Nona only hoped that, as with Clara, some element of what had been precious would survive. Things grew more chaotic the closer they got to Verity. The officer that General Vensis had appointed to direct their efforts was called away by a senior officer to join a small group of cavalry. They galloped off towards the north gates, trampling crops and leaping hedges. A vast wave of smoke rose from the east of the city, subsuming the smoke of all the lesser fires. Nona knew a great battle must be raging, but even though the nuns had dropped their song, she could hear nothing save the wind, the creak and rattle of carts, and the worried complaint of peasants. It amazed her that things had come to this so swiftly. But Sister Tallow had often said, when teaching the lessons of war, that a defence could hold, and suddenly, like a dam collapsing, be swept away with little warning. They passed bodies by the roadside, peasants, farm labourers, travellers, some hewn down by sword or axe, some studded with arrow shafts, some blackened and burned. Not all were dead, but any that weren't at least crawling towards the city were surely dying. Abbess Wheel raised her crozier and led the sisters into a field, the cattle absent long enough for the dung they had left behind to have crusted over. She clambered onto a stile to address the nuns and novices before her. We won't go through the city to join the defence. The north gates will be jammed, and the streets behind them choked. I aim to take us around the walls, and to enter closer to the palace. The collective intake of breath was audible. Nona had reconciled herself to standing before the Ark, but she had imagined that they would at least have the city walls between themselves and the foe. Surely Crucicle wouldn't have his troops out in the open. If he could stop Adoma's forces in the field, he would have done it 200 miles east of his front door. The abbess continued, unmoved by the shocked faces before her. Mistress Shade will select 3 sisters of discretion to scout ahead of us. We will act on their reports. If need be, the defenders on the wall will bring us over with ropes. How many Grey sisters do we even have with us? Ruli hissed. 2, Nona said. If you don't count Sister Apple. A hand fell on her shoulder. Sister Cage. Apple turned Nona to face her. I'm appointing you to the Grey temporarily. Get out there with kettle and cauldron, and try not to die. Also, anything you can do to keep Wheel from marching us into 10,000 Scithrowl while singing at the tops of our voices will be much appreciated." Nona gave a curt nod. She let Ruli and Jula hug her, bracing herself against their combined impact. Over her friends' heads, she met the eyes of Ketty, Genna, Alata, Lini, and others of her former classmates. They all looked frightened. A weight of responsibility settled on her as her friends released their hold. Kettle went by grim-faced, but as she passed Apple, her fingers trailed across the woman's hand, and Apple, turning bright-eyed to watch her go, whispered something after her. Kettle joined Cauldron, who was already changing into clothing taken from the dead Scithrowl on the vinery stair. It was more convincing than what they'd brought with them from the shade stores. Less than a uniform, but more than random garb. The soldiers had worn similar tabards that had once sported bright designs, and their garments had elements of design that set them apart from what was common in the Empire. "Take the bloodiest stuff, Nana. You'll be the injured one if we're challenged." Kettle tossed a rough shirt her way, stained with crimson at the breast. "No mail for you. We'll be bringing you back to be bandaged up. It'll also hide the fact you can't speak Scithrowl." "And you can?" Genna asked from the ranks of watching novices. "Jar kan han gutcha." Kettle didn't look up from fastening the buckles of her chainmail shirt. Within a few minutes, they were ready to leave. "Watch. Take your chances. We left Sweet Mercy behind us. Show none to the enemy." Apple handed Nona the standard Grey Sister field kit, a bandolier holding all the poisons, antidotes, wires, picks, and tricks of the Order. "I will, Mistress Shade." Nona fixed the belt beneath the heavy shirt. Kettle and Cauldron were already moving off. Nona glanced once more at Jula and Ruli, then back at the convent, almost invisible in the distance on the edge of the rock. A deep breath, and she took off running, hard on Kettle's heels. Kettle led the way into the next field, where the corn grew to chest height, the husks withering. Benta veered across to join Nona, cornstalks whispering their complaints behind her. Cauldron. Nona hadn't grown used to Benta's bride name. She made a mental note to get it right when they spoke, then settled into her running and her clarity trance, letting the countryside ahead open itself to her and shout out its secrets. To their right, the walls of Verity curved away. Here and there the ancient blocks of the original wall were replaced by sandstone quarried from the plateau, and the wall dipped to as low as 50 feet in height. But in the main, the structure was one that had stood for centuries, an even 70-foot barrier broad enough to support a walkway along the top, with a guard wall to protect those who patrolled it. The defenders weren't exactly thickly clustered. Nona imagined that most had been called upon to join the battle to the east, where the city wall came closest to the Emperor's palace and the ark within. Even so, the helmed heads of guards studded the wall top at regular intervals, and no doubt reserves waited to rush in reinforcements, where called for. Sister Rule had taught them that Verity had never suffered the attack of another nation, but had held against sieges during several insurrections. The most recent of those had been over 120 years ago, however. Plenty of time for the lessons taught in blood to have been forgotten. Nona had trained under Apple's supervision in fields not far from the ones they now moved through, but watching Kettle's advance taught her that she still had much to learn. Kettle had been the length of the Empire, to both fronts of the war, and had gambled her life against her stealth more times than she could remember. She took them around small bands of Scithrowl, scouting for weakness along the walls, and past watchers concealed deep within crop, copse or cottage. Some of these were skilled outrunners for the Scithrowl force, martial shadow workers among them, but none had been pushed into shadow like Kettle had, and their weaving of the darkness sent out ripples that she could read as no other, save the Noir Gwyn. Nona knew she would be reporting their positions to Sister Apple along their shadow link. "We could get a clear view from Malden's Mount," Benta said. Kettle shook her head. "It'll be covered with Scithrowl. There's a lone pine by Eld stables. We'll take a look from there." She brought them the 1/4 mile to the pine, crossing fields, ducking along lanes, skirting burning farmsteads. Nona had never seen a taller tree. "You're up, Sister Cage." Kettle lifted her chainmail to show she had no intention of climbing in armor. "The shadow worker hiding in the branches is all yours. We'll take the ground troop." Nona had seen the Scithrowl irregulars concealed around the empty stables block. The shadow worker had escaped her notice. "How far up?" "Right at the top. It must be a little one to climb so high. Give us a minute, then go." Kettle lifted both hands, and the shadows rose around her like a mist. Cauldron reached out to snare some of the shadows, wrapping them around herself. The pair wove themselves in, not simply clothed in darkness, but robbed of colour and distinction, so that the eye wanted to slide across them without pause. Moments later, they were both on the move, a smooth advance towards the stables. Nona made a silent count. She didn't expect any screams. When she reached her target number, she ran for the tree. A flat sprint without any attempt at concealment. The watcher hadn't chosen so high a position to then stare at the ground around the trunk. A leap brought the lowest bough into reach, and Nona swung herself up, climbing rapidly through the branches. As she rose, the branches became narrower and closer together, and she had to force a passage through thickly packed needles. Smaller branches snapped around her, scratching at exposed skin and leaving her sticky with their sap. The only chance she had at remaining undetected was if the general sway of the pine and the seething of its limbs in the strengthening wind was hiding the racket she was making. Higher still, and the density of branch and needle thinned a little, though now she needed to think about where she chose to step, as many of the tree's limbs would be unequal to her weight. Nona paused, some 20 feet shy of the top. Have the Scithrowl put a child up here? Very little space remained where the watcher could be concealed, and if she got much higher, she would be open to any missile they might throw her way. Nona strained her senses, her clarity biting so hard it made her whole body tingle. She felt every tiny cut on her skin. The light sliced across her eyes. The clamour of wind and creak of wood assaulted her ears. She knew each ridge of the bark beneath her fingers. And she saw the slow upward flow of shadow all around her. Nona grabbed the trunk, now so narrow that she could encircle it in a double-handed grip. Sister Apple had said that they had left mercy behind them when Wheel led them from the convent. Whoever lurked above her doubtless had an array of knives and needles coated in the very worst venoms, and climbing vertically to attack a well-prepared enemy was never a healthy strategy. She locked her legs around the trunk, drew back an arm, summoned her blades, and swung. The entire top section of the tree fell. The watcher made a brief wail, quickly lost in the tearing of branches, and ended by a dull thud. Nona was left at the pine's new vertex, with a clear view across the hordes arrayed to the east. Nona hadn't imagined that Scithrowl held so many people, let alone that their queen could march them over the Grampians and across hundreds of miles to the Emperor's doorstep. True fear gripped her for the first time that day. Skill couldn't prevail against such numbers. A red sister might cut down 50 of the foe, only to find 500 more throwing themselves at her. Gazing at the ocean of humanity stretching out to the east, Nona at last understood the enormity of the threat. This tide would wash across Verity and not stop until it reached the Sea of Marn. Her friends, every novice, every nun, would die. They stood no chance. None. The line of attack lay to the east. Rows of war machines hurled their missiles, siege towers rumbled forward, and ground forces surged towards the walls, carrying long ladders and grapple chains, borne by gerents huge enough to throw them over the ramparts. The great majority of Adoma's force held back, though, marshalled in ordered ranks before acres given over to their accommodation and enclosed within rough stockade walls. A second city had sprung up, this one of tents, an endless patchwork of canvas and hide, speckled with flags of many colours. Nona saw the signs of industry, smoke from iron chimneys where weapons and armour were being repaired, horses reshod, swords sharpened. Siege machines not yet committed to the battle hulked like giant beasts recumbent amid the ant swarm of foot soldiers. Elsewhere, horses in great numbers than she had ever seen before milled in their pens, herds of them even though the main strength of the Scithrowl came to battle on their own legs. The wind carried their stench to her, more ripe even than Verity's, the sewage of men and animals in their tens of thousands, perhaps 100,000 and more, the stink of 1,000 cook fires and 1,000 latrines. Here and there, grand pavilions stood among the massed troops, the brilliant colours of their fabric an assault on the senses. Above them, pennants cracked in the wind. Most of the pavilions were too far away for a good view, but one stood just a mile off, and barely beyond the range of Verity's bolt lobbers, close enough for Nona to note its exceptional quality and remarkable size. A line of 6 large catapults stood 50 yards ahead of it, their missiles earthenware jars of highly flammable liquid. With low and throaty twangs, they lobbed their burning cargo over Verity's walls into the city beyond, where the destruction could only be guessed at, and smoke spewed skywards. Nona looked back towards Wheel and her band, now lost in the distance. The small gate through which Abbess Glass had once led her from the city stood free of attack thus far, and as close to the battlefront as you could get without finding yourself part of it. Around 50 of the city guard held the ground before the gate, and defenders clustered on the wall high above. It was the last eastward entry point, where the city could be entered without enduring an arrow storm, and it would reduce by a considerable margin the distance that had to be traversed inside the walls to reach the palace. Nona took one more glance around at the unreal panorama, a landscape she knew well, made alien by war, and began her rapid descent. That's the last way in for them. Otherwise, they're just going to get swarmed and cut down at the foot of the walls. Nona pointed at the spot. Kettle nodded. What's that gate called? Nona shrugged. I don't know. It's called the Small Gate, Benta said. There you go. Nona scanned the field for any sign of approaching enemy, then looked at Kettle. Can you make Apple understand? Kettle nodded again, her brow furrowed in concentration. Her shadow bond with Apple was an exceptionally strong one, and this close to her it allowed for basic information to be communicated. Done. We should join them. Benta met Nona's gaze with those alarming blue eyes of hers. Apple had once taught them to brew a particularly unpleasant poison that was exactly that colour. A fake blue, Nona called it. Or... Nona raised an open hand towards the east. "It's too dangerous," Kettle said. "This is the day for dangerous. We're going to face the Scithrowl one way or the other. Do we want it to be when they've breached the city wall? Us waiting at the Emperor's gates, and a rank of pikemen advancing while the arrows rain in? Or do we want it to be as Sisters of Discretion, behind their lines, hitting at what they would rather keep safe? You don't put up a pavilion like that for a minor general or some princeling. I saw you do it less than a month ago." Nona had watched through her thread bond with Kettle as the Grey Sister killed the commander of 500 Scithrowl within the luxury of his tent, slitting his throat while he slept beneath the furs of a hula. "They're not afraid of us. They're arrogant and stupid. We could do some real damage here. It might be Adoma herself. Even if we die, we will have sold our lives for something of worth, more than we could achieve cutting down foot soldiers as they climb the walls." "It's still too. You didn't see them, Kettle. Words can't paint it. Numbers that big don't have meaning. They're an ocean, a wave. They will roll over the walls and grind us down, and nothing we have will stop them. We need to cut off the head. Come at their leaders where they're most vulnerable. This is what Apple trained us for." Kettle shook her head and turned to go. Nona grabbed her arm. "Go up the tree, then tell me." Kettle rolled her eyes. "Sister Cauldron, don't let her do anything stupid while I'm up there." And with that she was gone, fairly sprinting up the pine despite the weight of her chainmail. "You should learn to follow orders, sister." Benta watched Nona through narrow eyes. "Sister Kettle has seen more war than any of us." Kettle dropped back to the ground before it seemed that there had been time to reach the top. She joined them, white-faced. "Let's do it." Chapter 20. Holy Class. Nona couldn't understand any of what was said at the 4 layers of the Scithrowl perimeter, but Kettle proved sufficiently convincing to get through. Kettle even managed to earn a slap on the back and a few laughs at the last checkpoint. Benta remained largely taciturn during these encounters, but interjected a few comments, unasked, since silence provokes questions. Benta adopted the heavily accented Empire tongue that predominated in the shadow of the Grampanes on the Scithrowl side, though Nona supposed that both sides of the range were now the Scithrowl side. For her part, Nona spoke the international language of pain, groaning and holding her side with bloody hands. She had been hurt enough times to know how to play it. Whatever she was asked, she planned to stick to moaning. Her written Scithrowl was rudimental. Her spoken Scithrowl worse. On receiving directions from some minor officer, Kettle began to lead them briskly through the outskirts of the main Scithrowl force. Nona hobbled after her, with one arm over Benta's shoulders for support, her head down so that the blackness of her eyes would not draw comment or attention. The smell of the place was overpowering. Smoke from the battle at the walls drifted back to mix with that of countless cook fires and communal blazes, along with the pervading stink of latrines, the aroma of unfamiliar stews bubbling in cauldrons, the odour of close-packed humanity, of draught horses, cavalry, penned cattle and pigs, stray dogs, a shanty town of camp followers to the rear. It was as if a vast city had been turned out into the fields, given weapons, and dressed in armour. Although Kettle was discreet about it, Nona could see that she was noting every detail, and the telltale furrow between her eyebrows meant that she was sending to Apple all the information their shadow bond would allow. Nona could only imagine what Apple might be sending back. Demands for her return? Pleading? Threats, even? Or did Mr. Shade have the discipline not to distract a Grey Sister with her personal fears, even when that Grey sister was Kettle, and the mission could very well be one that allowed no return. Turning sharply behind a latrine trench, sheltered by a wall of woven sticks, Kettle snatched up an empty water barrel and thrust it at Nona. "You're all better now. Hold this over your wounds and walk with purpose. We need to get into that fancy tent and, if it seems worth the risk, kill whoever we find." They came around the back of the latrine, still under the casual gaze of countless eyes, and Kettle turned their path a few degrees towards the distant pavilion. As they progressed, both Kettle and Benta acquired burdens, a pile of blankets for Kettle, a heavy coil of rope for Benta. Apple always stressed the authority that a simple burden conveys upon the person carrying it. At each point at which their path was blocked and they had to move aside or go around, Kettle ensured that they emerged on a heading more closely aimed towards their goal. Nona noticed that both of the nuns also managed to dump their entire supply of deadwood into 2 separate communal water barrels. If the slightly acrid taste went unnoticed, the first victims wouldn't start to die for hours yet, giving plenty of time for more to join them on the casualty list. "This isn't going to be easy. If there's anyone of real note in there, then they will have guards every bit as well trained as we are." Kettle breathed the words as they walked, pitched just for their ears. "Distraction," Benta muttered. "Has to be," Kettle nodded. A line of hard-eyed soldiers in brighter and less ragged uniform than the regulars stood a perimeter around the pavilion. Kettle didn't approach close enough to be warned off. Another of Apple's maxims. Make one sure move. Nothing tentative. "The catapults?" Kettle spoke directly to Nona across their thread bond. "Can you do it?" "Yes." Nona had never mastered the ability to work fire beyond the snuffing of candles and making figures dance in the hearth flames. But the great clay pots in which the flaming oil was being lobbed, those were something she could reach out and touch with her rockwork. Especially this close to the ark, with her blood swinging to its tune. "Not too close. We don't want the pavilion catching. It could scatter our targets." The pavilion's exit ran beneath multiple awnings, hung between poles carved from a dark wood that Nona didn't recognize. Anyone emerging from the tent would find themselves looking out over the row of catapults some 50 yards away. Kettle led them on a circuitous route, approaching the pavilion from the side. As they closed the distance, she and Benta drew shadows to them. A subtle gathering that kept the darkness to a mist barely rising above the trampled grass, while it flowed behind them. Nona paused and stared at the catapults, frowning in concentration. A series of defensive ranks were arrayed before the great camp, against the remote possibility that Emperor Crucicle's armies should sally forth. Beyond those ranks lay several hundred yards of churned earth. Then came the sea of armed humanity surging around the base of Verity's walls, weathering rocks and arrows as they waited their turn at ladder or scaling chain. To the left, annoyingly, just out of the catapult's line of fire, the first of 6 vast siege towers had just met the wall. Nona reached out with her rock sense for the feel of fired clay, hunting the roundness and fullness of the containers. The catapults launched without rhythm, each firing when ready, the faster crews slowly overhauling the slower. The sensation of finding her goal was like that of suddenly remembering a name that had eluded her. How could she ever not have known it? She selected a pot that had already been hefted into a catapult's throwing cup by the rope netting sewn around the clay. The top of the pot was shielded from the wind by a perforated copper housing, and the wick within had just been lit. As Nona watched, the man who worked the lever took position. A moment later, the throwing arm snapped up, the twisted hides releasing their tension with a throaty twang. The arm slammed into the arresting bar, jerking the whole back end of the wheeled framework from the ground. The pot sailed on, still rising. Nona slowed the world, ground her teeth together, clenched her fist, and the pot shattered. Flaming oil spread, slowed, and fell upon the heads of a division of Scithrowl archers, all busy lofting their own missiles towards the walls of Verity. The shadows that had been gathered now wound up Nona's legs, wrapping her with a cold, dark thrill. While all eyes turned towards the flames and screams ahead of the catapult line, the three nuns sped forward, swift and indistinct. They kept low and passed between two soldiers, guarding the tent. Nona pushed at the man facing them with whatever martial empathy she had. "You don't see us." Kettle slit the pavilion's billowing side, low down, and all three of them slid through in a trice on knees and elbows. Nona understood their mistake the moment she came through. The interior was a single space, lit by shifting colours as the sunlight penetrated the walls. The ground was uncovered grass. 5 figures in the mottled white tunics of softmen stood around a man seated in a plain wooden chair at the centre. Softmen were dangerous enough on their own, assassins as deadly as the Noir Gwyn, versed in their own martial arts and peculiar variants of shadow work. It was the man at the centre who caught Nona's attention, though, even before she was off her knees. Sigils, sewn in threads of silver and of gold, overwrote the black velvet of his robe. Dozens of them. Such expense might be lavished on a king or queen, but here in this empty tent, it meant only one thing. The whole thing was a trap, designed to draw in the best assassins the enemy had. The man was clearly a mage, waiting here to ensure that none of those lured in would escape again. Either the Scithrowl had learned from their long haul across the corridor not to signal where their battle commanders slept, or they had been deliberately stupid, sacrificing leaders, or perhaps even simply using actors in a game of bait and switch. They must have known that the best of the Empire's assassins would strike in the last days and hours before they reached the Emperor's walls. To their credit, Kettle and Benter rolled smoothly away on either side, coming to their feet while unleashing a barrage of throwing stars. Sadly, the distraction that had allowed them to enter unobserved from the outside had simply let the softmen know that something was coming. Each of them held a pair of pain sticks, thin iron rods about 2 feet in length. The sigil at the end, activated by shadow work, caused such agony that even a light brush against exposed flesh would leave the victim screaming on the floor. The artifact that Thurin Tassis called the Harm had been fashioned along the same principles. With Hunsker speed, the softmen deflected the hail of missiles, taking particular care to protect the man in their midst. The Major rose to his feet. He looked to be in his 50s, grey hair cropped short, a hard, dark stare. A tattoo dominated his face, blue lines radiating from between his eyes. It had something of a flower about it. Also, something of a spider spreading its legs. Nona knew him for a quantal. She couldn't say how, except perhaps that he lacked any of the deformities common to many marshals who draw too deeply on the elemental arts, or those rarer and more strange talents sometimes brought to bear.
3. 3 is a prize worthy of my efforts.
Nona felt the man set foot on the path. The weight of his footfall shuddered through the fabric of everything. He smiled. A Scithrowl path major with decades of experience preparing to snuff out a trio of grey sisters who would likely have fallen to his softmen, though not without cost. Even if he knew Nona for a quantal, he had nothing to fear, armoured as he was in sigils of the highest order. To her eye, the robes were surely capable of draining 30 steps worth of path energy to the void. More likely they would withstand 50 or even more. Nona had never come close to 30 steps. She had nearly died trying to own what she had taken from fewer than 20 steps outside the cave where Raymel Tassis had come for her. The anger that had been waiting its moment ever since she had first realized that she had led her sister into a trap now burst loose inside Nona, an explosion against which the oil bomb's flare seemed pale. An instant later, driven by that same fury, Nona hit the path running. This close to the ark, Nona saw the path with new clarity, finding it wide beneath her feet, though in truth it was no more beneath her than it was above. The path was a mountain river, an avalanche, a lightning bolt all in one, all that and more, pouring through her. She forced her mind to impose the simplest interpretation on what lay before her, and ran the path as she had run so many times. At each stride, boundless energy swelled inside her. She felt the fierceness of its gift start to fray her mind, start to unravel every fibre of her being. Nona knew she needed to find her enemy before he took his power, shaped it, and blasted her to ash. She had no protection. Even if she could take enough steps and own enough energy to overload his robes, which she knew she couldn't, she hadn't the time. The Major would leave the path and destroy her before that could happen. Sister Pan had taught Nona that when a quantal runs the path, they are in no one place along its length. When something has no end and no beginning, it has no middle either. And soon your mind begins to realize that if there is no way in which to specify where you are along its length, then in many ways you are everywhere along its length. That, Sister Pan had said, is the key to finding your enemy. It merely requires the understanding that there is no place they could ever be, other than before you. Nona had never been sure of the logic, and she couldn't claim to understand the path. But she believed the ancient woman who had taught her with such patience, and somehow, there on the path itself, she knew every word to be true. Belief proved sufficient. She saw the Scithrowl Major ahead, walking towards her on a beam of twisting light, now grown as narrow as the pipe the novices trod in Blade Path. She saw the idea of him rather than the person, etched by streamers of the path's energy. Sister Pan had spoken at length of contesting the path, but never allowed the novices to practice, as such contests were almost invariably fatal to the loser. Falling from the path and owning what you took from it was hard enough, but being pushed from it made the task far more difficult. Most quantal pathwalkers avoided such duels because they were often fatal, not only to the loser, but to both contestants. Sister Pan likened it to wrestling on a tightrope. It wasn't so hard to make the opponent fall, but to not fall after them was almost impossible. Nona's vision of the approaching path Major told her that he stood deep in whatever meditation Majors use to find their serenity, advancing in cautious steps. He walked the path as Sister Pan taught, as all quantals Nona knew walked it. Sister Pan, in all her years, had never met another who threw herself at the path and raced its length with such disregard. Now, Nona hoped that speed might somehow save her. Nona charged on with the reckless haste that she always brought to the path, clutching her growing power around herself like a cloak. The Major saw her only at the last fraction, lifting his gaze from the study of the way before him, shock and horror in his eyes. There was an impact, at once both vast as worlds colliding and as slight as the momentary chill of a passing cloud. Nona knew herself to be both on the path and at the same time scattered from it in all directions. Her bones tumbling as they burned, falling and not falling. A choice. Her flat sprint had thrown the Major from the path, dumping half her energy into his lap, slowing her but deflecting her only by degrees. Still, her balance escaped her one fraction at a time, and just as on the convent blade path, she knew that the error would grow with each step until she fell. She took 2 more steps and dropped from the path by choice. Her race along the path had taken almost no time. Kettle and Benter had closed half the distance to the first of the softmen. Throwing stars hung in the air between them, their rotations lazy. Nona saw that the path measure had begun to fall. Bright crackles of blue-white energy had broken from his skin, and his face was starting to twist with horror. Even as Nona struggled to own the path energies raging through her, the out-of-kilter resonances that throbbed between her and the Major confirmed that he was failing to do the same. Being thrown from the path with such violence had left him off balance, unable to contain what he had taken. And although he wore the value of half a city in the sigils upon his robes, capable of deflecting the strongest blast Nona might throw his way, his protections couldn't save him from himself. Nona sucked into her flesh all that the path had given her. Her skin wanted to blister and bubble away, her bones wanted to ignite. She screamed her denial and launched herself at Kettle's back. She brought the nun to the floor a yard before the first of the softmen. The legendary impassivity of the softmen cracked at the sight of one enemy tackling another. Shaved brows rose in momentary surprise. Nona shook with barely contained power, pale violet flame licked across her skin, and versions of herself kept trying to escape along their own courses. She hauled them all back in. The pain made her want to faint, but it was too cruel to allow any such relief. With a sob, Nona used her path-born strength to throw Kettle one-armed, aiming her like a skittle to take out Benter even as she slashed at the first softman to intercept her. Both Grey sisters were tumbling towards the pavilion wall. Already, the path measure shone brighter than the day, shuddering with power he couldn't contain. Nona followed her friends, her feet tearing deep gouges in the ground as she hunted for acceleration. A pain stick lashed out at her, but the path's invisible armour turned it away. The detonation behind Nona came at the same moment she landed on top of her sisters, still tangled together on the grass. She spread her arms as the shockwave rippled overhead. A light, whiter and more intense than that of the sun, lit the material of the tent walls as the shockwave shredded them in strange geometric patterns. They hung there for an instant, and in the next, they were gone. The explosion that scattered the path measure reduced the perimeter of guards outside the tent to a red mist, and then shot that mist at the surrounding army, who fell like corn before the scythe for 50 yards on all sides. A moment later, the oil stores went up with a woof, and a firestorm swirled skyward around the catapults. All about them, the ground lay scorched and smoking, the only green where Nona, armoured in her own path energies, had lain. She mourned the loss of the path mage's robe. If he had worn it inside out, the garment might have survived. With a groan, she rolled off Kettle, who in turn rolled off Benter. The path's energy still burned in her, demanding release. They lay near the centre of a circle of destruction. Nona had never seen someone walk the path and fail to own what they took. She never wanted to see it again. She found her voice. "Get back to the others." The confusion would hide their escape. Without giving either woman a chance to respond, Nona jumped to her feet and took off at a flat sprint towards the Scithrowl assault, massed at the base of Verity's great wall. In the past 3 years of intensive training under Sister Pan's direction, Nona had grown into her heritage and learned all manner of ways to shape and master the power with which the path filled her. She still couldn't walk the path twice in 2 days without enormous risk, though, and so she aimed to put what she had now to good use. The speed the path gave her was like the swiftness a steep slope lends running legs. At first, it was just that the running was effortless and far faster than anything you were capable of. And then it would almost be like flying, and your feet would beat as rapid a tempo against the ground as your fingers could drum on a table. And almost immediately after that, you would know that you had no control, and that very soon you would fall, and it was going to hurt. A lot. Nona broke free of the waiting horde before any of them could tear their attention away from the carnage centred on the pavilion. She crossed half the open ground ahead of the walls before the first arrow zipped past her ear. She crashed into the backs of the soldiers, massed at the base of the closest siege tower, and broke several of them before their bodies arrested her fearsome momentum. A dozen arrows hammered around her, taking down several more soldiers. She began to weave then, still clinging to the path's power, refusing its demands to be spent in one glorious act of ruination. The troops before her had no idea an enemy was amongst them. Without exception, their sole focus was to get into the siege tower before being found by an arrow or a rock from the great wall looming above them. Nona shouldered armoured men and women aside as if they were small children. The siege tower stank of the pine sap bleeding from its raw timbers, of the uncured hides nailed across its walls, and of the fear of those climbing it. The great wheels lay to either side now that the structure stood tight-pressed to Verity's wall. Nona barged inside and began to run up the ridged wooden ramp that formed a square spiral within the tower. Everywhere she stepped, a glowing footprint remained to record her passage, scorching into the timber. Rather than fading, each footprint grew brighter, and then more bright, until on her 6th stride from the print, it detonated, a blast powerful enough to blow out the sides of the tower in a cloud of splintered planking and torn hides. The chain of explosions chased Nona up the tower, tearing apart the soldiers she left tumbled behind her, and setting fire to the main beams. The tower had begun to collapse by the time Nona burst through the curtain of chains, screening the doorway just below its roof. She ran across the platform that bridged to the battlements and, with Hunsker speed, threw herself between the legs of the defending line. At the far edge, she snagged the stonework and slid down the interior wall in a shower of sparks as she tamed her descent with her floor blades. She found herself amid a crowd of startled defenders who, a moment before, had been racing around on various errands to fight fires, reinforce weak spots, or bring supplies like arrows or rocks to the wall. "I'm a bride of the Ancestor." 2 men levelled spears at Nona, and she raised her arms. "I'm here to help." Chapter 21. 3 years earlier. The escape. "You've been spying on me." "I have been spying on all of you. On the sister of the Emperor, on the Red Sisters and the Grey, on the Church of the Ancestor." Zol looked as unapologetic as it was possible for a person to be. "Why?" Nona could think of no other question. Tarkak stepped forward. "The corridor holds millions of people. What will happen when the moon falls?" "The corridor will close, and we'll all die," Nona said. "Most will," Tarkax nodded. "But even if just 1 in every 10 makes it to the ice,
And if just 1 in every 100 of those makes it to the hot seas, that are all that will be left to sustain us, they will outnumber the tribes.
Nona blinked and discovered that frost had begun to form on her eyelashes. She had known the ice tribes were few in number, especially those that spent their time in the deep ice rather than hunting the corridor seas and the beasts that lived in the margins. It had never occurred to her quite how few they might be. "So what is it you plan to do?" Tarkax shrugged.
Being prepared and forewarned is a plan in itself. But there are those among us who think that the corridor can be saved, at least for a while longer. A few centuries, perhaps. Zola's been gathering information. There's no treachery intended. We want to help you, and, by doing so, to help ourselves.
How? Nona narrowed her eyes at the warrior. For years she'd imagined him to be some wandering mercenary. It took an effort of imagination to refashion him as Zol's uncle, watching over his niece and hoping to save all the nations of Abath.
Ah, well, that is the tricky part.
He twisted a smile.
We didn't send Zol just to watch you.
You sent me because I needed to learn more than the Ice Speakers could teach, Zol said.
We did.
Tarkax nodded.
You may have noticed, Nona, that my brother's daughter is an exceptional child. Our tribe has access to 2 old stones, and no member of our people has ever held both and been fully purged. Not before Zol. And still she is not ascended. The Ice Speakers now say that it will take 4 old stones, one attuned to each of the bloods, to forge her fully.
He glanced at the hand Zol had just unwrapped. In the wind's bite, her flesh looked paler than Nona had ever seen it, but across her palm a scarlet stain spread like oil on water.
And now she has exposed herself to a 3rd.
Nona shuddered, and not just from the cold. And if Zol does ascend, so what? Will it stop the ice from closing on us?
We are also interested in your Emperor's Ark, Nona.
Because it can control the moon. Nona shook her head. You thought Zol could open it. But surely the Agartha prophecy was just nonsense, made up for local politics, to entertain the people.
The Ark can guide the moon.
Tarkax glanced around at his fellows, as if they too might need convincing. If that were really true, why would the Emperor, and his father, and his father's mother before him, all have banned the books that say it, then made criminals of anyone trying to find a way? If shiphearts were the key to the Ark, why would they still lie scattered? Wouldn't generations of emperors have been trying to bring them to verity? I know Shurzil and Adoma seem to think it's true, but that doesn't mean it is. Or even that they really believe it.
Your emperors tried many times to open their Ark, Nona, for hundreds of years. But do you know the most important thing that they discovered?
Nona kept silent and waited for Tarkax to answer his own question.
They discovered that when you hold a treasure of incalculable value and potential, having it close to you and beyond use is not the worst thing that can happen. The most dangerous thing that can happen is for someone else to discover, or even just believe that they have discovered, the means to open and use it. Such individuals will gather strength to themselves and seek to take your treasure from you.
Nona frowned. Zol had wrapped her hand once more and stood silent. So, what are you going to do now?
We're going to send you home, Nona.
Tarkax grinned. then raised his sealskin mask as the wind strengthened.
There are 2 marvels that will allow it. The first marvel is a work of the missing. The second marvel is that it is close enough to reach in a day.
Nona trudged at the back of the group, her mind racing. Zol walked beside her. "You were spying on us. Sweet Mercy took you in. The abbess gave you her protection." "Has Tarkax not taken you in and given you his protection?" Zol asked. "Are you not gathering all the information you can and preparing to share it with Abbess Glass on your return? Does the convent not exist, in part, to train spies?" Nona opened, then closed, her mouth. They walked without speaking for several hours after that. Nona watched the other ice drivers trudging with bowed heads to either side of them. 3 men, 2 women, and Tarkax, all so swaddled in skins and furs that they resembled great forest bears. 2 of them dragged a long, heavily laden sled behind them, sliding along on wooden runners. Nona wondered what the tribes of the deep ice, thousands of miles from the corridor, built their sleds from. The bones of leviathans, hauled from the sea, perhaps. "Where are we going?" Nona had really wanted to ask whether they were nearly there yet. Her feet were strangers to her, and she wondered whether her toes would have to be cut away when they thawed. "To the place from where the black ice flows," Zol said. "Why?" Nona had really wanted to say that she didn't want to go there, and that she would rather scale the Grampians naked in an ice wind. "Because there is wonder buried in that place." Nona could have asked what the wonder was, but without that mystery to draw her further, she felt her legs would just abandon their duty and leave the task of getting her there to her arms. It took them until nightfall to reach the long, dark streak in the ice and follow it to where it grew darker still, and finally turned black before abruptly giving way to white once more. Nona knew from her view while crossing the mountains that the stain looked like a great teardrop from above, the long tail of it running to the corridor wall miles north of them. Zol took over the lead as the light failed, the darkness being nothing to her eyes. She halted them in a place where the malice from below was still only a whisper. "You and I will go alone, Nana. We should be swift." Tarkax and the others huddled as close as they could come to the shipheart and formed a barrier against the wind. Tarkax lowered his frosty mask, revealing a grin.
"Be strong, niece. And you too, Nona Grey. Be fierce and true, like I am."
He struck his chest with his gloved fist.
"Zol is the hope of our people. But there is a hero in you too, girl. I have seen her."
Nona couldn't help but grin back, though her face ached with the cold. She liked Tarkax despite his boasting. She nodded and made a short bow to the ice drivers. "May the wind be at your backs." Scithrowl taught that this was a common blessing on the ice.
"Ha!"
Tarkax showed all his teeth in a broad smile.
"War is coming, little Nana. Wars are always coming. You give them hell. Remember that anger. You'll need it."
And with that, he covered his face and walked away, the others following. Zol and Nona watched them go, standing in silence while the wind moaned around them. When the swirl of ice at last swallowed Tarkax and his people from view, the ice felt a very lonely place indeed. Nona turned to gaze out across the wasteland, where their path would take them. Here and there, a crimson star stood reflected in the smoothness of the ice. Before her, though, there were no stars, only a consuming black void. "If the focus comes while we're down there,
We'll both drown. There is no focus here, Nona. We are in my home now.
Zol walked out into the darkness. A moment later, she took the ship heart from her pack, and Nona followed its alien light.
Walk where I walk, Zol said. The ice is rotten in places.
Nona moved closer, gritting her teeth against the invisible, cold fire of the ship heart. She had always imagined the things to be blazing sources of heat, and right now she would love for that to be true. In reality, the convent pipes bore sigils where they had passed through the ship heart's vault, and it had been those specially crafted sigils that had converted the radiance into something as commonplace as warmth. If she had the skill, Nona would have drawn such sigils on both her boots there and then. The malice radiating from below grew as the ice darkened around them. It reached her even through the ship heart's radiance, and Nona knew it to be far fiercer than she had experienced before. This was the source, the place where the evils the missing had purged to obtain their so-called divinity, now leaked back into the world.
Here.
Zol halted in front of a fissure disturbingly similar to the one into which she had fallen during her fight with Yisht.
We go down here. Shouldn't we fix a rope or something?
Nona had seen that Tarkax's companions carried iron spikes, hammers, and long, thin ropes of woven sinew.
We should have asked. Their ropes were not long enough.
Zol pulled a coil of the stuff from beneath her coat.
Neither is mine. If we tied them together, we'd have hundreds of... We are going to the bottom. It is more than 2 miles.
Oh. Nona felt for her knives, then remembered that she had left them under the ice.
What's the rope for, then?
To tie you to my back. It will be a difficult climb. As usual, when Zol said difficult, she meant impossible. And as usual, she managed anyway. Nona clung to Zol's back, seeing nothing but Zol's arms and glimmers where occasional flaws in the ice returned a fraction of the ship heart's light. Zol had secured her pack across her front, with the ship heart inside and the flap left open to let the glow escape for Nona's benefit. Despite being tied to Zol, Nona clung on grimly. She became thankful for the rope later, after hundreds of yards of descent. Her arms were aching, and her mind too fragile this close to the ship heart to worry about whether her hands kept tight hold. Zol made steady progress. Her strength was inhuman, and she compelled holds out of the ice as it suited her. While Zol climbed, Nona heard nothing but the sound of her breath and of the ice splintering to answer her needs. Each time Zol rested, a new set of sounds became apparent. Each time Zol rested, a new set of sounds became apparent. A constant groaning, a creaking, sometimes bright and almost metallic, sometimes so deep that Nona felt it only in her chest. The slow river of the ice, flowing endlessly towards the corridor.
There's hardly any dripping here.
No.
Why is this hole here, then? There is a source of heat below, only a little above freezing, but just enough to keep this path open.
Zol resumed their descent. The shaft was not vertical, but slanted with the flow of the ice. 6 times they passed older shafts that had once served as vents, but had been drawn too far by the glacier, forcing the heat to create a new escape. Time lost meaning. Repetition stole it away. When Zol finally dropped a foot or so and landed on raw rock, Nona started with shock, as if waking from a dream.
Where are we?
A temple of the missing once stood here. Zol untied the rope that bound Nona to her. Nona staggered back, almost tripping on the uneven floor, her limbs unresponsive, chest aching. They had descended the wall of a low-roofed ice cavern with a floor of bare stone. Where the rock lifted, it lay scored all across with parallel lines, wounds gouged by the slow passage of glaciers. Nona took several more steps back, eager to put some distance between herself and the shipheart. "Stay close." Zol reached out to restrain her. "The Clowlatu here are many, and they are strong." "So where is this marvel?" Nona looked around and saw nothing but the dark. The Clowlatu's hatred needled out at her, ancient and hungry. "Here," Zol said. "Where else would it be but beneath the passage its heat is wrought?" Nona turned and saw what Zol was pointing at. A huge ring lying where the rock dipped. It was 3 yards across, its perimeter a foot thick and 2 feet wide. The flat surface had been marked with sigils unlike any Nona had ever seen. Their fierce potential screamed into her eyes, twisting the world around them. The ring wasn't bedded in the ground. In places, Nona could have slipped an arm between the peculiar crystalline metal and the bedrock beneath. "I think—" Nona stepped closer to the artifact, unable to look away, her gaze anchored by the sigils. "Have I seen this before?" "I do not know. Have you been to the Emperor's palace?" No. Of course she hadn't been to the palace. She was Nona Grey, a peasant child. "That is unfortunate. If you had seen that one, then it would have marked you and helped draw you to it. It is unlikely that you have seen another, although the ice speakers say that the missing fashioned 1,024 of them and set each within an arc." Nona stood beside the ring now, her hand extended towards it, fingers tingling with the desire to touch the water-beaded metal. "What does it do?" "It will take you to another such ring, as if you had simply stepped between them." Zol joined her, and the shipheart's pressure started the voices chattering again, down in the depths of Nona's own darkness. "Shurzel showed me a drawing of another such ring that stands in her brother's palace. It lies within the ark, but not within the inner sanctum." "You want us to go to Crucicle's palace?" Nona raised her eyebrows at the thought of the reception they would get. "No." Zol gestured for Nona to step into the circle. "I want you to go there." "But... me? Alone?" Nona shook her head at the madness. "You're coming too?" "No." "But... what would you do here?" Nona waved an arm at the cavern. "This is crazy." "There are things I need to do on the ice." Zol met Nona's stare. Her face, lit from beneath with violet light, was free of emotion. "Things?" Nona shook her head. "No! You belong at Sweet Mercy with us, with your sisters, with me." "I would like to go with you, Nona Grey." "Well, come on then." "But I cannot. I made a promise." Nona reached for Zol's hand. "Break it." She stepped backwards into the ring, hauling on Zol's arm to bring the girl with her. Zol resisted, bracing a foot against the outside of the ring. "I cannot." Nona released Zol's arm and took a step back. "It doesn't matter." A bitter laugh burst from her. "It doesn't work." She laughed again, amazed at herself for ever believing that it would. A ring that could spit a person hundreds of miles across the world. It requires the power of an old stone. Zol lifted the ship heart. You must carry it through with you. And leave you in this place, at the bottom of a hole 2 miles deep. Now, I know you're crazy. The ship heart has broken your mind. You must focus on the distance and direction that you wish to travel. Zol carried on, as if Nona hadn't spoken. It is that direction. She pointed. Otherwise, there is a possibility you will emerge from another, more distant ring. Zol, come home with me. Nona's voice caught in her throat. The hardships of the journey and being constantly caught between the mind-tearing power of the ship heart on one side, the invading malice of the Clowler-two on the other, had left her weak, awash with broken emotion. I want to, Zol said, her voice low. Who did you promise? Nona took another step back. An idea blossomed within her skull, repeated by voices that were hers and yet not hers. Yisht was there to steal the ship heart. She was from your tribe. Nona had seen it when she saw Zol and Tarkax together with their companions, but she hadn't understood it, not until this moment. They all had the same look. Yisht was from your tribe. Neither of you was working for Shurzel. Not really. You were both working for the tribe, to open the Ark whichever way you could. Nona stopped dead and tilted her head, staring at Zol as if she could tear the truth from her with the power of her will. Hessa. Hessa was a price worth paying. I never intended for. An awful conviction seized Nona, and in that moment she didn't care whether it sprang from reason or from the devils of the missing. Who is Yisht to you? Cousin? Older sister? Mother? Whose promise is it that's keeping you here? Nona was shouting. What dark vow would have Zol remain in this unholy place and see her scale 2 miles of black ice to begin a trek into the awful wilderness above? Whose promise? I cannot say. Whose promise, sister? Nona put every ounce of her martial skill behind the question to compel an answer, an effort so fierce that it even quietened the strange voices in her mind. Abbas Glass. I promised Abbas Glass. And with that, Zol threw the ship heart at Nona, hard, fast, straight and true. All around her, the ring's sigils lit with an ancient light. And Nona was falling, and though she clung to the moment, she couldn't save herself. Without the passage of enough time for her heart to take a beat, Nona stumbled through a freestanding metal ring. She stepped into a limestone cave, with the ship heart dropping from the hand she'd used to ward it away. On every side, the air was filled with broken flowstone, fragments tumbling lazily away, blasted from the ring that they had coated. And for the first time in an age, Nona knew exactly where she was. Chapter 22. Present. Holy Class. The defenders behind Verity's wall gave Nona free rein, which, to her mind, was a considerable lapse, since she had come over from the Scithrowl side in the enemy's uniform, and the walls of the Emperor's own palace lay just 200 yards further on. It seemed that she was so smoke-blackened, muddy and blood-spattered that others could no longer tell what she was wearing. In the general chaos at the base of the wall, just not trying to kill anyone proved sufficient to identify her as not being Scithrowl. She picked her way through the injured, lying haphazard in the wall's shadow among scattered equipment. Carts stood laden with all manner of things, from barrels of tar and sheafs of arrows to tight-wrapped bandages and water tubs. One cart was a foot deep in scattered pieces of antique armour, as if the grand houses had turned out their spares, and another sported dozens of fresh army tabards in the Emperor's green and gold, unsullied by use, as if someone expected to recruit fresh conscripts while the veterans rained down from on high, arrow shot or run through with Scithrowl steel.
"I know you."
A young soldier bumped into her as his sergeant led the way to the nearest wall ladder.
"Cage, from the Countess."
The soldier's companion stopped to stare.
"You are her. You have her eyes. You beat Denham."
The man behind him pushed him on, and the column passed Nona by, all of them staring, eager to distract themselves from the screams above and the zip of arrows sailing past. Nona turned towards the nearest buildings. The city had long ago flowed out to press against boundaries that had once seemed foolishly over-generous. The houses of the great and the good stood cheek by jowl, crowding to find a place beside the Emperor's own. Close by, in the shadows of the city wall, nestled all the services that money likes to keep on hand. Bathhouses, stables, goldsmiths and silversmiths, jewellers, tailors, dressmakers, and establishments where a person of quality might throw their money after cards or dice, sample poisons that twist the mind in strange ways, buy the company of a young bed-partner, or satisfy less common urges prescribed by the laws of both state and church. And all of it was burning. Nona guessed that the pathmays she had killed might have been part of a domer's fist. She still had hope that the Battle Queen's wars on her other border had kept the fist in the east. The idea they might be here, among the horde, scared her in a way that mere numbers could not. She knew that their role was to crack open fortresses and cities that defied their queen, and the West held no bigger defiance than verity. If the fist were here, then probably they were holding their strength in reserve and waiting to see if the walls would fall to more conventional assault. That, or just waiting for enough defenders to mass in one place so that when the fist struck, it would cause maximum carnage. In Nona's brief period of contemplation, 2 men fell from the wall, hammering into the cobbled street close enough that she felt the warm spatter of their blood across her face. She moved quickly out of the danger zone. The corpses of other casualties that had fallen since the last clear-up lay strewn around, Scithrowl among them. Further back, the buildings not yet aflame had been opened to the most badly injured. Their screams, as overworked healers bound wounds and set bones, rose to challenge the clamour from the walls above. Nona pushed on, past the wounded, the supplies, a skittish donkey standing in the stays of an empty wagon, past the reserves, and into an alley leading between the first buildings. The stink of charring flesh pursued Nona towards the palace. She made her way towards the Emperor's spires, visible even above the roofs of mansions. In a street still 100 yards shy of the palace walls, a line of grim-faced men from Crucicle's elite palace guard turned Nona aside. Seeing the suspicion in their leader's eyes as he tried to see past the mud on her tunic, she didn't stay to argue. Nona's goal now was to reunite with her friends. The smoke-haunted streets were echoingly empty. Spent arrows lay here and there, curious in isolation, Flames licked up amid the apple trees in a nearby garden where one of the Scithrowl firepots had landed. All the windows were shuttered, as if the grand houses had closed their eyes to the day's horrors. Nona hunted for her serenity and sought direction. Her thread bonds with Kettle and with Ruli had been pulling her in different directions, but now they started to converge. She followed their guide, jogging along broad streets between mansions with boarded windows. She worked her way around blocked and burning roads, seeking to join up with Abbess Wheel and the convent party. A body lay by the gates of one pillared manse, a white-haired old lady whose broken string of marn pearls was scattered across the flagstones. An arrow protruded from her chest. Nona found it hard not to believe all this a dream. The mighty Verity, rich, powerful, untouched by war for generations. Before nightfall, Scithrowl warriors would prowl where the nobility promenaded the evening before. Only days ago, Nona had met Leno Tassis in these very streets. Much as she wanted the man dead, she wanted his soldiers lined up in the defence of the city more. It would have been a poor time for her to have killed their leader. Even so, she hoped the Scithrowl would catch him and give him a cruel death. Nona turned onto another, wide, tree-lined avenue, where, but for the drifting smoke, everything could have been normal. The wind gusted, clearing the air. And there, out of nowhere, was Abbess Wheel. Crozier held aloft as a golden beacon, half of Sweet Mercy hard on her heels. In the chaos of the defence, Abbess Wheel found nobody of sufficient authority and interest to allocate Sweet Mercy's strength with any direction or goal. Rather than commit her force blind, Wheel had sent Kettle and Benter to scout for any Scithrowl forces already at work within the walls. She kept Nona close to monitor Kettle's observations through her thread bond. In the meantime, the abbess gathered her flock in the shelter of a high-walled garden where no stray arrow would find either novice or nun, and set up her own command post. Nona hugged Ruli and Jula quickly, deflecting their questions as she hurriedly changed back into the old red sister habit with which she had been issued, and tossed away the filthy clothes that had come from a dead Scithrowl on the vinery stair. Kettle and Benter rejoined the group as Nona finished changing. The ease with which they had scaled the wall underlined the fact that Scithrowl assassins were almost certainly at work within the city. Apple pushed through the novices to take Kettle into her arms, careless of Wheel's disapproval. They held tight for a moment, then parted. Apple kept any recriminations for their risk-taking behind tight and worried lips.
"Sister Kettle, Sister Cauldron, report!"
Abbess Wheel's crow screech demanded their attention. Kettle pushed a stray strand of red hair back into Apple's headdress and hurried to the abbess. Nona followed. To her credit, Abbess Wheel listened in grim silence and had only praise for their efforts. Minutes later, Kettle and Benter were leaving again on Wheel's orders, this time to scout for any sign of a breach where reinforcements were needed. Nona was to stay close to monitor Kettle's progress for Wheel, despite her protestations that Apple could do that almost as well. Nona stood, watching through Kettle's eyes while describing what she saw with her own mouth. There were no breaches yet, but in half a dozen places, the battle atop the walls was slowly being lost.
"Those siege towers are the primary threat."
Sister Tallow addressed the assembly as if they were standing on the sands of Blade Hall.
"The Emperor has doubtless massed his forces at the Amber Gate, but you will have observed that their soldiers here stand too thin to withstand the flow of Scithrowl up those towers for long."
"A mystic sister could reduce one to kindling. We've seen what a holy sister can do."
Wheel cast an approving glance at Nona, having been apprised of her efforts on the way into the city.
Though we have precious little to work with here.
The mystic sisters ordained at Sweet Mercy were under Wheel's orders on behalf of High Priest Nevis, but they had long ago been dispatched to the East Front or the Western one. Whether any still survived was unclear. Sister Pan had been able to confirm the deaths of the 3 most powerful of her former pupils. Wheel's gaze flickered across the nuns in front of her. Sister Pan was looking around with a slightly confused smile, as if she thought they were on a trip for 7 Day. Jolie had hunched down, perhaps worried she might catch an arrow, even here. Her threadwork was remarkable, but she wouldn't be exploding a siege tower with it. Nona had already walked the path, and a second walk, even if it were tomorrow, would be a huge risk. Wheel beckoned Cheryl and Haluma, novices from Mystic class.
Sister Pan tells me that you girls have walked the path.
A monk hastened past, his habit splashed with crimson, a longsword in hand.
Grey brothers have fired the towers.
He ran on. Nona hurried out into the road for a view of the wall, past the novices who were risking quick looks around the corner of the street. The slanting, hide-covered roofs of the 5 surviving siege towers punctuated the battlements of the city wall. White smoke vomited from the chain-screened doorways, spilling out over the drawbridges anchored to the walls. It swirled around desperate Scithrowl charging out, more scared of what was behind them than the bloody steel of those waiting outside. Nona called back her observations to Sister Apple, then returned to shelter beside her in the abyss. How could Grey set things like that afire? And unseen? Nona shook her head in wonder. A structure like that? Sister Tallow frowned. To fire that with what a man could carry, and carry undetected. I hope they got away, said Nona. No, replied Apple. They did not. They would have had to infiltrate the Scithrowl, Apple said. They would have had naphtha oil hidden all across them in water skins beneath their clothes. Then, Ancestor take them and love them. They must have lit themselves up inside the structure, somewhere near the bottom, but not too close to the entrance. It took half an hour to clear the walls of Scithrowl. By that time, the siege towers were pillars of flame, starting to collapse in on themselves. Kettle reported that the besieging Scithrowl had retreated to join the greater body of the horde, abandoning their ladders and scaling chains before the walls among the heaped bodies of the fallen. Nona watched the retreat through Kettle's eyes, invited in as the Grey sister took a place on a wall tower.
Look!
Ruli tugged at Nona's arm, pulling her from her visions. Approaching along the broad, paved expanse of the King's Road, named in a time before the Empire, came a strange band, each wearing robes of a single, pale colour, no 2 shades the same. Their advance was slow, almost reluctant. At their head walked a white-haired man, his eyes milky, skin thick with old burns. Nona knew him. Rexus Dagan, the chief academic, who had watched Nona when Sister Pan had brought her with Hessa and Ara to compete at the academy. Beside him was a woman with long grey hair, her robe almost white. They looked to have come direct from the academy building, huddled up against the Emperor's walls on the far side of the palace. Many of their following were no older than the novices around Nona. "Academics," Jula said. "I thought there were more of them." "There were," Apple replied. "And now there are not," Sister Iron said. "There are mystic sisters with them." Nona spotted the sky-blue habits at the back. Sister Pan always wore the common black of the holies, and the sight of the blue was a rarity, even at Sweet Mercy. 2 mystic sisters that she didn't recognize, a pair of mystic brothers, too. Twins to look at them. What are they doing here? Whatever answer might have been forthcoming went unheard as an urgent tug from Kettle stole Nona away. She stood within Kettle's skin once more, alongside the ragged defenders waiting on the wall tower. The elevation afforded a view of the Scithrowl's endless horde, arrayed across Verity's garden lands, an ugly scar where fields green with jump corn had once swayed. Something was coming. Nona couldn't see what Kettle was looking at, just that a great number of Scithrowl were on the move, swirling around, pushing. "They're getting out of the way of something," Kettle said. A space opened around a group of perhaps 24 people. Flames leapt from nowhere, winding up into the air around those approaching the wall, a bright fire torn on swiftly cycling winds that seemed to centre on the newcomers. "Adoma's fist." Kettle raised the bow she had acquired and lofted an arrow towards the Scithrowl mages. Others on the wall followed her example, and soon scores of arrows had taken flight. None of them seemed to reach their targets. Perhaps the winds had turned them from their path. As the Scithrowl drew closer, Nona could see individuals. A group of 5, 2 men and 3 women, nearly naked, dancing at the base of the rising firestorm. 3 more in white cloaks, advancing with their arms raised. Workers of flame and air, weaving a protection against arrows. 3 heavy-set men, in bronze armour, walked at the fore, the fires overhead reflecting on the scales of their mail, and the oiled thickness of muscle on huge arms. Rock workers, perhaps, come to tumble the walls. And behind them, 24 individuals, some tall, some short, some old, some young, clad in all manner of styles, some in the loud colours favoured by their people, others in black cloaks, one in a leather dress set with silver plates, a painfully thin man in antique armour lacquered with red enamel. This last one was their leader. Nona remembered him and many of the others from the memories Kettle had shared of her time in Adoma's court. One thing only united them amid their variety. Sigils. Even at this distance, they scratched at Nona's mind. All of them wore at least a couple of sigil wards, like the path mage had. "They're all quantals." Nona realised she was back with the abbess and had spoken aloud. "Tell me." It wasn't Wheel who was shaking Nona. Sister Pan had her arm in an iron grip. "What did you say?" "Adoma's fist," Nona said. "Adoma's fist is coming." Rexus Dagon and his allies had reached the convent party. Ahead of them, beyond the walls, the windstorm had twisted the day's smoke into strange patterns. The remnants of the siege towers collapsed before the strengthening gale, sparks and embers filling the air. "Kettle showed me. Adoma's fist is coming," Nona repeated. She hadn't thought there would be so many quantals. If the marshals were full-blood specialising in fire, air and stonework, they alone could threaten the walls. But with a score of path mages at their backs, there was no chance of resisting them. On Scithrowl's distant border, with the kingdom of old, it was said that Adoma's fist had struck down great castles and laid waste to armies. They had never been seen within the empire, though, not by any that lived to tell of it. The hope that they would remain in the east, occupied with the war against Ald, had always been a vain one. But now, as it shattered, Nona realised how hard she and many others had clung to it. "Well, it's too late to save the wall now." Sister Pan released Nona's arm and shuffled out to intercept the academics. Nona followed to ensure no stray arrows found the old woman, since she seemed wholly oblivious to the threat.
"Mistress Path."
Rexus Dagon favoured Sister Pan with a low bow.
"If you will excuse us, duty calls. I'm sure you will have sensed the presence of our enemy beyond the walls."
Even as he spoke, Nona sensed it too, vibrations rippling out through the threadscape, trembling in the spiderweb. Footsteps were being taken along the path. Many footsteps, as if an army were marching along it. Sister Pan made no move to get out of the old man's way.
"We really must hurry."
He looked far from enthusiastic about the prospect. Nona wasn't sure how much the man saw with those blind eyes of his, but it was clearly enough to know that he would much rather be somewhere else.
"Duty calls."
"Duty." Sister Pan held her hand out, palm up, and a charred flake settled into it from the air. Others were descending all around like a black rain, some still glowing. "It's too late to save the wall." The black flake became lost against the darkness of her palm.
"We'll save it."
Rexus leaned on his staff, his voice lowering.
"Or die trying."
"I remember you as a little boy, Rexus." Pan shook her head. "You had the bluest eyes, and your nose was always running. You should stay here, with your friends." Rexus bowed his head.
"I wish I could, Mistress Path. Even so, the strength of the Empire is not wholly spent. My fellow mages and I may not have reputations for murder and carnage, but Adoma's creatures will find that we know a few tricks of our own. If we must sell our lives, the price will be a dear one, and far fewer of our enemy than they expect will live to see what they have purchased. Now, if you will excuse me, dear lady."
He raised his staff and turned to those gathered behind him.
"Onwards."
"Wait here. I'll deal with this." Sister Pan began to walk towards the city wall. Above it, black clouds swirled, shot through with streaks of fire. The defenders cowered now, crouched behind their battlements.
"Nonsense."
Rexus hurried to overtake Sister Pan. The academics followed him, the mystic brothers too. Only the pair of holy witches kept their place. "Wait. Here." Sister Pan never moved her fingers when thread-working. She said it was a habit you grew out of, like moving your lips when reading. Even so, Nona saw the moment when she pulled the chief academic's thread.
"Yes."
Rexus turned to his followers with new conviction.
"We should wait here."
He announced it as if it had been his plan all along. Around his neck, the mendant sigil that should have kept him from such manipulation, even if his mind did not, glittered impotently. Sister Pan carried on towards the wall, her stride longer and more sure than Nona had seen it in her 10 years at the convent. The sinking sun threw the ancient woman's shadow before her, and in the dying crimson of its light, she seemed no longer old. "Sister!" Nona caught up with Pan, keeping her gaze on the wall, alert for arrows. "I have to take you back. It's not safe." She reached for the ancient's arm, prepared to carry her if need be.
"Stay. It will be all right, child."
Pan walked on.
"Yes, it will."
Nona suddenly understood that Pan going to the wall alone was a fine idea. She wondered why she hadn't seen it before. She stood there, puzzling. A moment later, Nona decided that the plan had a small flaw. She would go with Pan, even though she had been told to stay. Then it would be all right. Pan registered Nona's return with a raised eyebrow, then a shrug. She gestured towards the stonework rising before them.
"Can you see where the blocks will fall?"
"What?"
"It's written right before us. If you look at how the threads run through the granite, you can see where it will break. Seeing where the parts will fall is a little harder, Nina, but threads run into the future as well as the past. You can see the trajectories they will. Ah, here. No, a little to the left." She pulled Nona to a particular spot. "It's Nona, and—" The rest of what Nona had to say was lost in a cracking that split the world, a rumble as deep as the black ice, and the screaming as the great wall of verity began to tumble inwards. The section of wall that exploded was 100 yards wide and centered right in front of them. Nona slowed time's steady march to a crawl. Huge blocks descended on gravity's arcs, their languid rotation spraying smaller stones and broken fragments, plates of ancient plaster scything through the air, others bursting, dust trails spiralling in their wake. True to Sister Pan's reading, although blocks the size of carts hammered down all around her and Nona, nothing save a few pebbles and 2 fist-sized fragments came directly at them. These Nona managed to deflect. Even before the impacts had stopped vibrating through the soles of Nona's feet, a thick cloud of dust began to rise. For a minute or so they stood blind, surrounded by dust so dense that even the howling winds couldn't strip it away. The world returned in snatches, and then, in one fierce, hot blast, the air was clear. Nona and Pan stood alone, both of them coated grey. A domer's fist emerged from the smoke, picking their way over and around the rubble. First, a lone woman in her leather battle dress. Then 2 men, one in courtly attire, the other in a robe so overblown that he might be mistaken for a street magician, were it not for the sigils marked in gold thread. Over a dozen others followed, with the thin man in the red armour leading them. The Quantles were to the fore now, the Marshals working their magics to the rear. A fire-laced hurricane rose around them, a shell to protect from arrows, with Nona and Pan inside its perimeter. All eyes were on them, the fist variously amused, surprised, or dismissive. The street magician seemed outraged. "Is this all the Emperor sends to stand before us? A child and a crone?"
He spoke the Empire tongue with harsh angles, but clear enough.
"Wait."
The thin man in red raised his gauntleted hand, as several around him made to summon their power.
"Can it be? The path measure of sweet mercy. I had heard you were dead."
"Not quite, Yom Rala. Not quite." Pan smiled, but there was sadness in it. Yom Rala. Nona remembered his name now, and the fear that had coloured Kettle's voice when she spoke of him. The man had a deadly reputation. Yom Rala addressed his colleagues.
You will have heard of Sister Pan. In the Antral Wars they whispered her name. She brought Dalamar low before most of us were born, and the mage of Elon, too. When enough time has passed for her to be counted as history, they will set her name among the most famed pathwalkers of this empire, and speak it with that of Sister Cloud and Sister Owl.
She looks as if walking to a grave would be beyond her,
cried a young woman in a sigil robe of fiery yellows and oranges. Several of the younger path mages laughed.
We will show Sister Pan respect,
Yom Rala barked. He repeated himself in Scithrowl, then addressed the nun in softer tones, his accent almost unnoticeable.
I would offer to duel, but it is said you haven't walked the path in 20 years.
Sister Pan bowed to the Scithrowl mage. This is true, but I cannot duel you. Yom Rala tilted his head.
You still manage a few steps. Remarkable at your age, sister. But I should have expected no less.
He glanced at Nona.
Have you brought a champion to stand in your stead?
Nina.
She's a little girl.
She really ought to start running now. Pan motioned for Nona to go, and suddenly it seemed like a really good idea. Even so, Nona stayed. The suggestion's power blew her will away like clock seeds in a corridor wind, but something stronger anchored Nona to the spot. She hadn't realised that she loved the old woman before, but she did. And Nona Grey could no more walk away from that than from her own skin. Through the wide hole torn in the city wall, Nona could see Adoma's horde surging forward. Tens of thousands, armed for war, running full tilt towards the breach.
She's a crazed old nun.
One of the senior mages came to stand at Yom's shoulder.
The Softmen say she hasn't reached the path in a decade and more.
It is true, Pan said. I haven't reached the path since before this girl beside me was a twinkle in her father's eye. Yom bowed his head with regret and waved one of his flame weavers forward.
Kill her and be done.
I haven't reached the path in 20 years, because in all that time, I have never left it. Sister Pan glanced again at Nona. Run, child. Please. And Nona was running, even as she knew it was wrong and that she should stay with her teacher, even as her eyes clouded with tears. She ran. That please had made her go. She ran faster than she had ever thought she might, without the path to speed her way. She felt the step that took Sister Pan from the path where she had walked every day and every hour of Nona's life. What that might be like lay beyond Nona's imagining. She only knew that not even the Ancestor could own that much power. Sister Pan had walked in glory all this time, knowing that to leave would be the end of her. That single step from the path sent shockwaves through the world. Waves that would ride the threadscape around the entirety of Abus' globe. There would be no Quantal, not even an ice triber at the edge of some distant hot sea near the planet's pole, who would not know that some great thing had fallen. What saved Nona, more than the distance she was able to put between herself and Sister Pan, was that even though Pan could not hope to own what the path had given her, she somehow managed to give it direction. The blast lifted Nona from her feet and threw her the length of the street, almost to the feet of the abbess and chief academic. All of them were felled. Nona struggled for her breath, and despite the pain all along the side where she hit the ground, was among the first to rise. She gazed back the way she had come, towards the yawning breach and the fires fringing it. Nothing lay beyond, save a great wide trench, torn yards deep in the black earth of the Empire, and smoking all along its length. Chapter 23. Holy Class. In the aftermath of Sister Pan's spectacular demise, Nona became aware of 3 things. First, that although Adoma's fist had been so broken that not even a tatter of sigil robe fluttered to the ground where they had stood, and although the many thousands charging for the breach had been reduced to fragments of charred bone, the Scithrowl horde remained tens of thousands strong, and against all sense, rather than running for their homeland in panic, they were once again advancing. The second thing was that Sister Pan's death had struck her like a knife between the ribs. Nona thought of the dried flower that had fallen from the nun's hidden book, and found she had tears running from her eyes. The third thing she realized was that neither Jula nor Ruli were among the novices regrouping before Abbess Wheel. "Where is Jula?" Nona tried to shake an answer from Alatta. Discarding the disoriented Alatta, she caught hold of Ketty, who was bleeding from a gashed forehead. "Where's Ruli?" Concentrate!" Nona's own senses were ringing, and not just from the physical force of the explosion. Her blood still resonated with the energies released. Perhaps the path itself had quivered like a plucked string. Nona had been shaken to her core and felt in no condition to exercise any of the gifts her quantal or martial heritage had bestowed upon her. "Ketty!" "I thought they were helping them." "Who?" "That woman and the guardsman." Ketty touched her forehead and looked at her crimson fingers in astonishment. "What woman? What did she do?" "She was helping Ruli up." Ketty gestured down the street. "Over there, by the gatepost with the carved lions." Between Nona and the gate stood the cart in which Sister Pan had ridden with the shipheart. It sat listing on a broken wheel, the iron casket nearby, lying on its side on the flagstones. "Where did they go?" Confusion clouded Ketty's eyes. "I thought they came this way. The men were carrying Jula." By the garden wall, Abbess Wheel called Nona's name. The foremost of the Scithrowl horde were now charging through the charnel-filled trench, where their brothers and sisters had perished just minutes before. Sister Iron and Sister Tallow were leading the way towards the breach, with soldiers emerging from the side streets to support them. The setting sun threw their shadows towards the enemy and stained all their steel with blood. On the nearest stairs from the city wall, defenders queued to descend and join the stand. Mally came running back from the main group. "The abbess wants you to bring the shipheart, Nona. Sister Cage." Nona ignored her, taking Ketty's face in her hands and steering it towards her own. Once Ketty had been much taller than her. Now she had to look up. "Concentrate. The men, what were they wearing?" "Scarlet. Guard's uniform." Nona released her. Ketty wiped the blood from her hand and started back towards the other novices around the abbess. "And silver," she called over her shoulder, before drawing her sword from its scabbard. "The shipheart, Nona?" Mally pointed, unwilling to go near the fallen casket. "Scarlet and silver. Scherzel's colours." The men who had caught Nona in Relham Forest just outside her village. The men who had set her on the long path to the place where she now stood, beneath the dirt and blood. Those men had worn Scherzel's colours too. "Scherzel's guards have taken Jula." Nona tried to open the thread bond she had forged with Ruli, using the commonality of their martial blood. Immediately, deafening echoes of Sister Pan's final act filled her skull and she doubled up, both hands pressed to the sides of her head. "Are you all right, Nona?" Mally at her side now. Nona looked towards the breach where the Scithrowl charge was already within the long shadow of the walls. Abbess Wheel was leading Nona's classmates and teachers towards that gap. The people who had been Nona's life since she was a small girl. Before them lay only torn earth, broken stone, and certain death. The Scithrowl were numberless, unstoppable. She saw Ketty at the back, Alata and Lini side by side, ready to die as they had lived, together. Genna looking short beside Sister Oak. A fresh pang of sorrow stabbed through Nona. She saw Sister Pan's sad smile. None of them wanted to die. Not even Pan, with 100 years behind her. But at least they would die together, and fighting. With an oath, Nona turned her back on them all and ran from Mally towards the Emperor's spires. On the way past the broken cart, she scooped up the shipheart in its casket. The shipheart's aura beat at Nona, tearing at the roots of her personality as she ran, eager to reshape her. She endured it for 2 streets, then threw the casket over a high garden wall. A mansion lay behind the garden, and behind that an open plaza that stretched to Crucicle's gates. The ring of Imperial guards that had turned her away before would be waiting for her. She scaled the wall and dropped beside the casket before moving away to crouch by the trunk of an elm tree. Dusk filled the garden, and for a moment the battle seemed far away, already half a dream. Nona muttered her serenity poem. "She's falling down, she's falling down, the moon, and wrapped herself in the cool distance of the trance. "Ruli." She opened the thread bond to her friend.
"Oh, thank the Ancestor."
Ruli lifted her head from a one-eyed contemplation of the patterned floor. "What?" Jula hissed. "What?" Close by, in front of a pair of tall bronze doors, 6 of Scherzel's guards stood, tense and ready, as their captain engaged in heated conversation with 3 men in the Emperor's green and gold, who barred his way. "It's nothing." Nona spoke the words inside Ruli's skull.
"It's
"Nothing," Ruli said.
I just remembered that we have a friend looking out for us."
She tried to open her other eye, but it stayed swollen shut. "A friend?" Jula glanced up at the nearest guard. "What do you... Oh!" She closed her mouth and pressed her lips firmly together.
"I'm coming to get you both. Just make sure to show me everything."
Nona could have deepened the bond and steered Ruli's gaze where she wanted it, but she could feel her friend's apprehension. Any deeper, and she would lose control over how much they shared through the bond, and sharing fear would do neither of them any good. They both had plenty of their own. The guard captain appeared to have won his argument, because the Emperor's men stepped back and pulled open the doors. Ruli found herself being hauled roughly to her feet, and Nona realized for the first time that her wrists had been bound together behind her back. Before being led through the doors, Ruli took a long look back the way they had come. A wide corridor lined with paintings and statuary stretched off towards a distant chamber lit by a curious blue light.
"Move it."
A guardsman shoved her and Ruli, staggering into another chamber. This one with a domed ceiling offering the darkening sky through a round window high above. Streaks of black crossed the patch of midnight blue, and the smell of smoke, absent in the corridor, could be smelled again. Crucicle's palace appeared to be even more of a warren than Scherzel's. It seemed that the idea was to impress the Emperor's grandeur on the world by covering as much of it as possible with endless chambers, halls, galleries, shrines, and corridors. Ruli's good eye flickered left and right, picking out detail. The place seemed almost deserted. No doubt the guards were protecting the exterior. The other occupants were probably huddled together in some inner sanctum, since misery loves company, and since the Empire had run out of places for people of quality to flee to. Eventually, after descending 3 flights of stairs, they came to an iron door, manned by 2 guards in scarlet and silver. Behind the door lay a library, not the grand, showy kind that Nona had glimpsed on her rare ventures into rich men's homes, but something more akin to the High Priest's vault, or the small collection within Sweet Mercy's scriptorium. Among the dusty browns and blacks of leather-bound tomes, Scherzel's diamonds and gown of silver white seemed wholly out of place.
"Novices!"
She greeted them with a wide, gleaming smile. The Scithrowl might be cutting a path towards the palace, but Scherzel had taken the time to have her rouge applied, her lips painted scarlet, the dark red curls of her mane brushed to a high shine.
Ruli and Jula.
She pointed at them in turn with a long, sharp-nailed finger.
"I'm glad you could join us."
"We need to be with our rabbits."
Ruli's voice came out as a squeak. She deepened it and tried to inject some outrage.
"The Scithrowl are through the city wall."
Yes, Adoma and her tedious horde."
Scherzel turned and walked to the back of the room.
"You girls will do a lot more good here. I can assure you of that. It's no coincidence that I chose to meet you in a library."
She pushed aside 2 piles of books, letting them topple to the floor. Behind her, the iron door opened again, and a young woman, clad in a grey tunic with a black chainmail shirt of very fine gauze, entered. She took the novices in with dark eyes, above high cheekbones.
"Saphira."
The recognition leaped from Nona's mind to Ruli's lips. The memory of the woman carrying Jula from the aftermath of the explosion rose in both their minds. Days before, she had been in the company of Leno Tassis. Saphira raised a brow at Ruli, then turned to Scherzel.
"I have the code. I had to kill the Night Protector."
"No matter."
Scherzel returned her attention to the area of wall that had been obscured by the piled books. She unsheathed a knife and started to prise at the stone blocks.
"Now where are you hiding?"
She tutted and tried the point of her blade a little further along. Without warning, the block opened, the whole thing just a stone front attached to a wooden door a foot wide and 6 inches tall. Behind it lay a set of 3 gleaming steel wheels set into a steel plate marked with numbers.
10-24,
Saphira said. Scherzel rotated each of the wheels to the numbers she had named. A grinding noise started up behind Ruli, and she turned with a start. A rectangular section of what had seemed to be tiled floor was now drawing back under the rest to reveal a set of stairs.
"The wonders of our forefathers."
Scherzel clapped her hands with enthusiasm.
"But of course you 2 girls know all about that."
She picked up one of the lanterns from the reading table and began her descent even before the floor had fully retracted.
"Come along. Quickly now. It will slide back on you if you dawdle."
The guards followed, Jula and Ruli prodded along between them, Saphira bringing up the rear. The stairway led down on a square spiral, and the turns kept coming. The depth of the Emperor's cellars seemed remarkable, even to novices who had lived with the cave-riddled thickness of the Rock of Faith beneath them. Eventually, they emerged into a surprisingly dry chamber, with no hint of cave about it. Scithrowl turned to face them and raised her lantern. "You'll like this." She cleared her throat. "Lights on." Across the ceiling, rectangles of white light flickered into being. Others appeared along the length of 2 corridors, leading off in opposite directions. Nona had never seen illumination so steady or so white. It wrought strange changes in the colours it shone upon. "Come!" Scithrowl led off again, her gown billowing with each long stride. They passed doorways left and right, opening onto square white rooms, echoingly empty, or sometimes dark rooms, or rooms lit by flickers. Occasionally, Ruli would glimpse something within. An object covered with a sheet, a chest or cabinet perhaps, a section of black metal, perforated with circular holes, broken from part of some larger structure maybe, a toothed wheel of a metal too orangey to be gold, a mass of wires emerging from a silver-grey sphere. Did they wriggle, or was that a fluttering of the light? While Ruli marvelled, Nona was put in mind of the inner sanctum at the Hope Church in Whitelake. What had Preacher Mikkel said? The Sis build their homes over the best of what remains in the corridor. The emperors themselves built their palace above the Ark, and bind the academy to them with its power. "Wait!" Scithrowl held up a hand and stopped in a section of the corridor that seemed no different to any other. "You'll like this too, novices. My father showed it to my brother and me long ago, before our sister was born." She tossed her knife out in front of her. It jerked in the air, becoming a shower of bright pieces that fell to the ground in front of one of the dark doorways. A surprisingly musical tinkle accompanied the destruction. "You'll like it less if you disappoint me. It can be used with more subtlety to unpleasant effect. Well, unpleasant for the person being peeled. It's quite fun to watch." She went to the wall and tapped out a rapid, changing beat. A panel slid back, and she pressed her finger upon a glowing disc inside. "Safe now?" Even so, she motioned the guardsman through before her. Ruli glanced to the left as she stepped over the pieces of Scherzel's knife. A dark room, the same on the right. Just as her eyes slid away, a flicker of light offered a confusion of hard lines and stark shadows. A circle. Nona made her friend's gaze linger for one more heartbeat, piercing the darkness with Ruli's shadow work. A great ring, taller than a man, and leaning against the rear wall. Scithrowl stopped again, 10 yards on, and waited for them all to pass before tapping the same pattern on the wall. For a moment, the corridor behind them filled with faint lines, as if 100 glass blades were crisscrossing it. They faded from sight in moments. "That annoying friend of yours can do something similar, no? But in the days when our people built the Ark, we knew how to make mere mechanisms that would do as much. Our forebears could take a few cogs and gears, mix in some wires and lighting, and have a device that could do anything." An echo of Nona's hatred for the woman curled Ruli's lip. Which of them clenched her hands into fists, neither could tell. "Patience," Nona said, as much to herself as to Ruli. "I will find you." Scithrowl resumed the lead. 100 yards on, the corridor terminated in a white door. Saphira came to join the Emperor's sister at the front. Scithrowl stepped forward, and the door slid away to reveal a large, white-walled chamber. 6 white doors stood spaced around the perimeter. A huge circular silver door had been set into the floor at the centre of the chamber, its single hinge thicker than a man's leg. Around it stood a trio of the Emperor's guards, their breastplates enamelled in green and gold. "If you would." Scithrowl nodded towards Saphira. "Oh, wait!" She raised her voice and turned towards the 3 men. "Unless you'd like to join my cause and pledge to my service, of course. I'm much more agreeable to work for than my brother." The men drew their swords together. "Oh well." Scithrowl motioned Saphira on. 4 of her guards followed the woman out towards the centre of the chamber. Nona blinked away the vision as the blood began to spray. Saphira was every bit as dangerous as Kettle. She settled back into her own flesh, surprised by how dark the night had grown. Nona steeled her will and summoned her floor blades. Even in this tranquil garden just a stone's throw from the walls of the Emperor's palace, she could now hear the clash and roar of the battle in the streets. Her sisters would be crossing blades with the enemy. She felt Kettle's urgent query along their thread bond, and closed it off with a shake of her head. The iron casket surrendered before her blades, and the Noir-Gwyn shipheart rolled out onto the grass. No part of her wanted to touch it. Nona remembered Abba's glass, her hand above the candle flame, flesh melting from her bones, refusing to withdraw despite the agony. Damnation! She reached out and picked up the glowing ball. Immediately its cold fire ran along her bones, and the whispers began inside her skull. Touching the shipheart didn't hurt. It was more like being forced to remember being hurt. Rather than climb out one-handed, Nona scowled at the wall between her and the palace. With the shipheart to augment her rockwork, the bricks and mortar surrendered in moments. She swirled the rising dust around her, lifting it behind her like the wings of a dragon. Theatre was her only real key to the palace, if she wasn't prepared to kill her way in. Crucicle's ring of guardsmen had tightened so much that their backs were literally against the wall. High above them, the light of a burning city danced across battlements. The palace, while fortified, was far from being a fortress. The city walls and the Emperor's armies were his defence. When the Scithrowl came against his home, it would not take them long to force an entry. 6 guards came forward from their positions, more starting to advance to either side. The officer among them, a gerent standing at least 8 foot tall, levelled her spear at Nona's approach. The gleaming point trembled as the fringes of the shipheart's aura rooted out the woman's private terrors. "You can stop where you stand, or die a step in front of it." Sweat beaded her dark brow, but duty bound the officer to the spot. Her subordinates, however, took several paces back. "I am Sister Cage, and this is the shipheart." Nona's augmented windwork let her voice carry all along the line, overwriting the sounds of the as-yet unseen battle. "It belongs to Emperor Crucicle, and the Ancestor has bidden me to bring it from the convent of Sweet Mercy to aid him." She pressed with her martial empathy, willing them to accept her word, and took another step forward. "Will any among you take this burden from me and deliver it to the Emperor in my place?" She held it out, letting the wind carry the sound of battle to the walls, making it seem even closer. The gerent guard ground her teeth and furrowed her brow, proving resistant to suggestion. "I don't know you, sister. I cannot admit you without someone to vouch for—" "I know her," a shout from the walls above. "And you know me. Let her in, Curler." Nona squinted up at the walls. Rhaegal waved at her.
"You know Rhaegal?" she asked. "Everyone knows Rhaegal."
The woman stepped back with a relieved expression.
"Meet her at the scholar's door," she roared up to Rhaegal. "She's your responsibility."
She pointed a blunt finger to the left.
"Small door with stone scrolls above the lintel. About 100 yards that way."
The word went along the line, and all the guards cleared out of Nona's path. She walked rather than ran, concentrating on resisting the shipheart.
"What in all hell is that?"
Rhaegal's jaw snapped shut, and he backed away with the guardsman behind the scholar's door. He paled as the shipheart reached out to twist his mind.
"You have to stay away,"
Nona said.
"Thanks for the advice."
Rhaegal pressed his back against a column and stayed where he was. After a moment, he found his smile and forced it onto a white face, beaded with sweat.
"I don't think I have any choice in the matter. Damn near soiled myself."
Further back among the antechamber's columns, 5 guardsmen huddled together, spears ready. 2 of them were weeping. Nona felt like crying herself. That, or screaming to drown out the voices echoing in her fracturing mind. The power that the shipheart gave her was incredible, but her skin was already crawling as if a dozen devils were already following their separate paths across her.
"How are you here?"
The question escaped Nona despite her gritted teeth and the urgency of her mission. It shamed her to admit to herself that she hadn't once thought of Rhaegal in the past 2 days. If she had, she would have expected to find him with the Caltus fighters, rather than within the palace. And all Partnus Reeves fighters had probably been conscripted to join the force at the Amber Gate. For a moment, the image of Denham in full armour flickered across her mind. If anyone could give the Scithrowl pause, it would be that 10-foot stack of muscle and hate.
"Why aren't you with the others?"
"You know me."
Rhaegal's smile twisted.
"Darling of the Sis. Everyone wanted me in their personal guard. I had to choose which invitation from which lord's lady I wanted to accept." Even before he had finished speaking, Nona knew that she would be asking no more questions. She had to get to the others.
"A blue room. A room with blue light. I need to get there."
Rhaegal frowned.
"I know it. Follow me."
Nona followed, her pace even, the shipheart held in her 2 hands, as far out in front of her as she could reach. Its light infected the illumination of crystal lamps hung on golden chains, turning each corridor into something otherworldly, and sending straying servants back, screaming into the rooms they'd looked out from. She fixed her gaze on Rhaegal's retreating back, and walked on.
"He's betraying you with some cis whore."
The voice in Nona's head was hers, but she didn't own it.
"What you had together was precious, sacred, holy."
A different voice, also hers, also not hers.
"Tear out his heart."
Nona felt her floor blades spring into being, and a liquid rage replaced her blood. Her eyes fixated on the spot between Rhaegal's shoulder blades, where Sister Tallow used to instruct her to sink the knife for best effect. She tore her gaze away, and a glance at her hands confirmed her fears. Both were stained with devils of her own making, writhing in the shipheart's glow. She choked down a horrified laugh. To pass Abbess Wheel's spirit test and take the black of a holy sister, every novice had to be able to recite the 13 methods for purging a devil, and to give a detailed account of how the victim should be put to death, and how their corpse should be disposed of. The method depended on the nature of the possession, and whether the devil was driven from the victim successfully or not. She'd not worn the black a week, and here she was, unholy and unclean, fit only for killing.
Nona?
A fresh voice shook her from her contemplation. This was a voice she didn't own, one she knew, urgent, desperate even.
Nona, where are you?
Nona let the thread bond take her. Anything to get away from the shipheart. She left just enough of herself behind to keep her upright, legs moving. Kettle sprinted across a terracotta expanse, pushing herself to the limit. Ahead, flames leapt, roaring from a shattered roof. She raced along a blazing rafter, too swift to burn. Bursting clear of the fire, she ran on with reckless haste. Apple needed her. She leapt from the slope of one tiled roof, across a broad street, and crashed into a roof on the opposite side. Huntsker's speed carried her up the slope, scattering broken tiles beneath her heels. She crested the roof ridge, and before her lay the wideness of the King's Road, crammed with Scithrowl warriors from one side to the other, their numbers stretching back 100 yards to the shattered walls of Verity, and the ocean of their countrymen still massed beyond. Their howls and screams shook the air, resonating in Kettle's chest, an inhuman noise, at once terrifying, desperate, exhilarating. The Emperor's lines stood 10 ranks thick, but the Scithrowl's surging advance had isolated pockets of defenders. One such group lay beneath her, now 20 yards within the Scithrowl horde, trapped against the wall of some lord's townhouse. The stranded defenders included a score of Empire soldiers, and all of Abbaswheel's party. Kettle's gaze anchored itself on a glimpse of long red hair, the owner on the ground between Lini and Alatta, who fought like demons to clear the space around her.
Apple!
Without hesitation, Kettle threw herself down the far side of the roof and jumped from the guttering, trailing shadows. She drew her sword and dagger as she fell, dropping deeper into the moment than any but a full-blood Hunsker can. Kettle's descent became a flying kick that broke a man's neck, and she rode him to the ground, cutting the throat of a Scithrowl to the left and taking the head off the one to the right. Before that head had bounced its way from chest to back to ground among the tight-packed enemy, Kettle had struck 6 more blows, and 6 of her foe were starting to pump their life's blood from the wounds that would kill them. She caught glimpses of her sisters, a face here, spattered with blood and twisted with rage, another, pale and serene. A novice bleeding so heavily from a head wound that Kettle couldn't even recognize her, but swinging her sword all the same. Nona knew Ara would never forgive her for having her left at the convent, but part of her rejoiced that her friend wasn't here and that she didn't have to watch her die. Wrapped in Hunsker speed, Kettle sidestepped a lazy knife thrust and leaned away from a swinging blade. A series of kicks and trips sent 4 more Scithrowl to the floor, clutching their spears. Kettle swirled the darkness around her, lent it teeth and poisoned it with fear. Lacerated by unseen edges and filled with horror, the nearest of the enemy threw themselves back, clearing space.
Apple!
Kettle was on her knees at Apple's side. The nun's habit glistened above her ribs. Apple reached for Kettle's cheek with blood-stained fingers.
I knew you would come.
Kettle's hands were busy tearing the stubborn cloth to expose the wound. A spear thrust, a crimson hole in Apple's pale flesh. A hole that bubbled and sucked. Kettle's horror tore through Nona with such ferocity that she was nearly driven back to her body in the palace halls. The Grey sister let none of it show on her face, but worked calmly, maintaining her peripheral awareness of the battle around her.
He got your lung.
Kettle took Apple's hand from her face and set it to the wound.
Pinch it closed.
Lini staggered back, spraying blood, and Kettle lunged back to her feet, seizing up her weapons again. 3 huge Scithrowl with large round shields and short but heavy axes pursued Leanie's retreat. Kettle dived between their legs, cutting tendons and muscle on her way through, until she found herself in a forest of Scithrowl. Rage bubbled at the edges of her serenity. Apple lay dying. Apple! A gerent warrior tried to stamp on her, while on all sides others changed their grip on their spears, preparing to stab down at her as she rolled and twisted. A heavy boot kicked the sword from her hand. Kettle tried to pull venomed pins from her inner pocket, but had to abandon the attempt to writhe between the first 2 of many spear thrusts. The Scithrowl hammered down at her in the same manner that peasants pound grain with milling poles. In the midst of Kettle's thoughts, Nona could see the situation offered no hope for survival.
"Give me your body."
Nona reached out along Kettle's limbs, seeking to drop the dagger she still clenched.
"Save her, Nona."
And in a show of ultimate trust, Kettle surrendered her will entirely. Nona abandoned the dagger and bunched Kettle's hands into fists. In Nona's own 2 hands, she held a power so great that it was killing her, driving every talent she had past its maximum potential, burning her up. She drove forth the floor blades that had been part of her life for so long, not from her own flesh, but from Kettle's, and made of them not many blades, but 1 from each hand, both as long as the great sword. As they sprang from her flesh, the nun's blood painted their invisible length, giving them form. Nona used Kettle's breathtaking speed to lift her from the ground, flinging her arms wide and spinning as she rose. The Scithrowl fell to pieces on all sides, chainmail, shields, spears, swords, all sliced apart. Kettle cut a broad path back to Apple, restraining her butchery only when Alata came into view, battling several of the foe. For 30 long seconds, under Nona's guidance, Kettle spent her reserves of speed with reckless abandon, piling Scithrowl bodies in broken drifts. Behind her, Sisters Tallow, Iron, and Rock organised a fighting perimeter. Even Abbess Wheel took a place, wielding her sword with savage glee and a degree of skill that reminded her flock that she had once passed the blade test. They fought in darkness now. The sun had gone down on a day that would be long remembered, though it seemed unlikely that any of them would see another dawn. In the midst of her circle of carnage, Kettle paused.
"Where are—"
Nona struggled to remember the names of the Quantal novices from Mystic class.
"Cheryl and Haluma."
She loaned power to Kettle's voice and a martial compulsion that demanded an answer.
"Here."
Sister Oak coughed the word bloodily from where she lay with one arm around the corpse of a young girl.
"There."
She nodded to a wounded novice, propped against the wall. Kettle reached Haluma in 3 strides. She knotted her fingers in the back of the novice's habit and hauled her to her feet. Blood spilled down the girl's leg from a deep cut, but she had hold of her wits.
"I am going to throw you at the path. You are going to take what you need and open a way back to our lines. Understand?"
"No."
The girl stared at her, wide eyes.
What are you talking about, Sister Kettle?"
Nona set the palm of her other hand to Haluma's forehead, reached out with the shiphearts' power, and shoved the girl at the burning line of the path. She felt Haluma's first step, watched as she ran on, trying to tame her speed, nudged her back when she started to fall. After 8 steps, Haluma missed a twist completely and jolted back into her body. Immediately, she started to shake apart. Nona clasped both hands to the sides of the girl's head, pressing hard to support her weight, but pressing still harder in ways that mattered more, holding her together.
"Own your power."
And Haluma did. An instant later, she released it in a blast of light and heat, The channel that Haluma cut through the Scithrowl lay littered with blackened body parts, but was otherwise clear.
Drag the wounded.
Through cattle, Nona grabbed the nearest novices and shoved them towards the backs of the last few Scithrowl, between them and the Emperor's soldiers. She moved back through the convent group, shoving one after the next towards the defensive line, until she found herself face to face with a shocked Sister Tallow.
Keep the passage open until they're through.
Sister Kettle?
Do it.
Nona moved on, pressing Ketty and Genna into dragging Sister Oak. They had to pull Cheryl too, as the nun refused to release the girl's body, unable to admit that she was dead. The sudden wave of emotion that seized both Nona and Kettle, seeing Oak cling to the novice's broken corpse, threatened to shake Nona back to her flesh. She held tight. Wheel ordered other able-bodied novices to pull away more of the injured. The latter hurried past with Leanie in her arms, and Scithrowl closing on her. The closest man hurled his spear. Using Kettle's Hunsker speed, Nona caught it and hurled it back without reversing it. The wooden haft felled its former owner, knocking the helm from his head and shattering the orbit of his eye. Kettle cast around for Apple. Had she been taken back to the defenders' main line? There was no time. Too many soldiers crowding in. Nona summoned thin floor swords again and threw herself into the advancing mass of enemy warriors.
Nona!
Something hit her, bounced off, and shattered.
Nona!
Nona had the feeling that the person had been calling her name for a while. She blinked the violet light from her eyes and looked up.
Nona?
Rhaegal stood at the edge of the chamber against one of a number of tapestries depicting great seascapes. He had a vase in one hand, ready to throw. It looked very valuable. A stained glass ocean decorated the dome above them. The first stars had started to show in a black sky. Nona spun around, her eyes fixed on two marble statues of wrestlers sizing each other up across an archway leading from the chamber. More statues, alternating with portraits, punctuated the corridor leading away from the exit.
Rhaegal's been bedding some cis whore. Force him to speak the truth.
Nona felt her face contort with the ugliness of her suspicion.
Cut his lying tongue out.
She turned back towards Rhaegal with a stare that should have transfixed him.
Kill them together.
I hate you.
The words broke from her, dripping venom. Nona snarled, shaking her head to rid it of the voices. She tried to bite down on their anger. It was something she didn't own. With an effort, she lowered her gaze from Rhaegal's confusion to the stains rising slowly up her wrists from where her fingers made contact with the shipheart.
Stay here. If you follow me, I'll kill you.
And then, without looking back, she turned for the archway and began to run. Chapter 24. Holy Class. Nona ran the length of the hallway to the bronze doors at the far end. Two of the guardsmen who had delayed Sherzal's men were still on duty. Nona slowed to a walk as she drew closer. Nothing in her appearance qualified her for entry, and the two men were drawing their swords before the unease they felt at the shipheart's approach turned to fear and then terror. The slowness of her advance allowed them to retain enough of their wits to be able to unlock the doors. They ran through, leaving the doors wide open behind them. Nona followed them. She gathered her recollection of what she'd seen through Ruli's eyes, and it proved sufficient to get her to the iron door of the library. Considering the lock, she pulled its thread without so much as a twitch of her fingers. Once in, she took the last lantern, upended the reading table, and struck a leg from it. A floor blade jabbed into the far wall, soon uncovered the hidden alcove. Nona didn't waste time on the complex tangle of threads that might or might not yield to her efforts and undo the lock for the stairs. Instead, she simply set the wheels to the same numbers that Scithrowl had. She squeezed through and was already a third of the way down the square spiral of steps before the door in the library floor had finished opening. Her devils spoke with separate voices now, their opinions tearing at her in ways Kiot had seldom been able to. Ignoring them, Nona hurried down the long corridor. The arc light still shone, but she spared no time to marvel at them. She held the shipheart in one hand, with the lantern hanging from her wrist. In the other, she held the table leg, which she repeatedly threw ahead of her and retrieved. The process stopped when the leg came apart mid-air, reaching the ground as a scattering of neatly sliced cubes. The far end of the corridor looked to be closer than Nona had thought it should be, and there was no door there. Rather, it was as if a blank wall had risen up since the others passed this way, sealing the passage closed. Nona went to the side wall, where Scithrowl had tapped out her rhythm, and did her best to reproduce it. Nothing happened. She cut the muddy hem from her tunic and tossed it forward to check if anything had changed. It fell to the floor in pieces. She snarled in frustration. One of her devils tried to turn it into a scream of primal rage, while others fought to take hold of her limbs. Nona bit down and focused her will. She sat and rolled the shipheart to the opposite wall, where it would exert less pressure on her thoughts. After a momentary group, she reached for her clarity and for her serenity. She pictured Amondo's hands moving as they would have to if the juggler were to sustain not 3 or 4 balls in the air, but 9. She passed the image of the missing flame and the lines of the falling moon from one side of her mind to the other. The keys to both trance states circulated through her, drawing every worry, every demand and secret terror into their orbit, as she achieved both states simultaneously. The memory of Scithrowl striking the wall became Nona's sole focus. Her joint trance gave it a crystal clarity. Scithrowl's hand hit the beat, the vision repeating, recycling, until the tempo ran through Nona's veins like the erratic pounding of a second heart. Nona stood up and struck the required pattern. The opening appeared in the wall and she pressed the glowing disc inside the recess. A second cloth test showed the trap to be disarmed, and Nona hurried on. Before she cleared the area protected by the blades, something struck her. Not a floor blade, but still sharp and invisible. Ruli's agony. It reached out across their thread bond like a spear thrust. When Nona was new to the skill, the distress would have hauled her mind across to join Ruli without allowing her any choice. Now she had the mastery to resist the pull, but it had never been in Nona to ignore a friend, even if not doing so meant that she had to share their pain. In a heartbeat, Nona occupied Ruli's flesh. They had her on the floor, with wrists and ankles bound, hands behind her back. The guardsman who had been kicking her stepped aside to reveal Scithrowl smiling broadly. Behind her, Jula, similarly tied, sat at the feet of several more guards.
"Well, this is rather silly."
Scithrowl came closer, her smile fading into concern.
"Look at you all bloody."
Nona reminded herself that the Emperor's sister had all but owned the Inquisition and had watched them burn her court rivals alive on trumped-up charges over matters as slight as unkind, though likely accurate, gossip. The concern on her face was entirely manufactured.
"You understand that Dylan here is just softening you up. The idea is to save us having to go through the part where I ask you about the book and you pretend that you don't know what I'm talking about."
"But—"
Ruli's protest was cut off by a heavy kick to the stomach. We'll get to the questions in a short while. And if we don't get answers, Dylan will have to take out his knife. And if that doesn't work..." Shurzel gestured past the guards with Jula to the door behind. Saphira stood poised and ready, and at her side, a sulky-looking Jolie Numpsis. Nona's hatred for the girl curled Ruli's lip. Jolie must have been just ahead of her all this time. "Saphira has her poisons and needles. And look, she's brought your friend to play. I really want to keep young Jolie fresh for what comes later, but if we must, then she can pull what we need out of your skull. Though I'm told it may leave you rather broken." Ruli groaned and rolled her head, bringing the other half of the chamber into the view of her one good eye. The pristine floor lay spattered with blood from the killing of Crucicle's guards, and long smears indicated that the trio had been dragged away through a door opposite. A kick took Ruli in the back below the ribs, and as she jerked her head up, Nona saw something that pushed the rising agony back down into being a mere distraction. Glowing, molten and gold, at the end of a long length of chain that had presumably been used to drag it to the chamber, lay the sweet Mercy shipheart. Another kick crunched into Ruli's ribs, doubling her up with pain. Shurzel moved around so that her feet came into Ruli's eyeline. "A little bird has told me that you and your friends have been busy stealing books. And by your friends, I mean Nona Grey and Arabella Jotsis, both of whom owe me a great debt for damaging my alliance with Adoma."
"Damaging?"
Ruli spat out a bloody laugh, and Nona loved her for it.
"Adoma?"
She hadn't the breath to say it, but Adoma had driven her armies through the Grand Pass and taken Shurzel's palace at the very start of the invasion 3 years earlier. As soon as the Nuagwin shipheart was lost to them, the alliance to secure the Ark had fallen apart. It was damaged in the same way a snail is damaged beneath a descending heel. Officially, of course, the treachery had never existed, but if Crucicle truly believed that, then he had never really known his sister at all. "Yes, damaging." Shurzel frowned. "But with the right incentives, Adoma can be brought back into line. We have what she really wants right here, and all the doors are locked tight. Further, you will notice the cylinders attached to the walls." Shurzel waved an arm. Ruli fixed on one of maybe a dozen white cylinders, somehow adhering to the sides of the chamber, each longer and thicker than her leg. "My brother entrusted these into my care. They date from the Second Age, when our ancestors mastered the secret fire again. At the push of a particular button, they will explode with as much force as a quantal pathwalker can direct." She drew from her gown a short, fat stick with a red button at the end. "They were supposed to seal the Grand Pass and make it a tomb for 10,000 Scithrowl. I told my brother they failed to function, and at the time I said it, I believed it to be true, thanks to some clever thread work. But sweet Saphira, keeper of my secrets, showed me their hiding place, and I brought them here. I doubt they can open or destroy the Ark, but they can certainly bury it deeply enough that it would take Adoma many years to dig her way back to it. So she needs me, just as she needs my shipheart, and I need hers. I give you this information because if you tell me what I want to know, there could be a place for you in my service. Little unruly Ruli." Ruli shook her head.
"If it was true, if you really thought they would still work, that they might explode, you wouldn't be here. You would be on the other side of the city, or in the west, if there are any forts still holding there.
Sadly, it requires the ignition button to be close. It won't even work through a wall. Once, perhaps, but not now. All these wonders are fading. Besides, I know what happens to losers. It isn't pretty. If it must come to that, then my end will be swift and glorious, and my grave deep.
So, the shipheart you stole, the two the Battle Queen owns.
Nona spoke using Ruli's mouth.
That only makes 3.
Scithrowl held out 4 fingers and started to count them down. Well, there's 1. The guard marked the count with a kick to Ruli's thigh. Here, that Abbess Glass kindly donated. And numbers 2, a kick to the ribs, and 3, and the head, are with the Doma. The 4th, the guard stamped on Ruli's ankle. The 4th shipheart I need will be delivered to me by Leno Tassis and the singular of the Noir Gwyn from the sack of the Convent of Sweet Mercy. Scithrowl leaned over and waited for Ruli's groaning to subside. So you see, Adoma needs me. I have quite a bit to bargain with.
The convent.
Even as she shared Ruli's pain, Nona found it crushed to insignificance beneath the terror that Scherzel's words brought crashing down on her. Leno Tassis at the convent. The thought of Ara standing lone guard against the Tassis forces and the Noir Gwyn had her tumbling back towards her own body. Ara! She had forced Ara to stay. She'd thought she was saving her. Nona clung to Ruli even as her fear for the convent tried to steal her away. Scithrowl was still talking. But it has come to my attention that even when we open the Ark, actually controlling the moon may be an annoyingly complicated business. My little bird tells me that Abbess Glass set you children on the path to finding a book that should help on that front. Quite a wonder, that woman. I'm so glad she's dead. But her annoying cleverness is the reason I can't afford not to take this book seriously. Owning that knowledge would really be the cherry on the cake. Which is why I had you two brought here. Disappointingly, you don't have the book on you, but you can tell me where it is. And if young Jula really is as studious as Jolie tells me she is, then I think it's worth investing the time to torture her on the assumption she has the information we need locked behind that plain little face of hers. Nona bit down on Ruli's pain and spoke into her mind.
I can save you. I'm going to try the doors. But if I can't get through, I'll need to take control of your body. You really have to trust me for that to happen.
Ruli made no attempt to hide her relief.
You can do the hurting, and I'll sit back and watch you kill this bitch. But even if you take over, you'll still be me. And I'm a bit tied up. That's why I want to try the doors first. Stay strong. Hurry, Nona. He's getting his knife out. And that's supposed to be easy compared to what Saphira is going to do to me. I'm not strong like you.
Nona returned to her flesh with a shuddering breath. She turned her stare towards the blank wall ending the corridor, reaching out with her rockwork. It didn't require much skill to understand the nature of the barrier. Even from 50 yards away, she knew. The corridor had been sealed with a slab of iron 2 feet thick. Nona paused, considering her options. From Kettle's thread bond, a pulsing mix of grief, anger, and fear nagged at her heightened senses, along with the rush of combat. The pain from Ruli's beating still throbbed at the end of her thread bond, but the rising terror of the approaching knife eclipsed it. Nona steeled herself to join her friend, but even as she gathered herself, something far stronger than fear or rage hammered through her. It came from the bond she had with Ara, the bond that had registered nothing but a sullen silence since Nona left the Rock of Faith. Now, suddenly, it echoed with Ara's first step upon the path, and the reverberation rang through her louder than any bell. By the time Nona had pushed her way into Ara's mind, her friend had dropped from the path into a fight so one-sided it made the defence outside Crucicle's palace look like a meeting of equals. Ara fought alone amid the forest of pillars, against not scores, but hundreds of Palathi mercenaries. Leno Tassis was behind this. Scherzel had said so. His coin had brought the Palathi from the ice margins. Abbess Wheel had said that the high priest had ordered that Nona be the one to stay. Tassis' gold and Tassis' influence had steered High Priest Nebus's hand to set Nona alone before the convent and its shipheart. Only the long reach of Abbess Glass had enabled her to step clear. Nona remembered the promise she had made to a dying woman, the promise that she would choose neither red nor grey, nor the sky blue of the mystic sister, but instead take the black of a holy sister. Even on her deathbed, Glass had seen who would replace her as abbess, and how much favour such a gesture would win from her. Without that goodwill, it would be Nona at the convent, miles from the shipheart, unable to work any of the wonders she had been working along her thread bond, and those she still planned to work. Nona crouched, pinned by indecision. She felt Abbess Glass's hand upon her shoulder, but found no sense of direction in it. Even the old woman's legendary foresight had its limits. She could not have seen this end. It fell to Nona now, and she felt unequal to the challenge. Ruli's terror and pain began to spike along their thread bond. Kettle's despairing exhaustion reached out to Nona through the bond they shared. 5 miles away, another friend released the awesome power of the path in her single-handed attempt to destroy an army that had been sent to kill not Sister Thorn, but Sister Cage. Nona couldn't lose Ara. Not her. With a cry of despair, Nona threw herself across the corridor, scooped up the shipheart, and ran into the darkened room to her left. The shipheart's glow revealed what Ruli had glimpsed on her way past, what Zol had spoken of back in the black ice. A huge ring, too large to have come into the small room through the single doorway. It leaned against the rear wall, too tall to stand vertical. Its dimensions and markings were identical to those on the ring that Zol had sent Nona through, against her will, 3 years earlier. Without pausing to think, Nona leapt into the circle. She held the shipheart out before her, and every fibre of her being tensed for collision with the wall behind the ring. The cave into which Nona stumbled was too big for the shipheart's light to find its sides. Behind her, a ring of strangely crystalline metal rocked gently on its edge. The glow was already dying from the scores of symbols around its perimeter. On the floor for yards in all directions lay fragments of the flowstone that had once coated the ring. The pieces lay in the same broken chaos in which they had landed when Nona had emerged here 3 years earlier. That time, she had travelled far more than 5 miles. Zol had flung her 100 times further from another of the ring's counterparts, beneath the black ice. Nona had discovered this ring with Ara and the others in her early exploration of the undercaves. A Holothor had guarded it, using nothing but terror. Those days seemed long ago, and simpler. Part of Nona wished the ancient magic could send her back across the years as easily as across miles. For a moment, as the light died from the great circle, the shipheart flared. Cavern walls appeared, described in violet and black, a roof above, hung with a downward questing forest of stalactites. Pools patterned with the undulating floor, each surface still trembling with the shock of Nona's arrival. Nona's senses flared too. The world of threads, in which humanity's paper-thin reality hung, lay stripped bare before her eyes. Her rock sense ran wild, reaching out through the void-riddled vastness of the Rock of Faith, echoing down passages unknown to man, stealing along secret ways, lacing around the sleeping mass of the glass water, the weight of its countless gallons held back behind such a thinness of stone. Nona shook away the sensations and wasted no time. She ran, following paths that she and her friends had explored years earlier. It took no more than a couple of minutes to reach the passage where, once, she had struggled to climb a fissure to reach the scene of Hessa's murder. Nona leapt towards the opening overhead, and within 3 heartbeats was pulling herself out of the fissure's mouth, into the space before the shipheart's old vault, the place from which Yisht had once stolen it. "Leno wants you," Nona spoke to the shipheart. "He will not have you." She pushed the sphere against the smooth wall of the passage and exerted her power over the rock. Moments later, she withdrew her hand. The shipheart remained, entombed behind inches of stone, with few signs of disturbance to betray its presence. The voices of her devils called at her in the silence that remained now that the hurricane of the shipheart's power no longer blew through her. They told her to run, to take the shipheart and escape through the ring to some distant place. They whispered that Ara was false, a child of the Sis, raised on gold. They told her that Ara had always seen her as a peasant, never as a true friend. They told her that Ara would never love her in return. They told her that in her place, Ara would run. And Nona believed them. It doesn't matter. She stumbled on along the tunnel, away from the shipheart, with her mind splintering, her thoughts drawn one way then the other. Nona clung to the simplest of her truths, those she first found. It doesn't matter what she thinks of me. It doesn't matter if she hates me. She's my friend. I won't leave her. She ran on blind, following her memory of the place, trailing a hand against the wall, falling, rising, crawling, wriggling, reaching Apple's caves. The gate to the shade steps surrendered to a slash of her blades, and she emerged to run through the convent, where she had grown from a small child into the young woman Abbess Glass had burdened with too much trust. Few lights burned in the windows, but torches ringed the courtyard before the dormitories, and on the steps sat Sister Scar. The nun looked older than Nona had ever imagined her behind her desk in the scriptorium. She clutched a cleaver from the kitchens in her lap. Above her at the holy class windows, where junior novices were forbidden on pain of a beating, dozens of small faces leaned out. They looked ridiculously young for the battlefield. "Protect the convent!" Nona paused and met Sister Scar's wide eyes. "No quarter. Let the Ancestor take care of mercy." The faint edge of a scream that reached Nona from the forest of pillars was lost in the far louder scream that threatened to shatter her skull from within. Ara. At the same time, a white agony speared its way between her shoulders, an echo of Ara's injury. "Ara! Ara, I'm coming!" Nona sprinted towards the battle, her mind reaching ahead of her for her friend, and finding only darkness. The Palathi stood between the pillars, a loose halo around the place where Ara lay in a pool of her own blood. To Nona's amazement, Clara stood above the fallen girl. For a bright moment, Nona thought that somehow her friend was there to save Ara, but as their eyes met across the intervening yards, a cold certainty took hold of her. Clara had been the one who had brought Ara down. Clara opened her mouth to speak and said nothing, condemned by the close company of the mercenaries all around her. Of all of them, in that moment, only Clara seemed to have seen her. Nona drew her sword as she ran towards the first of the Palathi. Sister Tallow had pressed the weapon's hilt back into her hand barely an hour before, and as Nona spun through a group of 6, she took her first lives with the blade. The Palathi knew all about her arrival then. Back in the convent compound, Bittle rang out. It seemed fitting. The bell had never heralded anything but disaster. Nona scanned the forces arrayed before her. She felt her devils moving beneath her habit, their voices crying out for blood, and she found herself in agreement. The book of the Ancestor says that for everything there is a season. This was a time to reap, a time for death, a time to die. Bows creaked among the Palathi ranks, spears were lifted, knuckles whitened on the hilts of sword and axe. A hawk-eyed archer caught Nona's eye, her cheek torn and bloody. She drew back her string, but there was a tremble in her aim. The Palathi would know stories about her. Clara was a teller of tales, and they were here for her. They would know her as Nona, as the black-eyed child who slew Raymel Tassis, the girl who broke Lord Thurin Tassis's mind with ancient pain magics. They would have heard that to some she was known as the Agartha, the chosen one. Given Jolie's spying, they probably even knew her by her new name, Sister Cage. Kill them all. Make a red slaughter. Fill the air with their screams. Nona listened to the cries of her devils and found a dark smile on her face. The trembling archer let her arrow fall with a clatter. She turned without a word and began to push her way back, past the warriors of her clan. To her left, another turned, a man thick with muscle, the names of his forefathers inked in runes along his arms. 2 of those he pushed aside turned and ran with him. Sister Thorn had already shown them what a red sister could do. The trickle became a flood. The Palathi left the scores of their dead, still scattered or heaped where Ara had killed them. They ran as if Nona had rolled the shipheart among them. Her devils howled their disappointment, and it echoed through her. Nona strode towards Clara and saw where Ara lay at her feet. Is she dead? Her heart hurt, despair overwhelming her rage. How are you here? Clara ignored the question. You weren't supposed to be here. How did you know? And even then, how did you get here? Nona ignored the questions. Clara was an accomplished liar, but seemed incapable of seeing that another Tassis brother had lied to her. Again, about the same damn thing. Nona had always been the target, never Ara. Is she dead? She rushed forward, pushing Clara away from Ara, who was still coiled around a spear. Nona knelt, reaching out to touch the spread gold of her hair. Ara. You should never have let me go. The words spluttered from Clara, as if she were hurt, as if it were her wrapped around a spear. "You have me bound. Guilty. You should have let them drown me." "I wouldn't do that to a friend." Nona had fought Zol, Darla, Ara, all of them, and insisted that Clara be allowed to run. What might have changed had she not? Who might still live that now walked with the Ancestor? She shook the thoughts away and set her fingers to Ara's neck, seeking a pulse. The smallest of groans rewarded her, the smallest tremble of a hand. Nona found that she could breathe once more. A short laugh burst from Clara, sounding as much like pain as mirth. "They all think you're the big bad. The Church's hammer. Cage the shadowless. And you're still acting like a child, Nona. You run into everything head first, expecting... What? You didn't understand how people work when the abbess brought you here as a dirty-footed peasant. You didn't understand when she sent you away. And you don't understand now. People lie, Nona. They steal. They cheat. They're unfaithful. People hurt you. They let you down. They sell you out. It doesn't mean I have to be like that." Nona stared up at Clara, who flinched. The devils inside her wanted Clara's blood, and Nona strove not to make that desire her own. "We have a whole church built on ancestors." She waved an arm at the dome. "Family. Dead family." She took Ara's hand in hers. "You choose your friends. If you're going to worship dead people you didn't choose, then perhaps the bonds of friendship shouldn't be so easily broken. No?" Clara shook her head. "You're a fool, Nona Grey. Are you going to kill me now? Or let someone else do it?" Nona fought to block out the voices of her devils. She had seen enough death for 10 lifetimes. She had chosen the black. Abbess Glass had made her a holy sister for a reason. War was not that reason. Ara could live, if we get her to Sister Rose now. Nona glanced back towards the convent. They were coming, the old sisters and the young girls. Clara waved her hand at the distant nuns, exasperated. "Let them take her. I don't care. I didn't come for Ara. She was just in the way." Nona released Ara's hand with a squeeze and stood. "I've missed you, Clara. It's been too many years." Clara glanced out across the plateau. "We were children, Nona. Children make and break friendships all the time. It's not important. This, what we're doing now, this is important. It's about sides in the great game that's being played. And you're on the wrong one. The losing one. You should change sides." Nona shook her head. "I'm not playing. And I've always been on your side, Clara. You've just not properly understood it." Clara looked down at Ara. "I wanted her to run." "I know." "She should have run. There were too many of them for her. Why did she have to be so stupid?" Nona shrugged, a slow gesture, giving the lie to a racing mind. "Where is Leno Tassus?" "You know the Tassus?" Clara nodded towards the plateau, stretching out beyond the pillars. "They like to let you spend your power against people they consider expendable. then arrive to finish the job, if anything's left to finish.
They do.
He's out there with the soldiers and 8 Nona Grey. His teachers from the Tetragold. Others, too. Nona looked down at her sword.
My power is not spent.
You think you can kill me without reaching for the path, little Nona? Clara drew her sword, a twin to Nona's, taken from the body of a red sister. Nona turned away, her back to Clara, and looked out across the plateau. If her friend struck her down, then she would be at peace with it. She didn't want to live in a world where Clara would do a thing like that.
I think I won't need to kill you.
I think you'll fight them with me,
sister.
As Nona spoke, she saw that some of the convent girls had followed her out among the pillars. They watched now, peering around stone columns. She waved for them to advance, and 4 grey-class novices came forward. At Nona's nod, they lifted Ara, carrying her rapidly away, back through the pillars.
Take her to Sister Rose. Hurry.
She turned back to Clara.
Well?
Fight them with you. Clara threw up her hands. Even if Leno only had a second better army out there, you wouldn't stand a chance. But he has 8 Nona Grey, Nona. 8. As Clara protested, Nona pulsed an urgent plea to Ara, begging her to wake up. Nothing. She gritted her teeth against the backwash of her friend's pain and tried again. 8 of them, and one of them is the singular. Clara shook her head. And he is flat out the scariest bastard I have ever known. He's the spider at the middle of their web of shadow bonds. If it was just him on his own, no army, no other Nona Grey, you still wouldn't stand a chance. She broke off, seeing Nona's distracted look. I'm sorry. Am I boring you?
I'm not going to fight them today. Not out here, on their terms. That would be insane. There are 8 of them.
Nona steeled herself against the desperation and pain now pulsing at her down 3 thread bonds. Ara had found her senses and joined her distress to that of Ruli and Kettle. Nona spoke a message into Ara's mind, then raised her eyes to meet Clara's outrage.
I'm going to run, of course. I'm in a hurry. Other things to do? I need you to get out there and appear as if you're still loyal.
That won't be hard.
I like to be on the winning side. Tell them I'm scared. About to run. Tell them they'll lose their chance at me unless they act right now. I'm going to make for the undercaves. For the Shipheart vault, where Hessa died. Make sure you're in the lead. In the lead, Clara, it's important.
In the lead. You want us to hunt you down. Clara frowned. I can do that. But when they find you, Nona, they'll kill you. And I can't stop them.
Just bring them. Bring them all. And we'll see who sinks and who swims.
Clara met her eyes for one last time, then turned and fled, out across the rock to where the lights and banners of Leno's first rank were just starting to come into view.
When they come, you must be grey, sisters, not red.
Nona addressed the young novices and old sisters, no more than 24 of them, all watching her in the heart of the pillar forest.
Nobody touches the Tathus Lord or the Nona Grey. Don't go anywhere near them. Draw the house troops out among the pillars. Use the convent buildings. Don't take risks. Just take opportunities. Wound rather than kill.
You want to slow them down, make them rethink, give them a reason to retreat. In the end, you're to run rather than make a stand. You carry the convent with you." She waved her hand towards the convent buildings. "These are just stones piled up to keep the wind off." Nona dispersed her sisters to hide while she took her place among the Palathi dead, heaped in dozens, scattered in scores. She bit down on the urgency from her thread bonds, closed her ears to the whispering of her own devils, and called her clarity to her. The hidden world of detail opened itself to her, from the star-speckled, smoke-streaked vault of heaven above, to the complaints of the rock of faith below. The rock's voice came too deep for ears, but rumbled faintly through her bones as the stone cooled beneath the night's wind. The Tassis torches and pole lanterns would be hard to miss, but if the Noir Gwyn came ahead of them, insinuating themselves into the darkness between the pillars, they could murder her before she knew they were there. Nona defocused her sight to see the threadscape. Sister Pan had said that ultimately a true quantal mage would see only the world's threads, for they were the deepest truth and revealed not only every single thing as it was, but also the past, the future, and the relationship of each thing to every other. Indeed, when watching the threadscape, you learned how artificial ideas of individual objects, or even people, were, since each was infinitely connected and interwoven with the world around them. Nona focused on the now. She saw the pillars and saw through them. In that moment of her clarity, she saw that they might be a map, perhaps a pillar to mark each arc. She pushed that insight aside and looked beyond. She saw the rock, the caves beneath, the motion of the wind. The soldiers of Leno's army appeared as complex, multi-dimensional knots sliding along a multitude of threads. And ahead of them slid a handful of knots bound more tightly than that of any soldier. Each of these was shot through with black threads, and also joined by them in a web of their own making. Noir Gwyn, coming for her. To their rear, all the dark threads converged on a black central node, the singular, advancing behind his minions. With a start, Nona realized that the assassins were already much closer than she had imagined they might be. She turned and began to sprint, winding herself around the curve of the pillar at her back. The sharp retort of cross-knives hitting stone followed her, beginning at the spot where she had been standing just a heartbeat before. Without warning, another of the Noir Gwyn broke from the darkness beside a pillar immediately ahead of Nona, and attacked with breathtaking speed and the advantage of surprise, his weapons serrated kill spikes designed to anchor in flesh. It was all Nona could do to twist out of their path and fall to the ground. Another assassin came at her with a black-tipped spear. Nona, knowing she couldn't evade the blow, reached out, hoping she might somehow deflect it. In that instant, something black hurtled into the assassin. A small novice. A Hunsker. Nona didn't even know her name. Two more leapt on the man with the kill spikes, one of them screaming as she was immediately impaled. "No! Run!" Nona was on her feet. She struck a cross-knife out of the air with her hand. More novices came charging in, knives in hand. They would all be dead in seconds. With a scream of her own, Nona started to run again. The girls wouldn't retreat if she made a stand. She couldn't have all their deaths on her hands. Nona fled as if all the demons of the black ice were at her heels, and in truth, there wasn't much to choose between that and the reality of the situation. She sprinted through the pillar forest and broke out into the open ground in front of the abbess's house. Here, she was at her most vulnerable. Once the Noir Gwyn emerged from the pillars, they would have a clear shot at her. As she ran, Nona reached for the strap across her chest. Kettle had given her the Grey sisters' full field equipment. She jagged left, right, left. Cross knives hissed past her. She knew that even as she slowed herself, hoping to evade the missiles, others among the Noir Gwyn would be sprinting towards her, flat out on straight lines. Her fingertips counted along the vials in the harness and searched for the coded markings. Sister Apple had them hunt out specific vials in the most difficult of circumstances on many occasions. The rule was that you drank whatever was in the vial you picked, no matter whether you picked right or wrong. A cross-knife hammered into Nona's shoulder, and she stumbled, almost dropping the vial she'd torn free. She flipped the top and knocked back the contents, sliding to the left as more knives hit the rock around her. Nona reached the convent building with at least 2 Noir Gwyn hard on her heels, the furious tempo of their feet still muffled, as if there were no circumstances under which the assassins could ever be considered noisy. Another cross-knife hit her, a razored punch into the back of her thigh. A sharp turn along the alley between the laundry and winery building allowed Nona to pull the trick that had won her many races with her friends, kicking off the wall to make the tight corner without losing speed. She shot into the dormitory building, up 2 flights of stairs, crashed through into the holy dorm, and leapt through the window above her study desk, shattering the shutters. She landed on the roof of the cold store across the way, rolling over the roof ridge with a scream as the cross-knife tore free from her shoulder. 2 more rolls dropped her from the gutter, and she hit the ground running, heading back towards the far end of the laundry. Her thigh was a white agony, but she ran on with hardly a limp. Floor blades sliced into stone, allowing Nona to slingshot herself around a corner into the mangle room, and then on through the washing gallery, down some steps, and into the well room. Here, laundry bags had been piled around the wall of the well, each tied by a length of rope that dangled down into the shaft. Without pause, Nona jumped down the well, grabbing the ropes as she fell. The heavy sacks came with her, sliding some 5 or 10 yards before choking together as the shaft narrowed. Nona jolted to a halt, cursing at the agony from her shoulder. A second later, she let go and fell the rest of the distance. She caught the stonework at the very bottom of the shaft with her floor blades and swung out over the pool into the cavern beneath the centre oak. "Hello?" Spoken into the darkness. Her fingers found the hilt of the knife in her leg, and she gasped despite herself. If she drew it out, she would likely bleed to death. If she left it in, then any venom still on the blade would continue to feed into her. "Nona?" A weak voice, trembling. "You tell me. You're the one who can see me." A grin broke through Nona's pain. She turned towards Ara's voice. "Help me up." The rasp underlying each word spoke of a damaged lung. Broken ribs, most likely. "You're all wet," Nona said, finding Ara in the dark. She lifted her friend, trying not to put too much weight on her wounded leg. The pain now made it seem as if it hadn't really hurt until she stopped running. "The novices lowered me into the pool like I told them to." Ara leaned against her. "Like you told me to tell them to. And they set up the bags." She straightened and gasped. "If someone wants to find us, then a few sacks of dirty habits aren't going to keep them out for long." "No." Nona limped a step forward, bringing Ara with her. "So let's not stay here long." The 2 nuns struggled on together. Nona, wholly blind and navigating only by memory. Ara able to see, but less sure of the route. Nona kept one hand pressing a cloth to the wound in her shoulder. The lead she had opened, and the blockage in the well, meant that the Noir Gwyn would have to track her. Once they reached the undercaves, they would have Clara guide them. Nona let a little blood spill here and there. She wanted a trail Clara could follow, rather than having to cede the lead to one of the assassins more skilled at tracking, even though unfamiliar with the surroundings. In a narrow passage 100 yards on, nausea overwhelmed Nona. She leaned against the wall and retched, spraying the ground before her.
Nona.
I'm all right. She felt dizzy and sick. The black cure she had taken while running fought its battle with whatever venom had coated the Noir Gwyn's little knives. She bent double, hands on her thighs. Only her gasps, the rattle of Ara's breath, and the drip, drip, drip of the caves broke the silence. And in her head, Nona's devils whispered fears to her. Fears so secret, she had hardly acknowledged them even to herself.
Clara will betray you. Arabella Jotsis has hated you from the start. To her, you're the same muddy peasant now as on the first day you arrived. You'll die down here in the dark. Tassis, Jotsis, Namsis, all of them the same. Gisht almost throttled you to death in these tunnels. You think you can escape 8 Noir Gwyn? The Singular is with them. He's worse than the other 7 put together. Leave the girl. She's slowing you down.
Shut up!
What?
Ara stiffened. No, not. Nona shook her head. Never mind. Let's keep moving. Nona limped blind through damp and narrow spaces, with an untold weight of rock above her and a desperate need not to lose her way. In places, both of them had to drag themselves across the floor like wounded animals. The knowledge that the most deadly assassins in all the corridor were pursuing them proved unhelpful. Each of the killers would be wholly in their element, the ancient darkness flowing through their veins. Imagination filled the quiet between her breaths with soft sounds of stealthy approach. Several times, Nona turned back along her path, determined to study the threadscape and see how close the threat lay, only to tear herself away, unwilling to spend the time uncovering information that wouldn't change her course of action. Ara made no complaint at any of these pauses, simply hung on Nona's shoulder, drawing slow, painful breaths that scraped in and rattled out. Nona thought of Apple, lungs struck in the chaos of battle. With a sob, she hauled Ara on. Finally, they reached Nona's goal. She felt the pulse of the shipheart from within the rock wall in which she had sunk it. Stand back. Nona dug her fingers into the stone, as though it were clay, and pulled forth the shipheart, her hands black around its alien light. Immediately, the glow made familiar surroundings that had seemed so foreign when revealed only through her touch. The devils in her flesh retreated from the shipheart, though it had been the one to spawn them.
You carried that here.
Ara leaned back against the opposite wall, her face deathly pale, lips almost black. I didn't want to. Nona screwed her face up as the whispers inside her head became shouts. I'm not soul. I can't heal us with it. I'm sorry.
Hells, Ara muttered. I'd rather hurt than touch that thing again.
The fissure up which Nona had climbed lay just feet away. Before approaching it, she retraced her steps 10 yards down the passage, her heart pounding, expecting at every moment to meet a knife winging out of the dark. She pulled a thread from the stone, just one of the multitude that glimmered in her witch sight. It told a tale of the rock from its constituents and formation to the carving of the channel by ancient waters. She drew it forth and knotted it to a thread in the opposite wall. A tremor of wrongness vibrated across the length of it, then went still. With her heart pounding, certain that the Noir Gwyn would be on her at any moment, Nona went to the fisssure's edge. She exerted her rockwork skills, breaking stone from the fissure's sides and at the same time reaching her rock sense out along the passages that threaded like veins through the plateau. She could sense the silent bulk of the glass water. The sinkhole lay just a few 100 yards off, but even with the shiphearts' aid, the water and bone of any human bodies approaching along the tunnels proved too small to register. Giving up on the search, she dropped the shipheart, giving it a flick to send it rolling down the passage under her. It clattered off out of sight, far enough that no whisper of its light still reached up from the tunnel beneath. Nona allowed herself a sigh of relief at being free of the thing.
Ara, you have to go down.
Nona pointed after the shipheart.
Down?
Ara groaned.
I can't.
Seriously. Nona patted through the dark towards her and grabbed a handful of habit.
It's a 10-foot climb. The floor's another 8 foot below the bottom of the fissure.
I can't.
Nona starts to drag Ara towards the crack.
You have to climb.
The drop will kill me.
Stay here, and it will be the Noir Gwyn who kill you instead of the drop.
Noir Gwyn?
Ara sounded faint.
8 of them.
Nona hauled Ara to the edge, wincing at the girl's groan of agony.
I made footholds for you.
Ara descended painfully. Nona wriggled in after her. She hung by her blades from just beneath the lip of the fissure. Below her, Ara reached the roof of the passage underneath them and cried out in pain as she tried to hang down into it. A dull thud followed, then silence. The hurt that flared along the thread bond almost made Nona lose her own hold and suggested that Ara had fainted from the pain. Nona waited, hanging from invisible claws, one shoulder starting to ache with the strain of her suspension, blood dripping from the other, her thigh a mass of white-hot agony, her stomach sick, her body weak with echoes of what the Noir Gwyn's venom wanted to do to her. It seemed to take an eternity before anything happened, and all the while the voices of her devils grew louder in the silence, their demands harder to ignore. They made her sanity seem insane. Why wasn't she running?
You know where the bitch is heading?
Nona had already known they were coming. She had felt her thread return to its natural place when the first of them had passed through it. Nona had tied her knot to fail at such intrusion and, as it snapped back, the thread she had set sent ripples through something deeper than the stone. Sister Pan had tried to teach her the trick, but it was from Jolie Namsis that Nona had finally learned the subtle arts of thread traps, watch threads, and warning threads. She'd had to fall foul of a lot of them before she mastered the technique. As Kiot had once told her, your foes shape your life more than your friends ever could. Nona had known they were coming, but until Leno Tassis spoke, she hadn't dared to hope that he had joined the hunting party. He must have shed a royal fortune in sigil-stamped armour at the wellhead, but he would still have enough protection in the form of sigilled amulets and robes to stop a path blast. Not that Nona could manage one of those.
There's an exit near the base of the plateau. It's where I go.
Clara's voice.
She'll have set traps for us somewhere. Wires, maybe.
Nona steeled herself against her pain, against her weakness, against the voices in her head telling her, not unreasonably, that Clara had betrayed her again, that Clara would not have followed her instruction. Nona waited. A figure began to step over the fissure. With all the speed and strength left to her, Nona lunged up, ignoring the scream of her injured shoulder, and seized the person's ankle. In the same movement, she retracted her floor blades and let the whole of her weight haul both of them into the depths. The fisher crawled around them, as if they sank in honey. Nona left her victim to fend for himself, concentrating instead on her own landing. When her head cleared the fisher, she hunted the shiphearts' glow. As the rubble-strewn floor approached, Nona extended her good leg to absorb the first impact. She knew one leg would not be sufficient. Her other foot hit the ground, and she strained to keep her body from hammering into the rocks. The wicked little knife embedded in the back of her thigh cut deeper as her muscles tightened around it. With a howl, Nona sank to her haunches and immediately launched herself at the shipheart. She slapped a hand to it, and with an effort that she thought might shatter her already clenched teeth, she brought fisher walls tumbling in. Quicker than thought, she rolled, hand extended towards Ara, slumped senseless beneath the opening. At the touch of Nona's rockwork, several large chunks of stone became dust, sifting down through the air while smaller pieces bounced everywhere but on Ara. A black-cloaked figure rolled to a halt beside Nona. "What's in there?" It scrambled rapidly away. "Ancestor's balls? That's a fucking shipheart!" Clara arrived against the opposite wall on her backside, straining to get further away. "My brain feels like it's being cooked." Nona glanced up at the jumble of broken stone choking the fissure in the roof above them. The effort of bringing it down had left her with a headache that was bad enough to compete with her shoulder and thigh for attention. "That's your plan?" Clara followed her gaze, her face pale and beaded with sweat. "That's not a plan." She slapped a dirty palm to her forehead. "No. I can't believe I've been this stupid. What is it you do to me, Nona? Some martial mind trick?" "That's it, isn't it? A mind trick." Nona ignored her and crawled to Ara's side. Her friend's headdress had come loose, and her golden hair was crimson with blood from some new head wound. Nona took a vial from her Grey sister's supplies and opened it beneath Ara's nose. The sharp smell that rose made Nona's eyes water, and with a cough and a splutter, Ara came back to herself, pushing the vial away. "You've just bought yourself half an hour. An hour, tops." Clara stamped away, then stamped back. "They'll find a way round. They'll track us. They'll kill us." She kicked a rock and limped off, cursing. "You've just killed me. What were you thinking? This isn't a plan." "No," Nona said. "This is a plan." She raised the shipheart, her grip so tight that she thought her finger bones might break. For a moment, the light within the stone flickered and dimmed. Nona reached out along silent, lightless tunnels, her rock sense questing. She found the distant wall she wanted, and broke it. It felt as if the effort had broken something inside her in return. She fell to the floor, hot blood welling from her mouth, and the shipheart rolled from her nerveless hand. The rock of faith rumbled.
"Nona?"
Ara asked, her voice trembling.
"What have you done?"
Nona lay where she had fallen.
"Sinkhole."
"The glass water," Clara breathed. "What did you do?" Nona got a hand under her chest and pushed herself from the ground. It seemed that she weighed as much as 10 nuns should. The rock beneath her palm trembled. "The tunnel above us is about to become a river again." She used the wall to help herself to one leg. "Then, a bit later, so will this one." She reached to drag Ara from the ground. "So we have to get out of here. Fast." Chapter 25. Holy Class. Nona knew that the darkness, and the speed with which water under pressure will travel through a tunnel, meant that all they would know at the end was that the distant rumble would suddenly become a whoosh, and a heartbeat later, they would all be dead. Already the air was in motion, blasting them from behind no matter how fast they moved.
"We'll never make the Seren way."
A frantic Clara paused 20 yards ahead of Nona and Ara. The shiphearts' glow caught faintly on her face and hands, making her a suggestion in the dark. Ara shuffled forward in a kind of broken jog, groaning every time she misstepped on the uneven ground and jolted herself. Nona kept pace with an awkward gait, crippled by the pain in her head and swinging her injured leg around stiffly, unwilling to bend it.
"Hurry!"
It was clear that Clara was moments from speeding away to leave them to it.
"Faster!"
"We're not going to the Seren way." They would never make it that far. Clara was right about that.
"We just need to reach the Halathor chamber. And the ring."
Nona held the shipheart higher.
"With this."
"So you can die somewhere more familiar?"
Clara shrieked. She turned to go.
"The ring's a gate. A magic gate. This is the key."
Nona tried to speed up, but her body seemed unwilling to listen to her. Clara held back, waiting for them. Too terrified to stand still, her nervous energy had her bouncing off the walls.
"Hurry! Hurry!"
Nona drew close to Clara, with Ara a few yards behind. The girl started to back away. It said a lot for the shipheart's aura that even knowing it was the key to her salvation, Clara didn't seem in the least bit tempted to snatch it and run off. The distant thunder had definitely become less distant. An intensifying roar echoed their way, punctuated by a series of booms. The air rushed past them so fast now that it seemed to push them along, almost lifting them off the ground. Ara's breath grew ragged, drawn in great despairing gasps. Nona felt the knife in her leg every time she set her weight upon it, and hot blood trickled down her back. Clara danced ahead of them, wild with fear, screaming at both of them to hurry up. Nona retreated into her core, her world reducing to a monotony of pain and running, one agonizing step after the next. Back along the tunnels, Lenotassis had died. A sudden death, and better than he deserved, but Nona's spite had burned itself out on the father, Durns. The cruel end she had given that old man, who lingered even now, was a stain on her soul. She knew that. One that all the rushing water aimed in her direction would not clean away. With death so hard upon her heels, she wished she could have been a better person. Wished she could have saved her friends.
"Which way?"
Clara waited for her where the tunnels split.
"Here."
Nona forced the shipheart to burn bright and turned a corner into the Halathor's cavern. The creature that they had banished long ago had been one of the few things to have scared Nona more than what was currently rushing up behind them. As Nona turned, she saw something. At the far end of the long passage they'd run down, a white wall was rushing towards them. And halfway between Ara and the fury of that flood, something dark and terrible raced forward, almost as fast as the water. One black figure, whose lack of definition somehow suggested things far worse than any detail could.
"The singular?"
Clara tore into the chamber ahead of Nona. Of all their pursuers, somehow the dark heart of the Noir Gwyn had kept ahead of the deluge, and was now within moments of catching them. The shadows that surged ahead of the singular carried a new terror with them, a threat that made the white fury behind them seem a kindness.
Ara!
Nona started to sprint, working her wounded leg, careless of what new damage the knife embedded in her thigh might wreak upon her.
Run!
The great ring loomed ahead of them. Clara reached it first and turned, howling at them.
Run, you bitches!
The singular broke into the chamber, a dark fury of shadow boiling around a void, nightmare shapes reaching forward to rend flesh and slice souls. Ropes of darkness lashed out to coil around Nona, sinking midnight teeth through her habit. She staggered on, as if dragging a laden wagon behind her. She found herself screaming, and every devil in her screamed just as loudly. The singular's anger beat at her like hammers.
Run!
Clara howled from the ring. Just yards remained between Nona and Clara. She heard the whoosh as the glasswater's untold gallons hammered around the corner, jetting out into the cavern. She slapped a hand to the ring, crashed into its side, and turned. Ara was a spear's length behind her, snared and flailing, a red froth around her gasping mouth, the singular the length of 3 spears behind her, the talons of his shadows closing around her legs. And behind him, the first surging wave of the flood.
Run!
Clara screamed again, her speed breathtaking as she unleashed a barrage of throwing stars into the void where the singular should be. Somehow, Ara tore free of the singular's shadows and launched herself headlong at the ring. Nona leapt forward in the same moment, knocking Clara through ahead of her. The flood's roar swallowed their screams. The coldness of the water as it hit them was shocking. Suddenly, there was only Clara screaming. She drew another breath, cried out, and fell silent. All that remained was Ara's gasping and rattling, and Nona's own panting, barely audible over the deafening pounding of her heart. As she had stepped through the gate, Nona had felt the singular battling her for control of the shipheart, his mind reaching for it. Somehow she had torn free, though, and sealed the gate in the instant she fell out into the Emperor's palace. Relief hit Nona, not as a striking of bonds, but as a constriction of her throat, a sob, the grief for Ara and Clara's deaths, escaping only now that they were saved. She forced herself to hands and knees, crawling clear of the others, taking the shipheart away before collapsing again. Clara stopped screaming, and even Nona's devils were quiet, in the moment of silence that followed. All 3 of them lay sprawled in several inches of freezing water in the small square chamber from which Nona had departed Crucicle's basement. Clara patted weakly at the water, now running out into the corridor.
Sorry. Probably my mess. I think I wet myself.
She levered herself up.
What in all hells was that? And where are we?
Nona rolled over, groaning. The Emperor's palace. She pushed herself into a sitting position, her back to the wall, injured leg stretched out before her. Blood clouded the water around the knife hilt.
Ara?
Aren't I dead yet?
Ara didn't move a muscle, just lay on her front in the draining flood, her chest heaving.
Sorry,
Nona said.
No time for that. I have things for you to do.
She tapped out the code that activated and deactivated the blade wall outside.
You need to learn this.
She tapped it out again. As her fear, exhaustion, and pain started to subside from the heights reached in the extremes of the escape, Nona began to feel Ruli's distress again, echoing down their thread bond. "One question." Clara got to her feet, dripping. "Wouldn't it have been better to start your flood once we got to the ring? Nearly cracked my skull trying it from the vault. I don't think I could have done it from the Halathor cave. Too far." Nona drew in a breath, trying to undouble her vision. "Have you got the pattern?" "Yes," from Clara.
"No,"
from Ara. "Good enough. I have to go." "Go?" Clara splashed towards the doorway, wanting more distance between her and the shipheart.
"Go where?"
"Don't leave." Nona added a layer of martial coercion to the alarm in her voice. "Check the trap's not on first." She pulsed instructions to Ara along their bond. It was easier than talking. Got to help Ruli." Nona let out a sigh and dropped her chin to her chest. A moment later, the thread bond took her. Ruli's screams were so loud that Nona couldn't imagine how they hadn't heard them in the corridor less than 100 yards away. The agony was worse than anything Nona had endured that day, and yet somehow she knew the girl hadn't said a word about what she'd seen in the book. The pain slackened, and as Ruli drew breath, Nona heard Jula's sobs. The novice had been far less close-mouthed than her friend. In between her tears, she had been telling Shirzel everything she remembered from Aquinas' Book of the Moon, which, given it was Jula, was pretty much everything that lay between the book's covers. Clearly Shirzel's guards were better educated than most, because one of them was making extensive notes as Jula spilled her guts.
"Stop hurting her. You said you would."
"I said I might, when you've told us everything." Ruli unscrewed her eyes and brought Shirzel into hazy focus. The Emperor's sister was pacing in front of Jula, who sat nearby against the wall. In addition to the note-taking guard, 2 others flanked the girl. "Shall we try that again?" A gentle voice, close by Ruli's ear. Ruli shivered and tried to turn away, but strong fingers gripped her chin and steered her face towards Saphira, crouched at her side. Behind Kettle's former lover stood Jolie Nampsis, looking slightly sick. "Give me your body, Ruli." "Nona." "Sweet Ancestor, I thought you'd abandoned me." "Give me your body." "I thought you'd never ask, dear." And with that, Ruli fled to the sanctum Nona offered her, surrendering all control. One of Ruli's arms had been bound to her side. The other was in Saphira's grip, the hand flopping uselessly on a broken wrist. But the broken wrist wasn't the main source of Ruli's pain, and it didn't stop what Saphira was doing to her fingers from reaching her. Saphira took another black needle and prepared to push it under one of the only 2 of Ruli's fingernails that didn't yet have one bedded beneath it. Nona supposed they must be coated with something like red asp venom. Just needles beneath the fingernails on their own surely couldn't account for the monstrous agony coursing through Ruli's hand. "Ready?" Saphira asked. "You're right to think that Aquinas' book is the key." Nona struggled to keep her voice steady, hissing her words past Ruli's teeth. "What?" Saphira narrowed her eyes. "The book was the key, but you never understood what it was the key to." Saphira studied Ruli's eyes, suspicious. "What are you saying?" "Yes, child. Do explain yourself." Shirzel loomed over them both, still smiling. Ruli's lack of screaming and pleading had drawn her interest. Even Jula's sobs had fallen silent.
Who do you think you're fighting here?
Nona forced a smile onto Ruli's lips.
The Scithrowl. Your brother. A handful of novices.
The smallest frown rippled Scherzel's brow just above her nose. Adoma. It's always been Adoma, at least since Shella Yammel passed to the Ancestor. Scherzel stepped closer to peer at Ruli's face. I knew her of old, you know, before this silliness of convents and abbesses. Nona spat blood from Ruli's mouth and forced herself to look at her fingers. The pain was unreal, but somehow with the ship heart burning through her, nothing else could quite seem to feel more important.
If you had truly known Abbess Glass, then you would have known death would not stop her.
Scherzel's eyes widened, and she took an involuntary step back. Nona felt really surprised too, along with a sudden shock of betrayal. Nona hadn't told any of them the truth. Not all of it.
When the Abbess set us hunting for that book, she wasn't after something that held the secrets of the moon. Just something that you would want very badly. Abbess Glass always played the long game. I thought you knew that.
Nona spat again.
She wanted us to take something that would have you bring us here, past all the Emperor's secrets and defences, right to the gates of the Ark. Why do you think we left it so late? There were years to take that book in. Why do you think we hid our plans so poorly? We couldn't make it too easy, though. Was it Jolie who found out what we were doing and told you?
Nona drew a breath and locked Ruli's eyes on Scherzel's.
Or Marcus? Or both?
A pang ran through Nona at the unintended admission on Scherzel's face. The others had thought including Marcus was a stupid move, that he would betray them all in a heartbeat. But they had trusted Nona's judgment in the end, and while Nona had chosen to include Marcus so that there was yet another way Scherzel would know what they were after and want to take it from them, deep down, Nona had believed Marcus would be true, that the fellowship forged in the cage would endure.
This is nonsense.
Scherzel pulled herself together.
The girl's just trying to buy time. Get on with it, Saphira. And you.
She turned towards Jula.
Every detail, or I will cut this child's nose and ears from her face and drop them in your lap.
Saphira leaned in with another needle.
Sorry, Kettle,
Nona muttered, and Saphira paused, momentarily puzzled. Nona drew on the shipheart's power, and as Saphira came into line with the finger intended for her needle, Nona drove out a single floor blade, twice as long as her usual ones. Saphira froze, skewered. The blade entered beneath her chin and emerged from the back of her skull.
Saphira!
Scherzel stepped forward, impatient with the delay. Saphira twitched, then slumped. Nona vanished her blade, and the woman fell, pinning Ruli and her injured arm to the floor. Nona bit down on the pain and continued to address Scherzel as if nothing of consequence had happened.
You brought us here, under pressure, in haste, careless, and you showed us the way in, showed us each trick and trap and secret.
Kill her!
Scherzel barked the words at Jolie and ran for the door by which they had entered.
I wouldn't advise it, Jolie.
Nona locked Ruli's eyes on the Namsis girl.
I'm waiting for you, and there's no place I won't find you if you hurt another of my friends.
Shurzel halted by the door.
"Show me the corridor."
What looked like a clear window opened in the middle of the door, but the view shifted as if the window were moving swiftly along the corridor outside.
"Stop!"
The image fixed upon 3 figures. 3 dirty, wet, blood-stained figures advancing towards the door. Nona was in the lead, and in her arms she held Ara's limp form, the girl's eyes glittering through slits. Clara walked 10 paces behind Nona, nervous, glancing back along the brightly lit hall.
"You think the guards you have here will stop us?"
Nona asked. It felt very strange to see herself walking towards them. Ara was controlling her flesh, just as Nona was controlling Ruli's.
"What I think is that the blast doors outside can only be opened from in here,"
Shurzel said.
"That's what I think."
"If you leave now, you might still escape,"
Nona said.
"You know ways out of this city, tunnels beneath the walls. You have money, contacts, followers. You could buy your way along the ice and come down somewhere where Scithrowl and Durns are 6 kingdoms away."
"There's no might about it,"
Shurzel sneered.
"I have sleds that would take me to Rimala, so far west that Durns is just a rumour. But why should I run? I have everything I want here."
Out in the corridor, Nona stopped, put Ara down awkwardly, and produced the Noir Gwyn shipheart from inside her habit.
"Leonotassis is dead. The Noir Gwyn singular is dead. The Noir Gwyn he took with him to Sweet Mercy Convent are dead. We have the shipheart."
Nona said it with Ruli's mouth, but the smile was all her own.
"Those girls out there are barely able to walk. Clara is the only one of them who couldn't be knocked over by a strong breeze."
Shurzel returned the smile.
"And she's mine."
"Would you bet your life on it?" Nona asked. "Because I would bet mine that she isn't."
With Ruli's good arm bound and another arm trapped beneath Saphira's cooling body, Nona had little to use now but bluff, and she had never been a good liar. The only advantage she had was that she believed what she was saying.
"If I open the blast doors, why would you let me go?"
"If Clara's on your side, what would stop her killing me?"
"I swear by the Ancestor that we will make no move to stop you leaving."
Shurzel snorted.
"The Ancestor."
"You have your button. Let Clara and the 2 nuns past. Show Jula how to raise the blast doors again. If any of them come anywhere near you, or try to stay on your side of the doors, make your explosion and have your grand end,"
Nona said.
"And if the Scithrowl are already in the palace?"
Shurzel demanded.
"Life is full of gambles," Nona said. "But my sisters are defending this place, and they are not the kind to be overcome easily."
"It is important, when killing a nun, to ensure that you bring an army of sufficient size,"
Jula quoted, and offered a bloody grin from among Shurzel's guards.
"She's right,"
said Nona. "And I've seen how many Adoma brought, and frankly, I don't think it's enough."
Without the shipheart Nona held, Shurzel had nothing to bargain with when Adoma came. Nona and her friends could bottle her in the Ark and leave via the travel ring as the Battle Queen arrived. The eyes Shurzel narrowed at Nona sparkled with fury. This isn't over. You know that. It won't ever be over for any of you while I live." She took the short rod from her gown and wrapped a hand around it, thumb on the button. She folded her arms before her to shield the hand holding the rod. She raised her voice and started towards the exit. "Lower the blast doors." Turning back, she called to Jolie. "Come, girl." She waved to the guards with Jula. "Leave her."
"No,"
Nona said.
"They all stay. Someone has to pay."
"Vindictive little novice, aren't you?" Shirzel allowed herself a smile. "At least we have that in common." She shrugged. "I've plenty of guards upstairs. And Jolie's never really had the stomach for all this. Have you, girl? A pity. I thought you might have more of your father in you. But once it got to be more than a few convent games, you went to pieces." Jolie shook her head. No, I can do it. Take me with you." Shirzel laughed and strode away. "Perhaps you can change my mind, thread worker." Nona saw Jolie's fingers twitching as she tried, but Shirzel had never seemed like someone who would be easily swayed, even if every article of her jewellery wasn't work with sigils to absorb destruction and to anchor her threads. At the door, Shirzel paused. "Abbess Glass really was a remarkable woman. I underestimated her too many times." She spoke loud enough for the room to hear, but didn't look up from her hand upon the door. "But if it's the long game that impresses you, then don't start to relax. This isn't over." She looked at the strange window to check where Nona, Ara and Clara were, then opened the door. The thick blast door outside had retracted into the floor. Shirzel walked out, arms crossed before her, thumb on the hidden button that would detonate the explosives she'd installed in the ark. Nona, under Ara's control and carrying Ara, moved to one side of the corridor to allow Shirzel to pass by as far from the shipheart as she could get. Clara nodded to the Emperor's sister as she went, but said nothing. As the three of them crossed over the blast door, Nona returned to her own body. Ara slid back into hers, and Ruli returned to her own flesh with a series of whimpering gasps. "Blast doors up," Nona called, and behind her, 10 tons of iron slid smoothly into place. The special window continued to show the corridor as if inserting a 2-foot-thick wall of iron made no difference to the view. Nona hobbled in and watched as Shirzel turned their way. She jabbed at the button experimentally, happy to blow them all to the Ancestor now the door had risen between them. How frustrating for her. Nona narrowed her eyes at the woman. Even now, her devils screamed for her to chase Shirzel down and hack her apart. Beside Nona, Clara helped Ara to her feet. Ara, for her part, allowed Clara to aid her and didn't punch her in the throat, which wouldn't have been unreasonable given the fact that Clara had thrown a spear at her back less than an hour before. "This isn't over," Ara said, joining Nona at the window. "No," said Nona, watching as Shirzel stopped at the blade trap. The Emperor's sister tossed a coin out to check that it hadn't been reactivated. The coin hit the floor in 4 silver strips. She shot a foul look back at the blast door and pushed the button uselessly. "You should go out there and kill her." The guards had cut Jula free, and she had crossed to help Ruli, who was struggling to roll Saphira's corpse off her. If we open the blast doors, she can blow the explosives, Nona said, not looking away. Shirzel tapped out the sequence to deactivate the blade trap. Ever cautious, she tossed in a second coin. It hit the ground with a chime and rolled to a halt. Satisfied, she hurried through, picking up speed, anxious to reach her guards and flee before the Scithrowl broke in. She was clear of the blade trap when suddenly she jolted, slowed, then carried on at a reduced pace. The jolt would have been the first wire breaking. Invisibly thin, it would have cut to the bone before Shirzel's momentum broke it. The slowing was the result of the multiple wires behind the first biting into her. By this point, the pain would have registered. The blood appeared as thin red lines first, blotting the sliced edges of her gown. As she staggered, large folds of flesh and muscle began to flay away from the bone. The top half of her face did something similar, the detail thankfully hidden behind a rising crimson mist. The Emperor's sister managed 5 more steps before falling in a gory ruin. The sound of her screaming didn't reach into the ark. Beside Nona, Ara and Clara looked ready to vomit. Nona nodded slowly. Now, it's over.
Chapter 26. Holy Class. I'll bring in the wires.
Ara looked as if she would rather do anything else, even if she weren't battling just to keep standing. But the first and last thing that Sister Apple had taught them about setting wires was that you cleared up afterwards. Who had actually set the trap for Shirzel was open to debate. Nona had used her thread bond with Ara to ask her to do it. Ara, too weak to set the wires, had used that same bond to inhabit Nona's body, while Nona in turn inhabited Ruli and spoke with Shirzel behind the blast doors. The bloody lengths of arc steel would be returned to the wire kit that Kettle had given Nona, along with the poisons and cures carried by every Grey sister. Even so, it was Ara's task to pull the wires from Shirzel's gory remains. Go with her, Clara. Nona nodded and motioned the two of them back into the corridor. Ara would need support. When the way was clear, Nona would let Shirzel's guards go. Jolie would stay here. Jula had tied the girl with Saphira's cords. Jolie might be good with threads, but Jula tied better knots. The book was a lie. Ruli came closer, cradling her injured arm as if it were made of eggshell. Jula hovered around her, trying to help. I went through all that for nothing. Now that Nona had set the Noir Gwyn shipheart against the far wall, with the Sweet Mercy shipheart, both novices could approach her. Maybe not a lie, Nona said. Perhaps just misguided and unnecessary. What was important was that you believed its value. That's what got us in here, and what kept you both alive. It was always Abbess Glass's intention that the book would be the key that got us to the door of the Ark. I don't imagine she knew it would be with the Scithrowl fighting in Verity's streets.
So how do we control the moon? If we could even get in there. Which we can't, Jula asked. Aquinas' instructions are very complex. If they're wrong, then I don't know what to do.
Well, the first thing to do is to open the door. No? Nona tried to shut out the voices of her devils as they raged against Jula's stupidity. If the girl came any closer, Nona might just reach out in an unguarded moment and end her. She leaned back against the wall. Before that, though, I need this fucking knife out of my leg. Jula flinched as Nona's voice rose to a shout. Or perhaps at the cursing. Or both. Even so, she came forward, already unbinding her habit cord to use as a tourniquet. Nona put her head to the wall and ground her teeth while Jula set to work. "How can we open the ark?" Ruli asked. She had a right to ask. She had had envenomed needles driven under her fingernails. Nona roared as Jula drew the cross knife from the back of her thigh and tightened her habit tie above the lacerated muscle. "Nona!" Clara came back in, trailed by Ara, pale-faced and bloody-handed. "Are you?" Jula stood up, tossing the little knife to the floor.
"She'll live."
Nona turned her black-eyed stare on Scherzel's guards. "Out!" She snarled the word through gritted teeth. "Join the defense if you want to survive the night." Clara spotted Jolie, sitting bound on the floor. "I know her. One of Scherzel's creatures." Nona bit back on the accusation that Clara was nothing more than that herself, and tried to drive the devils from her tongue. "We should get the truth out of her," said Clara, ignoring Jula and Ruli's staring. "Scherzel didn't have all her eggs in one basket. She was only going to share with Adoma as a last resort. She was after more shiphearts of her own. I know that much. She had an agent among the ice tribes, and she'd set her hunting down old stones. You really don't want to know who I heard it was. But Rich Girl here, she knows for sure."
"Nona!"
A call from Ara at the doorway. Out in the corridor, a fierce light had overwhelmed the ambient illumination. It glared from the doorway of the chamber that held the travel ring. The blaze made harsh silhouettes of the guardsmen, now frozen a few yards from it. A deep throbbing buzz trembled through the ground. Nona drew her sword. Ara struggled to draw her own. Clara's blade cleared her scabbard with a hiss. A crack rang out, like the world ending, and the light died. At first, Nona could see nothing. After images filled the corridor, swimming across each other. As they faded, and the dark shapes of Scherzel's men reasserted themselves, Nona saw that a new figure stood there ahead of them. And in her hands burned two balls of light, one a virulent green, the other the red of iron just starting to glow.
"Yisht!"
A scream from Jolie behind them. "Oh, hells!" Clara's blade wavered, the point dropping. Nona blinked away the remaining traces of her blindness, and there, alone in the corridor now as the guardsman ran off in terror, stood the ice triber, so thickly patterned in devils that no patch of unstained skin showed.
"I cannot die."
Yisht's last words, and Raymultas's too. Perhaps if the black ice taught any lesson, it was that evil never truly dies.
"Nona."
Yisht's smile twisted. A moment later, the rest of her rippled, and in her place stood Zol, her face tight with strain.
"Zol!"
Ara gasped.
"You're dead."
"She's playing games with our minds?" Clara backed a few paces. "With 2 shiphearts in my hands, I could make you see anyone I wanted to," the figure said. "But I am Zol."
"She's lying,"
Ara said.
"Zol died."
"No," Nona said. "It's Zol." And as she said it, Tarkak's ice spear stepped out into the corridor, 10 yards behind his niece, and wincing as if he stood too close to the heat of a fire. Zold continued her advance, and others of Tarkax's tribe emerged, pushing at his shoulders. The guards already ran off. As Zold drew closer, Ara and the novices backed into the chamber. Even Nona couldn't endure the combined pressure of both shiphearts.
How is she here?
You knew. You lied to us.
Nona shook her head.
I promised Abbess Glass. Zol did, too.
When Nona had returned alone with the shipheart, she had reported to Abbess Glass immediately. On the Abbess's instructions, she had let them all believe Zol to be dead, and had made no mention of Yisht. Somehow, the absence of any mourning among the novices had deepened Nona's affection for Zol. The girl walked a lonely path, and she walked it without complaint or compromise. Nona hadn't heard from Zol again for nearly 2 years, and when she did, it was to discover that they were thread-bound. Somehow, during their long escape from the black ice, when Zol carried her half-senseless from that freezing hell, the ice triber had forged the bond between them. At Abbess Glass's suggestion, Zol had set herself the task of bringing to the Empire both of the shiphearts controlled by her tribe. At the same time, and seemingly at her own behest, Zol had set to convincing the Emperor's sister that Yisht still lived, and was attempting exactly the same thing, to bring Shurzel the 2 shiphearts she needed. All those years ago, Abbess Glass had seen the pieces before her, and set them in motion. Tarkax Icespear's ambition to protect the tribes by keeping the corridor open was just one more factor to wrap into the long game. Quite how she knew where the cascade of cause and event would lead, Nona had no idea. But the Abbess had always made it her business to know things. Nona had seen the results. The application of knowledge could unlock doors that her floor blades couldn't so much as scratch, and it could bring down those so mighty that no feat of arms would stay their hand. Zol had waited on the ice, ready with the old stones. Nona had told her that it was safe to come, and here she was, with the other half of the key to the Ark. Zol stood within the chamber where Shurzel had tortured Ruli. She held the 2 shiphearts from her tribe, one like iron red from the forge, the other a poison green. The Noir Gwyn shipheart and the Sweet Mercy shipheart lay against the far wall, one a black violet that seared the eye, the other golden. She had grown from the girl who sent Nona back from the heart of the black ice. She stood before them a woman of the ice, hard, uncompromising, perfect. Zol watched Nona and the others as if from some distant place. No hint of recognition in her face, no warmth, just a focused efficiency.
Can you do it?
Nona asked. Of all of them, only Nona could stand within spear's reach of Zol and meet the awful light in her eyes.
Can you take all 4 and open the Ark?
It will be hard. Nona wondered if she stood alone in seeing the hints that remained of that younger Zol. She had been hard and seemingly without emotion even then, but Nona remembered that Zol had named her friend and come to the Tetragode to save her. She remembered the shy edge of Zol's tiny smile when she made one of her rare jokes, so dry that it might pass by entirely unnoticed.
Hard.
As always, when Zol called a thing hard, it meant that it was essentially impossible. A suicidal act. Very hard. Zol's eyes held something as close to fear as Nona had ever seen.
Try.
Nona reached out for the wall and sagged against it.
The Scithrowl are coming. I need to help.
Nona didn't feel herself fall, but she hammered into Kettle as if she had dropped from a great height. Chapter 27. Holy Class. Kettle lay sprawled, stunned by a blow from one of the small shields that many of the Scithrowl in this wave seemed to favour. The man who had struck her down now leapt over her into the space created. Another Scithrowl followed, this one a squat woman, her skin a peculiar purple red that Kettle had never seen before. She carried a short spear with a long serrated blade that looked to have been used to finish off a fair number of wounded enemies. Without pause, she thrust it down at Kettle's chest. Kettle lacked the strength to do anything but throw up an empty, helpless hand.
No.
Nona's word on Kettle's lips. Lying in the same chamber as 4 shiphearts made Nona feel like a candle burning not just at both ends, but along the whole of its length. Their power filled her even as it tore her apart. Quick as thought, she drove a sheet of floor blade from Kettle's palm, cutting the Scithrowl woman in half. "Get up." Kettle struggled to her feet. Her speed had left her. Exhaustion dragged her down more than the minor wounds that stuck her habit to her in bloody patches. Several blows fell on the floor armour. Nona moved around Kettle as she rose. "Let me in."
They're all dead, Nona.
Kettle waved her arm, and Nona filled the air with a moving storm of floor fragments. The Scithrowl in front of her fell in pieces. Behind them, the length of the King's Road lay tight-packed with their kin, stretching all the way back to the breach in the walls and the ocean of Adoma's horde pressing in. Over 100 yards back, but now within the circle of the city walls, scores of Scithrowl bore a stepped platform on their shoulders, rising yards above the sea of heads. On the lowest step, a dozen archers in black chainmail loosed arrow after arrow from their eagle bows, sending them soaring over the spear tips of their army towards the palace walls, or up at bowmen on Verity's rooftops. On the next step, 4 windworkers plied their arts to shield the archers from incoming missiles, but Nona imagined they focused their efforts primarily on the 3rd and highest step, where a figure sat in crimson armour upon a throne of gold. Adoma, the battle queen herself, entering the city and driving her followers into a frenzy. The woman commanded the eye, her skin like a hole in the night. It was said she had melted the black ice and drank the waters to gain her powers. Even at this distance, Nona could feel the malice bleeding from her. "Let me help, Kettle. Where's Apple?"
I don't know.
Kettle stepped back, and with an elbow to the back of the neck, felled the man who had so recently struck her down.
I don't know.
Her voice broke as she retreated among the Emperor's guards, fighting in front of the palace walls. Images flashed before Nona's eyes. She saw Leni fall with a spear driven through her chest. A latter had died fighting above her corpse. She saw Sister Tallow and Sister Iron fighting back to back, with the Scithrowl clambering over the circular wall of dead, ringing the pair. She saw Sister Tallow with her sword deep in the body of the biggest gerent Nona had ever seen. Somehow, the old woman had pierced the man's armour, but where the arc-steel blade she had given to Nona might have sliced free, her barren steel remained caught. When the Scithrowl cut her down, Tallow looked surprised. Not scared or proud or at peace or defeated. Just surprised. Kettle's memories assaulted Nona. She saw Ketty, broken by an axe. Tall, quick Ketty, always talking about boys. Now, she would never find one to hold. Nona blinked the vision away, blinked away the deaths of other novices. of nuns she had known most of her life. No. So much martial empathy rang in Nona's voice that even those in the front line paused to listen, weapons stuttering mid-swing. Abbess Wheel stood nearby, her right arm in a makeshift sling, bandages across her forehead. A pitifully small band of convent survivors stood tight around her. No. Nona stepped back towards the battle line. Men and women of the palace guard jerked out of her path, as if seized by invisible hands. The Scithrowl howling for blood just yards ahead of her fell silent, although she was only Kettle, wounded, unarmoured, unremarkable. As Nona raised Kettle's arms, an arrow hammered out of the fire-broken night. It shattered, inches from her shoulder. Another glanced away. She brought her hands together over her head, struggling against some opposing force. Stone blocks and roof slates tore free from the buildings to either side of the King's Road, flinging themselves into the army packed across its width. Walls groaned and collapsed in rolling clouds of dust. The moon is falling. Nona's voice shuddered through men's bodies, as if Abeth itself had spoken, and terror followed. The moon is falling. She swung an arm at the backs of Scithrowl, trying to retreat over those still advancing on the palace. Spinning fragments of floor blade sliced through armour, flesh, bone. Even the paving slabs beneath the enemy's feet were cut into pieces. Nona led the charge, slipping and sliding in a street that had become a charnel house. The gerent captain, who had sought to block her passage into the palace as night fell, now joined her counterattack. They couldn't win. Perhaps a dozen Nonas might turn the tide, but even as the Scithrowl died in heaps, their dead were trampled by fresh warriors, eager to bleed for their queen. And all along the road, the Scithrowl were starting to spread out, clambering over rubble, seeking ways to encircle the palace, ways to come at it from all angles, while Nona could defend only one. Nona let the Empire soldiers advance around her. She saw little Genna hurry past, a bloody spear gripped in both hands, looking both fierce and exhausted at the same time. For a moment, Kettle's weakness overwhelmed her, and Nona found no strength of her own to replace it. So much death and hurt lay before her, so much blood that the storm drains would soon overflow. Murder, murder, and more murder. What else could they expect when the ice kept closing? All of mankind reduced to wild animals in an ever-shrinking cage. The moon is coming. Nona used Kettle's mouth to speak, words for Kettle's benefit. Be ready to get out of its way. Chapter 28. Holy Class. Nona jerked her head up. Only she and Zol remained in the chamber. Nona lay slumped against the wall. The others stayed outside, watching from the passage. Zol could be seen only indistinctly, a dark figure orbited by 4 balls of light, 4 shiphearts, one attuned to each of the tribes that had come to Abeth in the long ago, plunging from the darkness amid a galaxy of dying stars. They had come seeking the warmth of a sun that burned hotter than those they left behind. Whether it was desperation or miscalculation that had beached them on Abeth's shores, the stories could never agree upon. Perhaps they could travel no further, but they had found a world already abandoned by those who had settled it. Scant millennia passed before the continued retreat of Abeth's star from the red fury of its expansion began to see Abeth freeze. The world started its return to the ice-bound sphere it had always been, before the sun's death throes briefly thawed it. Zol had said the old stones were things of the missing, just as the arks were. The church taught that they were shiphearts, the vital force that had driven the vessels which brought the 4 tribes across the blackness of infinity to Abeth, and that the arks were the work of Nona's ancestors too. Perhaps that story was simple pride, though, claiming some wonder for the ancestor, rather than having all of humanity's tribes be painted as savages, living within the ruins of a greater race. Now, as Zol advanced towards the great round door at the chamber's centre, Nona could easily imagine her a creature very different to any that walked the corridor. Zol reached the vault door, light and shadow in constant motion around her as the shiphearts continued on their slow trajectories. Nona had thought that the door would fight her, that the earth would shake around them, that the ceiling would crack and the dust sift down. Instead, the huge circular slab of silver steel rose without noise or drama until it stood vertical, revealing a flight of stairs. Zol raised her arms, and the shiphearts shot outwards to the 4 points of the compass, embedding themselves in the walls about halfway between floor and ceiling. Nona couldn't tell if there had already been structures to receive them, or if they had made their own holes.
"How do you feel?"
She limped across to Zol, who looked like a statue. Now that she could approach her, Nona realised how tall her friend had grown. She lacked the thick muscle of a gerund, but she had the height, making Nona feel like a child beside her, and dwarfing the others. Zol's skin had turned greyish, as if the shipheart's power had burned her to fine ash, awaiting just the slightest touch to fall apart. Nona wouldn't have been surprised to find on closer inspection that Zol's flesh was polished to a high shine, or just gently smoking. Are you still you?" Zol's eyes had turned a steel grey, and Nona tried to see something of her friend within them.
"I am shriven."
Nona reached along their thread bond, but found nothing.
"Zol."
Her heart hurt. She wished in that moment she had known the woman who stood in front of her, before she had ever touched an old stone, before the imperfection was burned from her. She would have held her friend, but the devils in her own flesh refused to move any closer.
"Hurry up!"
Clara arrived at Nona's shoulder, with Ara and Ruli coming along behind. Tarkax and Jula had hold of Jolie, and were bringing her too. The rest of the Ice Tribers remained to guard the corridor.
"Quickly!"
Clara's urgency was born of the desire to get further from the shiphearts, but it reignited Nona's own. Outside, her sisters were still dying.
"Lights on,"
Nona ordered, and the dark steps beneath the door were illuminated, just as the corridors outside had been when Scherzel demanded light. She led the way down, cursing each time her damaged leg had to take her weight. The arc proved completely different to anything Nona had anticipated, and her imagination had painted dozens of possible scenes. The stairs led down some 50 feet to a small circular chamber, a room, dirty and bare of anything save a single curving chair of some unfamiliar material, lying on its side near the wall.
"Aquina said there would be levers, a machine. He saw them in a holy vision."
Ruli pushed in past Nona.
I kept that bastard's lie secret when that bitch was wedging needles under my fingernails.
Jula stumbled in with Jolie. It was getting crowded.
There were supposed to be 4 dials, each within the other. There's nothing here.
Even Jolie sounded disappointed.
How would you have worked such an engine, even if it hadn't been stolen centuries ago?
Clara spat on the ground and sent the chair skittering across the floor with a kick. The years had turned it brittle, and it shattered against the far wall. Nona frowned, staring furiously at the broken pieces.
Aquinas' book was the key to get us in. A lie. I never expected it to help once we were inside. Though, it would have been nice if it had.
She looked slowly around the chamber, hunting for any clue.
The abbess told me that the goal of any design is simplicity.
She spoke the words haltingly, gathering certainty as fragments of the day's events came together.
What makes our most complex devices hard to use is that we lack the understanding to make them easy to use.
All of them watched her.
Lights off.
The room plunged into darkness.
Lights on.
The illumination returned, soft, pervasive, casting no shadows and having no source.
When Scithrowl closed the blast door, she just asked for it to close. Why would you think that the builders of an ark where that happened would require levers and dials to command the moon? Scithrowl's first instinct was right. The abbess just made her doubt herself, made her think she needed a book full of secret knowledge.
"Show us the corridor," Zol said. She spoke it to the air. Instantly a ring of light appeared before them, hanging in the air, crowded with tiny features in shades of green and brown, fringed with white. A shadow divided it into night and day.
"Show me the moon's focus."
A wide red circle appeared, wider than the corridor, maybe half as wide again. A much broader, pinkish region extended around it, within an elongated ellipsis.
"Show us where we are,"
Nona said. The ring turned and grew steadily larger, the bulk of it fading from view as a closer and closer look filled the space before them.
"The Grampians,"
Jula whispered.
"And the Sea of Man."
"Closer,"
Nona said. And in moments, she saw forests and rivers spread before her, as if Sister Rule's precious maps had joined hands and unfolded themselves for inspection. All washed with a faint, pinkish tinge.
"Closer."
They saw Verity, the Rock of Faith, and the farmlands all around. Tiny fires twinkled. Smoke streaks followed the wind.
"Closer."
They saw the city walls, the streets, individual rooftops, the flicker of flames, the dark mass of Adoma's army, the palace itself.
"What does the pink mean?"
Jula asked.
"There is sufficient angle and resource to center the focus at any point within the pink zone."
All of them, save Zol, jumped at the unexpected voice. Like the light, the voice seemed to have no source. And like the light, there was nothing about it that was natural. Clara glanced around nervously.
"Who are you? Show yourself."
"I am Taproot."
Jula's eyes went wide, and she made the sign of the arboret, a single finger rising to trace the taproot that began with the first ancestor, then all fingers spreading to show the branches of the ancestor's tree. Ruli and Ara exchanged shocked glances. "Are you?" Nona cut across Clara's question. Outside the palace, the last of their friends were dying. "How small can that focus be made?" Nona asked. A red dot appeared at the centre of the image of the palace. It looked to be about 10 yards across. "Can you make the focus here?" Nona reached out to touch the spot in front of the palace, where the King's Road opened onto the plaza. "And have it follow between my finger and thumb?" "Yes. It would consume 1/3 of 1% of the remaining propellant to institute and later correct the major attitude changes." "What would that do?" asked Clara, leaning in. The image's light patterned fascination on her face. "I think it would burn through the ground and melt the rocks themselves," Nona said. "Adoma has 100,000 Scithrowl out there." Jula peered at the image. Individuals at the edge of the horde appeared like motes of dust. "Could you kill so many with a touch?" "In a heartbeat?" Clara swept her hand along the King's Road, finger and thumb set to its width, widening the span as she reached beyond the wall to encompass the whole mass of the invaders. "Wait! Nothing happened?" "Focus is already at authorized minimum. Narrower focus is deemed hazardous to flora and fauna." Nona thought she understood. The focus had narrowed as the corridor narrowed, increasing intensity as the cold intensified. But it had reached the maximum safe intensity years ago, and the ice kept coming. Any narrower, and the focus would scorch the crops, blind the animals. "How can we authorize it to narrow further?" Nona asked. "Could you do it?" Jula's question repeated itself over and again in the back of her mind, though her devils all but drowned it out with their shout for blood and fire. "Could you do it?" "Only the purified has clearance." "The purified?" But Nona knew the answer before the words left her. The silent stranger in their midst, burned clean of humanity by the combined fire of 4 shiphearts. Had the shiphearts themselves ever been needed, or just someone stripped of all flaws by them? Was Zol more than human now, or less than human? And this voice that claimed to be Taproot, was that human? An ancestor who travelled to Abeth on the ships that sailed between the stars, or one of the missing, who had left before they even arrived? "Will you do it, Zol?" Zol stood statue still, only her head turning to meet Nona's gaze. "Do you ask it of me?" Even with her friends dying outside, Nona didn't want to ask to have that power in her hands. The devils in her screamed, yes, but somehow their voices failed to dominate her. In a battle, in a fight, to take the lives of those raising their weapons against her had always seemed her right. Though even that certainty had weakened as her skills and powers grew, making the contest more and more uneven. Now, in this place, she could take the lives of more people than she could properly imagine, even with their image floating before her. She could do it in a heartbeat, with no effort or risk. Do it without them ever seeing her face or knowing the blow was coming. "Would you do it if I asked?" Nona asked. Zol reached out to the light before she answered, letting the images of verity flow across her grey hand. "I feel different, Nana." She spoke as if the two of them were entirely alone. "As if I were falling away." "Falling away from what?" Despite the death unfolding in miniature all across Zol's palm, It was the faint sadness in Zol's voice that made Nona's eyes prickle and fill with tears.
From everything, I see a wider existence, as though all of Abeth were just like your corridor, a slice through something bigger.
Would you do it, Zol?
Nona spoke above the hunger of her devils, even as she felt them rising, reaching up across her neck.
How many would you kill to save how few?
Nona.
Ara grabbed her shoulder.
The Empire is burning.
There is no Empire, Nona replied. For a moment, she managed to block out her devils and speak with the voice of the Nona who had been left behind when they were broken from her. Scithrowl meets Durn now. The battles are all but over. She shook her head. Aren't all of us brother and sister? Should I murder them for the sake of pride? Or should I accept that the ice has narrowed and that there is a new order now?
Look!
Clara pointed at Nona's neck.
She's like Yesht.
Jula and Jolie stared at her in horror. Even if they hadn't known Yisht's story, a convent education breeds a terror of possession. It's true. Nona turned to face them. I can't make a decision like this. Half of me wants to burn a path a mile wide right through every Scithrowl city. The louder half says that we should burn it all. I am unfit to judge. Sister Thorn should do this, if Zol will allow her. She stepped aside to let Ara speak with Zol, and found her missing. Ara?
Here.
Ara was behind the others. She had slid down the wall to sit at its base, blood on her lips, her face almost as grey as Zol's. She looked unsurprised by news of Nona's devils, but then she had already inhabited the tainted flesh in question herself. I can take the Rallatu from you. Zol stepped forward, her hand raised towards Nona's neck.
What?
Clara demanded. She looked from Nona to Zol as if ready to fight them both, or run.
What the hell is she talking about?
She means the devils, Nona said. My devils. The old stones break them from us, as a sculptor chips away ice to reveal their creation. Zol reached for Nona. Nona stepped back, pressing against Ruli. No. No? Zol cocked her head, curious.
They're devils, Nona.
Jula sounded on the edge of hysteria. They're me, Nona said. Pieces of who I am. Terrible pieces, Ruli said. I felt them through the thread bond, but didn't understand. She fell quiet, confusion on her face. If you divide the ingredients of the black here into two halves, both make a poison that will kill you. Together, they are something different. Nona set her fingers to the rough skin along the side of her neck, finding it hot to the touch. Can you bring them back, Zol? I can draw them out and give them to the fire. But can you put them back as they were? It would make you less pure, further from the Ancestor. Zol watched her without judgment. Even so. Nona leaned her head to expose her neck to Zol. You've burned away all your sins and weaknesses, and it's left you so distant from us you hardly care who lives and who dies. I can't make a decision like this with my head full of broken pieces, but I can't make it with those pieces gone, either. She met Zol's grey eyes. Please. Zol set her palm to the first of Nona's devils. The feeling as it fell apart and unwound beneath her touch, beneath Nona's skin, was something both bitter and sweet. Something lost and something gained. Zol found the second and third of Nona's devils without needing to look for them, even though they fled from sight. In moments, Nona's anger, her thirst for revenge, and her capacity for hate were no longer screaming at her from separate sources, but woven back into the fabric of who she was. The good with the bad. Nona took a deep breath and addressed the air. Won't the focus burn up the whole city as it narrows, or have to burn a path in from outside?
The moon's albedo can be rapidly varied between 0 and 1.
What?
The moon will go dark until it is pointed and focused.
You can turn the moon on and off at my request.
Yes.
Nona stood for a moment in blank amazement before finding her voice again. Zol, tell this thing to obey me. She approached the image. The counterattack had faltered, and the remaining defenders were pressed against the walls. At points around the palace, the Scithrowl were unopposed, deploying ladders and scaling chains against the battlements where the guards fought to throw them back. Why would I put such a power in the hands of one who has yet to be shriven of a single rowletoo? You are unformed clay, Nona Grey. At least I care. At least it will hurt me, whatever decision I make. At least I'm terrified. Nona defocused her eyes to see the threadscape. She had learned to look far deeper than when she had tried that first day in Path Tower and declared that Zol had no threads. Sister Pan had been right to correct her. Everything had threads. Even now, the water that comprised the bulk of Zol's body had countless threads joining it to the world. But the threads that really mattered, the brightest ones that Nona had been unable to see on her first attempt, the threads that both described Zol and bound her to the people around her. Those threads were more completely absent than they had ever been. In the end, none of this will matter, Nona Grey. Zol spread her hands. Who will know our names in 100 years? Who built the forest of stone upon the doorstep of sweet mercy? Change runs through everything. Perfection is the only constant. It matters to me. Now. Nona took Zol's cool grey hands in her own, filthy with mud and blood. You're leaving us. I know that. I don't know where you're going. To join the missing, maybe. But you're going. And it doesn't matter. What matters is that you're my friend, Zol. I would die for you. The least you can do is give me the moon. Nona wasn't sure if she imagined the brief and tiny curl of Zol's lips. But if the smile were imagined, the order was not. Let Nona guide the moon.
Chapter 29. Holy Class. The sound of a battle can be described as a roar, and sometimes it truly is. When 1,000 warriors charge, a roar precedes them and swallows up all other noise. But in between charge and countercharge, there is the screaming of those too wounded to hold their peace, and not yet close enough to crossing the path that they fall silent. There is the clash of weapons, most often on shields, for tight-packed conflict is an ugly, graceless thing, and there are few parries made. There are the desperate cries for aid, and there is the sobbing of the lost. Kettle heard all these things. She saw a forest of legs and bodies rising around her, and at her back, the palace wall. She saw the black sky above,
Here and there, crimson stars shone through the wind-torn smoke. Of the hope, there was no sign. She didn't hurt so much as ache, her pain a dull throb beneath the blanket of exhaustion that smothered her. She wouldn't think of Apple. Instead, she left those raw voids in her mind untouched, her thoughts skittering around them. The Scithrowl sounded very close. She would not have to avoid thinking of Apple for too long. It did not seem that anything short of the Ancestor in person, stepping out of thin air and clad in glory, could silence a pitched battle. But when, without warning, the focus moon lit around them, all the many thousands locked in combat paused in astonishment. The focus, not due for hours yet, had not crept upon them, rising smoothly to its blazing climax. One moment it had been dark, the next they were plunged into the fierce heat of the moon. Every flame looked pale now. All the city's fires, the torches and battle lanterns amid the throng, the flame serpents coiling around Adoma's throne platform, all flickering ghosts of themselves. Those closest to death knew with certainty that they were now looking across the path. In that following moment, when one soldier might think to take advantage of his enemy's distraction, a second wonder happened. In the space of 3 heartbeats, the moon dimmed to a dull crimson disk on which the eye could rest. And every eye rested there. This was a wonder past the skill of any major. Kettle raised her head, an action she had thought beyond her. She pushed with her legs, sliding her back against the Emperor's walls, rising from the dead and wounded heaped about her, and struggled up, drawn by a communal intake of breath all around her. Across the face of the moon something was being written, as if by a dark finger. 2 words in black on red, written in the Scithrowl tongue. Go home. A muttering spread across the length of the King's Road, and out to the fields beyond. The literate among Adoma's horde sharing the meaning. Far back among her forces, Adoma rose from her throne, a distant figure gleaming crimson. The Battle Queen's words reached Kettle as if she were standing at her side, reverberating across the intervening yards through the art of the windworkers, ringing her seat. Few among the Emperor's forces understood her words, but the tone left no doubt that her message was one of defiance.
The Scithrowl do not run from lights and tricks. This is our home now. Before me lies my palace.
Power lay behind those words. Hers was a voice to stir a heart to violence, to wake pride in any chest. The army around her had claimed hundreds of corridor miles in the Battle Queen's name. They wouldn't run, not beneath her gaze and with victory just a spear's throw ahead of them. The Scithrowl warriors began to raise their weapons and find their voice. The rising cheer faltered as the moon went wholly dark, leaving twice 100,000 eyes night-blind. Kettle cursed herself for letting her training slip and allowing herself to lose an edge. Apple would scold. The moon lit again, though not to full focus. A brilliant light fell around Adoma's throne, filling half the width of the road. The intensity rose from dazzling to blinding so swiftly that there was almost not enough time to look away. A moment later, the searing circle of light had gone, replaced by a general illumination bringing the day to Verity's night. Kettle blinked away after images and tried to see what had happened. She heard the screaming before she saw the source. All around the fringes of the area where the brilliance had risen, Scithrowl were burning. The screams came from further back, where warriors rolled around the pain of their scalded flesh, but were not actually on fire. In the place where Adoma's platform had been borne on the shoulders of 100 men, There was nothing. Just a black circle, 20 yards across. No trace of the platform, of the throne, of the people upon it or beneath it. Even their smoke seemed to have been burned from the air. The moon dimmed, and the words returned. Go home. And everywhere, the Scithrowl started to run. In the Ark Chamber, silence reigned. Nona had controlled the moon by voicing her desires and using her fingers to place and size the focus on the image before them. She had watched the results through Kettle's eyes. It seemed wrong to see the death of a queen, and so many of her subjects, as a flash of light that could be covered by a fist, and have the ant-sized survivors run noiselessly from the fringes of the blackened circle, left behind. "You should have killed them all," Clara said, "while they were in one place. They'll scatter now. You can't use the moon to hunt down thousands of small bands roaming the countryside." Nona stepped back from the image and looked around at her friends. Ruli still hugging her injured hand. Jula red-eyed, forehead furrowed with concentration. Ara slumped, breath labouring but watching even so. Jolie stood amazed, as if she had forgotten where she was, or that she was bound, a traitor to the Emperor whose palace they stood beneath. Tarkax watched Nona, his dark eyes unreadable. And Zol. Zol stood tall, apart from them all, though she was within arm's reach, her head cocked as if she were listening to music that no one else could hear. "Why didn't you kill them all?" Jula asked. Nona frowned. "I had thought Abbess Glass made me promise to take the black and become a holy sister, because she knew it would change Wheel's mind about me. That was part of it. But the abbess rarely did something with only one goal, or said anything with just one meaning." Nona looked down at her habit, sticky with blood. "At Sweet Mercy, they made a weapon of me. They honed every skill into a sharp edge. They put a sword in my hand, because there will always be foes who must be opposed, always violence that must be met with violence. But that was never the heart of Sweet Mercy. The shipheart wasn't the foundation of the convent. It was always the faith. Always the notion that all men and women are our brothers and our sisters, and that faith doesn't end with borders. It doesn't care about heresies used to divide us, or whether you speak your prayers to a white star, or to the fields and forests and stones. Abbess Glass spoke to me on the day she died. She told me that when she lost her child, at first she took every novice at Sweet Mercy as her own, to fill that hole, the emptiness only a mother can know. But the Ancestor taught her not to be so narrow. She came to understand that the children before her, those she could see, those the Church gave into her hands, were no more or less important than any other. She saw that all of us are children, no matter how many years we might have walked through. She taught this to us every day. Even Sister Wheel taught it to us, despite herself, if you listened hard enough. It's written in the book of the Ancestor, and no matter who speaks the words, or how they try to twist them, the truth is there. Abbess Glass wanted me to take the black because she wanted the moon to be wielded by a holy sister. Not as a weapon, but as a tool. As the healer might use the knife. Sometimes to cut, but ultimately to heal. Clara looked astonished. "But they'll just come back? The ice is closing. There's not enough room or food. Someone has to die. Lots of someones. Sister Rule taught us that in our first year at convent. The point is that it not be us who dies." Nona looked around the room once more. The others were looking at her as if she were some new creature, standing in a friend's shoes. Maybe Sister Rule will have to learn a new lesson to teach. They left the chamber at Nona's insistence. Tarkax carried Ara up the steps since she lacked the strength for the climb, and Nona hobbled up behind, half wishing that she had someone to carry her. More than half wishing it. In the circular chamber above, bathed equally in the auras of the 4 shiphearts spaced around the walls, Zol employed her martial healing. It had always been one of her least developed skills, but with the power of 4 old stones buzzing through her, she worked swiftly and well. Ara's lung repaired itself, and her flesh knitted together. Nona's thigh and shoulder wounds sealed, the muscles rejoining beneath. Ruli's wrist grew straight, the toxins beneath her nails neutralized.
What are we going to do with Jolie?
Ruli grabbed the bound girl with her newly healed hand.
She killed Zala, Clara said. Doesn't she deserve to die? I didn't,
Jolie protested, her pretty face ugly with fear.
I wanted her to run.
That's a lie, Ara roared, suddenly furious.
But I took Sister Apple's truth pill.
Ara shook her head violently.
Your father paid to have your memories altered.
She grabbed Jolie's shoulders.
I don't know how many of our friends died out there tonight, but it will be too many. I don't think I can let this stain walk out of here. I swear it on the Ancestor. I wasn't trying to kill Darla, I swear.
Ara, Nona shouted. This wasn't how Ara behaved. If anything, it should be Nona wanting Jolie's blood for her friend's death, and 100 smaller crimes. With a snarl and clear effort, Ara unlocked her hands from Jolie's habit and strode away.
You're the senior nun here, Sister Cage. You pass judgment.
Senior?
The abbess raised you before me.
By 1 minute.
Even so.
Nona looked Jolie in the eye, and the girl tried to back away. Ruli held her tight. Jula looked on, her lips a bitter line. The desire to just reach out and press a floor blade through Jolie's heart rose through Nona in a hot wave. But she'd heard the voice of each devil in that mix before, separate and unbound. Somehow, even though she had accepted those parts of herself back into the whole, back into the mess of contradictions that was her, it felt easier to discount them now, as if knowing them raw, as she had helped her to moderate their demands.
She killed Darla, Clara reiterated.
You can't walk away from that.
You never even liked Darla, Nona said. You poisoned her and left her helpless for Raymond Tassus and his soldiers. So perhaps you should hold your tongue, Clara. She looked at Jolie, trying to see what calculation might lie behind the terror on her face. Abbess Glass allowed Jolie back into the convent, and that woman only made the compromises she wanted to make. It's not my judgment to pass. Zol, have her memories been changed? Zol stepped in until she stood face to face with Jolie, who looked away, struggling to escape. I see no signs of it. Is it so hard to believe that in battle she made poor decisions? Nona slid a floor blade through Jolie's bonds. I don't like you. If you cross me, I will give worse than I get. I will speak the truth of your service to Shurzel and hope to see justice brought to bear. But your crimes are not mine to judge, and your punishment not mine to give. It was Tarkax who spoke into the astonished silence that followed.
Are we done here?
We need to get out of the palace, Nona agreed. The Emperor is probably on his way already. And? Clara asked. He should heap gold on us until only the tops of our heads show?
His sister is lying in the passage, and she's not pretty, Ara said.
She was betraying him? Ruli sounded outraged.
So you say, Ara replied. Will Crucicle choose to believe you, novice? The killing of a royal never goes unpunished. It sets a bad precedent. Are we leaving the shiphearts? Jula asked.
I'm returning Sweet Mercy's shipheart to the convent, Nona said. It has something of mine that I want back. Besides, the other one was never so good at heating the water.
Will you take the others, Zol? Ara asked. Or leave the Noir Gwyn shipheart for the Emperor? It might allow him to overlook his recent loss.
Zol left the Noir Gwyn shipheart bedded in the centre of the silver steel door. She left the door closed. Let Crucicle take it if he can. She activated the travel ring with greater mastery than Nona could manage, and left it open while she stepped away to allow her fellow ice tribers to return. How will you get out of the black ice? Nona asked, as Tarkax, the last of them, approached the ring. We're going to a different ring, he said. 1,000 miles from the corridor. Then a sigh. But we still have to climb 3 miles. So think of us, little Nona, when you're warming your toes by the light of your own private moon. Little? Nona grinned. She was a hand taller than the man. Tarkax returned the grin. Never call the ice spear short. He stepped into the light and was gone. Zol made to follow him, the shiphearts burning in her hands. What will you do? Nona called after her. She had been to the ice, and yet she couldn't imagine how people endured up there, let alone lived. What will you do now you're so perfect? What will you do with your imperfection, Nona Grey? Zol asked. We will both seek our purpose, just as we have always done. And what's that? Nona genuinely hoped for an answer. The book of the Ancestor held answers aplenty, but they had never seemed to fit her questions. What are our purposes? Do you assume they are not the same? Zol asked, curious. She turned towards the ring. I am changed. The Ark called me purified. I hear a whisper and it seems important. Perhaps the missing are calling to me. Perhaps their voice will be clearer up on the ice where the wind blows. I think that it is my purpose for now. And maybe it is yours, too. To listen. She made to leave. Thank you, Zol. Nona felt a sudden hollowness, a pain in her throat. She wanted to say more, but the words seemed too clumsy to speak. I'll miss you. I will miss you too, my friend. And Zol was gone.
Chapter 30. Holy Class. In a time of crisis, the Sisters of Sweet Mercy were expected to minister to the injured, say the rites over the dead, and to pray that the Ancestor would receive all who had crossed the path. It turned out that the survivors of Abbess Wheel's flock were so few in number, and their dead so numerous, that it was all they could do to tend their own. Nona and Ara found themselves the only 2 of the convent's nuns uninjured, though their wounds were newly healed and the flesh beneath was still sore. As such, it fell to them to gather the survivors and to set those still able to walk to helping drag or carry from the battlefield those unable to fend for themselves. The Emperor and the Academy
Both opened their doors to the wounded, but Nona had the injured nuns and novices taken to St. Heliot's. The new cathedral stood 1/4 mile from the palace, and the eastern wing was still smoking from an earlier impact by a particularly far-flung incendiary. Torches lit the main steps, while High Priest Nevis himself stood organising the treatment of injured nuns, monks and novices by overworked church healers and volunteers from among the faithful.
Place the dead in the mausoleum, with honour. We will hold services for them on this day for 100 years. I will have them carve it upon the walls.
Nevis looked overwhelmed, but he kept working with the grim efficiency of a merchant, squeezing the margins, directing his resources to maximise survival. Nona helped carry Abbess Wheel into the mausoleum. High Priest Jacob had commissioned the building for himself as soon as he took office. Under Nevis, the work had continued, though quite who would now be interred within had become less clear.
Lay her here.
Nona hadn't needed any help. Wheel seemed to weigh nothing in her arms. Without her fierce will to animate her, she seemed small, an old woman, mostly skin and bones. Ara, Sister Oak and Genna had insisted on lending their strength to the effort, though, despite the latter two being barely able to stand. Genna bore a host of minor cuts and perhaps had broken ribs. Sister Oak sported a livid bruise across her forehead and the left side of her face. Being knocked senseless early on had saved her life. She seemed dizzy, unsure of herself. The 4 of them laid the abbess out, straightening her limbs, arranging her habit. They stood around her corpse, careful not to step upon the dozens all around them, and said the prayers of farewell. Nona had last heard them from Wheel's own mouth, when old Sister Bone had failed to rise from her bed on a cold morning 3 weeks before. It took many trips back and forth from the King's Road to find the fallen. Some they couldn't locate. Nona had seen Ketty drop, the wound mortal. She remembered roughly where it had happened, but even so, despite lifting and rolling 100 bodies, she couldn't find her friend.
Could she have crawled away to die?
Clara asked, white-faced, wiping at her eyes, claiming that the smoke stung them.
I don't see how she could have.
Nona blinked and tried to keep the waver out of her voice.
I can't.
She snarled, lifted a large stone from a collapsed wall, throwing it several yards. Nothing lay beneath. In the end, they had to let it go. In the east, the sky paled to grey, and dawn threatened, as if this had been a night just as any other, and the sun would rise to bear witness on a new day. They laid apple and iron and tallow and rock and chrysanthemum close to Abbess Wheel. Cattle lay across Apple, heaving with sobs, yet making no sound. Ruli wept. Ara was pale. Jula ran outside to be sick. Nona called on her serenity and wore it as armour, unwilling to face her feelings. Wheel would have told her that sorrow was a luxury she could keep for later, when the work was done. However, even the armour of Nona's serenity proved ineffective when they set to carrying the novices through to lie with their sisters. 2 girls from Red Class had somehow joined the Abbess's war party, though Wheel had said only seniors were to come. How their presence had been missed, Nona couldn't say. They were children, and she cried as she set them down beneath the great marble dome of the High Priest's mausoleum. The sun had risen, and a cold wind had stripped away the smoke before the remaining sisters and novices of Sweet Mercy set off for the convent. Kettle was not with them, for none of them had the heart to pull her from Apple's side. Nona had retrieved the shipheart from the fire-gutted mansion she had left it in, kicking away hot ashes to uncover it. She placed it in a leather sack and had it dragged behind them. The wounded rode in carts commandeered for the purpose by the high priest. The 5 miles to the Rock of Faith had never seemed so long.
Sister Rose will tend to them as well as any in the city can, and she will have more time for them.
High Priest Nevis stood on the steps to see them off, looking as if he had gone without sleep for days. He had called Sister Oak over as the oldest surviving nun, but he called Nona with her, and addressed his words to them both.
As long as serving Sister Superior, it will fall to Sister Rose to occupy the abbess's house for now. She is a good woman, and will be the first to say she lacks the fire necessary for the office. I will appoint a suitable replacement by and by, when we have made an accounting of the dead, and seen which sisters among the red and grey return to the Rock of Faith. Until such time, Abbess Rose will need the counsel of her sisters.
He waved them off.
May the Ancestor stand with you all.
A messenger in crucicles green and gold passed their convoy of carts as they pulled away from the cathedral. By the grandeur of his uniform and bearing, Nona judged him to be a personal emissary, rather than a mere deliverer of scrolls sealed with the Emperor's stamp. He hurried past, then retraced his steps, drawing up before Nona at the head of the group. He stood a touch taller than her, and met her gaze with a narrow stare.
The Emperor has commanded me to bring the novice Nona Grey before him. She has cursed black eyes and casts no shadow. Have you seen any such?
Not recently. Nona seldom had use for mirrors. I am Sister Cage. The messenger gave a curt nod.
If you see her, tell her that her immediate presence is commanded before the throne.
He hurried off towards the cathedral.
The Emperor wants you, Nona.
Ara managed a smile.
You're in demand. Why didn't you go?
Jula asked.
I will,
Nona said. But not now. We've got more important duties first. She paused. What confuses me is how he didn't recognize me by my eyes.
You don't know yet?
Ruli blinked.
I thought I said something. But no, maybe we were too busy.
No, what? Nona raised her hands to her eyes, confused.
They changed when Zol healed us,
Ara said.
She must have repaired the damage that novice maid Blackcure did to you. I thought you knew.
What confuses me, Clara said, leaning forward, is how he didn't notice that you don't have...
Nona? You have a shadow?
I know. Nona allowed herself a faint smile and raised her hand to track her shadow across the street. It was drawn into the Sweet Mercy shipheart when I sent it after Yisht. She wiggled her fingers and watched her shadow dance, anchoring her in the world.
I took it back.
By noon, they arrived at the convent. Nona had feared to find it in ruins, but it seemed that after their master's death, Leno Tassis's men had had little interest in earning themselves more trouble with the church and the Ancestor. Sister Rose was in the sanatorium, treating 6 injured junior novices. 3 others had died. When they told her she was to be abbess, Rose shook her head and returned to changing dressings, tears rolling over her cheeks.
I haven't time for that nonsense. Not at all. Too much to do here.
With infinite care, she helped the novice who was struggling to turn and indicated to her assistant, a tiny child that Nona couldn't imagine old enough for the habit, to take water to another girl. In the end, Ara brought one of the spare croziers out to the sanatorium and hung it above the door, since Rose wouldn't move to the big house. Much later, Nona found herself alone by the stairs down to the shade classroom. Apple would never climb them again. It hurt Nona's heart to know it, a hurt that would stay with her, part of who she was now, like the wound Abbess Glass's death left upon her, and that she would wear through all her days. Some lessons must be written in scars, Sister Tallow had said. Nona would miss her too. On the last day that Abbess Glass had spent with them, she had told Nona many things. Secrets about the future and about the past. At last she had fallen quiet, half smiling, half sad.
All leaves must fall in time, she had said. The lives we lived fall away from us, but something remains. Something that is part of the tree.
Glass had been sick when she laid her plans months before her death. She had met in secret with Nona and Zol on their separate returns, and even then she had said that she did not expect to see the seeds she was planting come to flower.
To sow knowing that you will not reap is an old kind of love, and love has always been the best key for unlocking the future.
The abbess had set her hands upon theirs.
You, my dears, are both the chosen one. But it's only me who has chosen you. Each of you is a die cast against the odds. Zol, dear, remember to hold on to what makes us love you. If you reach your journey's end without that, you will have gone nowhere. And Nona, my fierce little Nona, remember mercy. Mercy for others in victory. Mercy for yourself, too. You deserve happiness, child. Never forget it.
Nona had a bar of the shade gate in each hand, and her forehead to the metal, when a hand settled on her shoulder.
Ara.
Her friend joined her at the gate, and for a time they stood in each other's silence. Ara's left hand holding the same bar as Nona's right, almost touching.
It's hard to believe she's gone,
Ara whispered.
She's not gone.
Each of them could be speaking of so many she's, but Nona was thinking of Apple, and how these stairs, this gate, would always lead to her.
Abbess Glass spent her thoughts on might-be's, Ara said. I find myself thinking too often about might-have-beens.
She turned her head to look at Nona.
It's strange to see your eyes, as if you've been hiding from me all these years.
Nona opened her mouth to speak, but another, darker shadow fell across her. One she could only feel and not see.
Kettle is coming back.
Nona took her hands from the bars.
I have to go to her.
The sun was falling as Nona reached the Seren Way and began to descend from the convent's heights. Nona felt Kettle's approach stop, and the muted echoes of her grief became a tolling along their thread bond, like the lament of a great and hollow bell. She carried on down, searching for her friend, and found her lying crumpled at the base of the rock, as if she had fallen from the windows of the shade classroom. Kettle had dropped only from her feet, though, and rose like a broken doll when Nona pulled her into an embrace.
She was my life, Nona.
Nona held her tight.
You have sisters. You're not alone.
They wept then, the river of Kettle's sorrow washing through Nona until at last they could breathe again, and Nona led her sister up the winding steepness of the Seren Way to sweet mercy. Evening found Nona and the handful of seniors gathered around one of the refectory tables, a cold meal before them, rustled up from stalls. Most of the nuns were in the dome of the Ancestor, praying for the lost. Sisters Oak and Rule had helped Kettle across the convent to the dome to join the prayer, though Abbess Rose had insisted she stay in bed. Nona sat, chewing on a heel of bread. Sister Elm had baked it. She would never bake another. At her side, Ara sipped water from a clay cup and watched the light of the setting sun finger through the shutters. "The Durns are still coming." Clara banged the end of her knife on the table. "Are you going to light up a few of their barges and hope that they run away too? Because sooner or later you're going to be standing before the throne and the Emperor himself is going to order you to burn their cities to cinders." "Have you ever been on the ice in a focus moon, Clara?" Nona asked. "No," Clara scowled. "I didn't last long enough at the convent to go ice ranging. And why would I want to? It's just church stupidity, sending children up there." "I used to think that," Nona said. "But I've been up there, and I've waited through the focus miles from the corridor. You know what happens? The ice melts. An inch of ice melts. Then it freezes solid again. There's nowhere for it to run. All that heat wasted. All the moon's energy spent melting the same inch of ice night after night." Ruli looked up from her tortured hand. "But now you've got the moon. You can have it do anything." Jula shook her head. "The Ark told you that if you narrowed the focus from what it is, it would kill plants and animals. That's why it wouldn't let you. Until Zol said it should." "We've seen it kill." Ruli gazed into space, as if imagining the black circle of char that was all the moon left of the Battle Queen. Nona shook her head. "The focus stopped narrowing a long time ago. Anything that couldn't live with what we experience every night has died out. What has survived has toughened. We can narrow the focus and see how things go. Or we can narrow it to a torch and run it along the edge of the ice, the whole focus burning along a strip a mile wide. We could burn channels to take the meltwater to the sea. The possibilities are endless. But the point is that we have control. We can try. We can change. And even if we choose not to use it, the moon is a weapon beyond all others. We can institute a peace. And with peace comes progress. We lost our knowledge through the course of 1,000 wars. We failed to rediscover it only because our minds had always turned to survival. The ice is always pressing, and war is the result. Constantly. The moon can deliver peace. No army will march, no fleet set sail, if they know the moon itself will sear them from the world. Peace, progress, hope. We can buy centuries, and in those years discover new answers. The old tales tell us that the missing learned to burn the ice itself. I think we have enough of that to keep us warm forever." Ara had stood and begun to pace while Nona set her ideas before them. Now she stopped. "And if the Emperor won't listen? If he wants to burn the Scithrowl and the Durn from the corridor? What if he doesn't want to stop even there?" "It could still be a peace," Nona said. "But the moon listens to me, not him. And unless Zol comes back, that is not going to change. If Crucicle wants murder, then I will tell him that I answer to the High Priest and not to the Emperor." "The same High Priest who ordered you to be left alone to guard the convent?" Ara snorted. "Nevis has sold himself to the Emperor and the Sis before. His price might be higher than his predecessors, but he still has one." Nona shook her head. "It was Abbess Glass who set the High Priest's staff in Nevis's hand. If you know anything about that woman, you'll know that was no accident. She could have engineered for Archon and Asta to take the staff, or either of the other two. But she chose Nevis. He has his price, but the Abbess knew his heart and thought him worthy. Nevis is a merchant. Merchants love peace. They love prosperity. Merchants will sell themselves when they have no other bargain to make. But when I place myself and the moon in Nevis's hands, he will understand that the power lies with him, and the bargains he makes then will be very different ones. Nona stood. She knew now how Darla must have felt, towering above the other novices. Abbess Wheel was right to believe in the Chosen One. The Agartha came to the Ark, and the moon is ours. Zol chose me. So I guess that makes me the Chosen One now. We're going to build a new future, sisters. So have a little faith. Because that's what the future is always built on. Epilogue. Mistress Blade! Mistress Blade! Nona raised her hand, and Redclass came to a halt. The throne novices picked themselves up and brushed sand from their habits. Their partners, standing to attention, watched Nona. Come. Nona waved in the novice at the doorway. Adela from Mystic class, she thought. Or Abella? Abbess Rule needs you at the big house. Nona sighed. Novices, repeat that throw. I want to see at least one of you get it right by the time I get back. She followed Adela, or Abella, from Blade Hall. The corridor wind was in the east, streaming their habits before them. Mistress Spirit rounded the curve of the Ancestor's dome with a string of grey-class novices at her back. There had been some consternation when Julia was appointed to the post at such a young age, but Abbess Rule had threatened to raise her to Sister Superior, if that would make it more fitting, and the objection subsided. Abbess Rule also pointed out that the High Priest couldn't find a nun across the whole of the Empire who knew the Book of the Ancestor better than Sister Paige. And nobody could dispute that. A novice ran ahead of them, lugging a crate of wine jars. A hulking girl who put Nona in mind of Darla. She beat them to the abbess's steps. Nona had always thought Ruli would end up running the convent winery, but she'd ended up running her father's fleet of trade ships, quadrupling the tonnage, and landing enough Sweet Mercy Red on the Durns shores to drown the barbarians. A novice with golden hair hurried from the door as they approached. A new recruit. Abbess Rule had scouts out looking for suitable girls. She'd even contracted Giljon to join the effort. The old man had a rare eye for early signs of the Bloods. Terms and conditions of the acquisitions were rather different these days, though. The novices returned to their families twice a year. The girl rushed by with a, "Sorry." She had Ara's hair. She'd be a beauty, too. Nona had heard that all the Lord's boys for 200 miles had lined up ready to woo Arabella Jotsis when she returned to the ruins of her uncle's castle. Her home might have been a charred heap of rubble, but the Jotsis lands remained, and as the closest surviving heir, Ara had to accept the lordship. Apparently she had rejected all her suitors so far. Perhaps someone else still had a hold of her heart. "You're in so much trouble." Clara sat in the abbess's hall, her jacket a subtle symphony in shades of black, moleskin and suede, the diamonds in her earlobes the only admission of wealth. They called her the farmer, in verity. Merchants whispered that she could plant a copper and pick gold from the tree that sprang up. Quite why she had so many business interests to discuss with the abbess, Nona hadn't yet fathomed. She suspected that Clara just liked visiting. Nona sent her escort back to her off-class duties and knocked on the abbess's door. "Come." Abbess Rule sat at her desk. Rhaegal stood with his hands bound behind his back, Kettle behind him wearing a wicked grin. "I caught him trying to sneak in. Again." She flashed Nona a look. "He's fast, but not very bright or good at hiding." Sister Cauldron stood at the abbess's shoulder, watching Kettle as Nona had seen her do so often, waiting for that day when Kettle might see past Apple's ghost and find her waiting there. Abbess Rule reached for her crozier, which she employed in much the same way she had her yardstick when she had been Mistress Academia.
"This is getting silly, Sister Cage. I can't have this young man climbing cliffs and creeping through the undercaves. I simply won't tolerate it. It's extremely dangerous. If Verity's most renowned ring fighter were to be killed on convent property, there would be all hell to pay."
She rose from her seat and glanced up at Abbess Glass's portrait. She of the moon, they called Glass these days. Rule's eyes flitted to Abbess Wheel's portrait. She of the battle. She sighed. When the abbess spoke again, it was with the voice she had used in class, laying down the law, not of the church, but of the world itself. Harsh and immutable.
"Sister Cage, you must consider your options. We all have to find our own path and walk it as long as we may. You are young, and the places your road may lead you are many, some beyond imagining. Take some time. Think hard. Return to me with your answer. Whatever it is, whether it leads you from this convent or not, you will have the Ancestor's blessing. And mine."
Vows. Rhaegal and Nona were sitting together on the edge of the glasswater sinkhole. She nodded, frowning, torn. The horizon lay green and distant, but her memory still crowded it with the smoke of war. When the end had come so very close, it had been her sisters who filled her thoughts. Ara. Though they were no less capable of looking after themselves than Rhaegal. She gazed down into the sinkhole as if the answer to the riddle of herself might lie within. There was no lake now, just 30 yards of newly exposed wall, black with slime, and a dark tunnel leading off from the muddy bottom. It didn't smell too good, but if you sat on the windward side, it wasn't a problem. "Vows," Rhaegal repeated. "Vows," Nona said. "You're sticking to your vows." "I am. I vowed them. But none's a celibate." Rhaegal tossed a loose stone. It looped down into the mud, far below their feet. "And you wouldn't want me if you couldn't have your way with me?" Nona leaned in quizzically, one hand placed lightly between Rhaegal's shoulder blades. "Now, wait, I didn't say... He gripped the edge of the sinkhole, seeming suddenly very aware of how deep it was. "You can't keep coming here, Rhaegal. And I can't leave." "Can't?" A hardness found its way into his eyes. "I need to stay. This place, it's more than old walls and a place to lay my head. I named myself after that cage I rode in, and I was only in it for a few weeks. I've been here more than a decade. It's in my bones." "You want me to go?" "Want isn't the right word. But you will go, and the ladies of the Cis will thank me for it, and you will be the glorious champion at the Caltas. And this small blow to the heart will be something you walk off." "I don't think it will, Sister Cage." Rhaegal bowed his head. "It's more like a denim." "A what?" "That last kick to the groin you gave Denham. It's a recognised move now, with its own name." Rhaegal raised his face again, his old smile back in place, though somewhat crooked. "Did he... is he... survive?" "No. He died at the Amber Gate. But you should hear how he fell. He slaughtered so many Scithrowl that... well, there's a song about it." "He would have liked that?" "Yes, he would." Rhaegal got to his feet, and Nona rose to hers. He took her hands. The Countess taught me that on occasion, everyone loses, but to do it with grace because you never know what might happen. He raised her right hand and kissed the back of it. It still hurts, though. Goodbye, Nona Grey. Rhaegal let her hand go and walked away towards the convent buildings, slowly at first, then more briskly. By the time he was halfway to the nearest of them, he had started to whistle. Goodbye, Rhaegal. Nona sat a long time at the sinkhole's edge after Rhaegal had left. She stared into the depths as shadows filled them. She thought of those she had lost, and those she had saved, and those who had saved her. She thought of the riddle of her life, and the fact that even Abbess Glass's best advice on the subject had been that people are complicated, especially from the inside. The sun began to sink, kissing the ice to end another day. Nona sighed and made to stand again, but a shadow fell across her. Nona looked up. Lord Jotsis. Ara stood there beside her in trousers and a fine jacket embroidered with gold. The wind billowed her cloak behind her, and the dying sun made a fire of her hair. No, just Sister Thorn. I made my little sister the Lord. She always wanted it. You came back. Nona found that she was whispering. You left me to guard the convent once, then came back for me, Ara said. You didn't think I would leave you when you needed me. How did you know I did? Nona's mouth felt dry. A trembling ran through her. She wasn't sure if she was going to cry or laugh. We have a bond. Ara reached down for her hand. A thread bond. Nona laced her fingers with Ara's and let herself be drawn to her feet. That too, Ara said. For a long moment they stood face to face, just an inch between them, the wind tugging this way and that, as if it couldn't make up its mind which way to blow. And then, hand in hand, both turned and walked slowly back to sweet mercy. Moons might rise and fall, empires wax and wane. Even the stars come and go. But there are constants too. And though the story of our kind is ever-changing, it is also, always, the same. That was Holy Sister, Book of the Ancestor, Book 3, by Mark Lawrence, read by Helen Duff. This programme was produced by ID Audio, a Harper Voyager audiobook. Text copyright Mark Lawrence, 2019. Production copyright 2019 by HarperCollins Publishers, all rights reserved. Mark Lawrence asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.